Good morning. My computer's getting so tired. It's taking so long to roll. I got gonna go and finish Speedweeks Daytona 2000 today, and it's gonna be like the whole Winston Cup race. We did the Busch race yesterday. I think we did the 125s and all that. If we, through the week, and like all the races run together because I'm watching them every week. Like I did in real life, and now they're all running together, but that's okay. I got a bunch of little things, just news and stuff I'll start off with. Let me see what we're going to do. Okay, starting first, this is the Legends of Racing radio show. They have a purple one and a blue one. The blue one's most up to date, I believe. So anyway, this is Ernie Irvin. This is Geoff Bodine, and they were on the radio show yesterday at noon. I know I streamed earlier and said I was getting offline to go watch this show, and I watched it. It was interesting. Probably the most interesting part was when they discussed the little tire deal and stuff like that. So that's midway here somewhere. About the Hoosiers versus the Goodyears and all that. And let's see. I don't know how far into it is, but it's pretty interesting. This is to give you just a feeling of what the show is, but check them out. Geoff Bodine tells the story of how, everybody was beating him on the Hoosiers that day, and he started out with the Goodyears and everything like that, and they were having trouble. And he told the story of getting in victory lane and winning the race. Good morning. Hi, Jack. He gets in the race, and he's running in Goodyears, and then the last pit stop or whatever, he throws on some Hoosiers, and he wins the race. He gets to victory lane. He says they put the Hoosier handkerchief around his neck, the purple thing and everything, and yay. But the Goodyear people saw him and started stiffing him with tires week after week, and he had to tell Bill France Jr. about it, and he handled it. But yeah, I'm good today. You're going to Germany? Oh, lovely. I'm moving to North Carolina, and I'm very nervous. Very, very nervous because it's happened so fast.
One more time.
And I got to move this rig. I'm in a trailer, a camping trailer, but it's bigger, but not real big, but 30 feet. It's a nice home, and I got to move it to North Carolina to a place I had it at before, or had a camper at before. So it's exciting and scary, and financially it's not an undertaking I can handle, but I will do what we can. So anyway, this is Ernie Irvin. Used to drive the Haviland number 28 car after Davey Allison lost his life. This is Geoff Bodine. I used to work for the team he owned in 1997. He's got a book out. He's silly. He's promoting the book and acting like a pauper and begging for money and all this thing and giving Brother D a spare a dime through this whole thing, and it's pretty cool. And he does. They're asking questions. Let me see if I can find that about the Hoosiers.
Legends of Racing Radio.
They have all these breaks.
Oh my gosh.
Now,
I liked it.
yeah, race fans, we don't make all that money. We get
Half. Most
time half.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the year, you give some of that to the team. Give 5% back to the team or whatever.
I saw something on the internet yesterday. Jamie McMurray is selling his house up in Morrisville, $12 million.
Well,
Where did he come up with $12 million?
Actually, the one, Ricky Stenhouse.
So they were talking about old days like that. I wanted to find that about the tires.
And so we finished. And some other things happened after that. It's in the book. So after, Goodyear wasn't real happy with me because I was the only guy that won on the Hoosiers. Yeah. I was a key guy. So the following year we go to Daytona, and Daytona tires aren't a big deal, so no problem. Then we went where it was. And back in those days, NASCAR people, inspectors, picked out your first 3 set of tires for practice, qualifying, and all. So I'd always practice good and qualify good. Then after that, the Goodyear people picked out tires for the rest of the team, everybody. Well, they had these tractor trailers. They'd be lined up here, here, here. This is where the good tires were. My tractor trailer that they took my tires out of was down here at the end. They unlocked it just for me. I was special. They made me special tires.
Yes.
Before I got off pit road, after we put them out, I could tell. I told the crew, I said, man, something's wrong with these tires. For a while, we just thought it was coincidence. But then we figured out what was going on. I was going through a divorce, so I wasn't mentally all thinking straight. And so a lot of people thought it was me. Oh, he's just in a
Yeah,
door.
can't drive no
He
more.
can't drive. He
Yeah.
can't drive. Well, we made a machine to squeeze the tires. And holy cow, some of those tires you wouldn't put on a tractor trailer. They were so stiff. And I could feel them as soon as they put on the car. So eventually NASCAR outlawed that little squeeze machine. You can't use that anymore. Well, stupid me. I said, all right, I'll take my punishment for a year. They won't do it. It cost me a lot of money. A lot of money. But I'll take it for a year. They won't do it yet next year. Well, they started the same thing next year. They were mad. It was after the Michigan race. We were going to the first race at Fontana, California. And I called Bill France up. Bill, I need to talk to you. Okay. So we met at Fontana. I went in. He had his people there. I walked in there and I said, Bill, I got a problem with Goodyear. Well, what? Well, they're making me bad tires. Well, how can they? We pick all your tires out. I said, no, you picked the first 3 sets.
Yeah.
He owned the company. He only didn't know. You do the first 3 sets, then Goodyear picks them out. Mm-hmm. He looked at Gary Nelson, who was an inspector then, and Gary goes, yeah. Bill's jaw dropped. I said, well, I asked him, you do remember telling me to run Hoosiers? Man, he hated it, but he said yes in front of all these people. He admitted it. I said, well, I'll go talk to the gentleman at the track for Goodyear, and if you talk to Stu Grant, who was the president of the racing division. So we did. Guess what they did that day? They took all those tires that are already mounted for me, gave me all new tires.
Yep,
Never had any
yep.
bad tires.
See, that's the kind of
I
thing.
talked
Bill
to somebody,
France, he
we're
did
friends,
run a
guys.
tight ship. He
Why
didn't
didn't
let
you tell me?
people. He
Why-
protected his drivers. He protected his drivers. He wasn't bad that way. But anyway, that's that Legends of Racing radio show I jumped off to watch yesterday, and it was really good. I'm glad I watched it. He joked around about his ring, said, "This is for sale. This is for sale." You know, he's got all these bobsled rings, you know, from the bobsled stuff. He got like championship rings from all that. So anyway, they talked about the bobsleds, and they talked about old racing stories and how they started out and where they're from, and they gave out some treats, you know, some goodies, some signed stuff for the audience. So if any of y'all are in Florida, in Daytona, on a Friday at noon, they run a show every week. And as you see, they have all of these every week. There's somebody on there. And you can learn old school racing, gives you good foundation. And then we got this one here. This was my dad when he went on there. He's got to do this again in September. So I'm not going to play that because I don't want to take away from them. But they don't have a link to this YouTube page on their Facebook. And I don't know why. I had a hard time finding it myself. And I know it's there. So some of my things I have to search a little bit like that. So anyway, and this is the Twitter. This is Wake County Speedway. Landon Huffman posted, and I had said he's going to race Wake County, a doubleheader Friday night. Well, let's see how it finished. The Trash Pandas, Rocket City Trash Pandas, because of all, like, this is a kid that can turn poop into fudge, can turn weeds into roses. This kid took that trash panda. A race driver called him a trash panda, and there was words exchanged and everything. And he ended up being sponsored by this minor league team called the Rocket City Trash Pandas. And he won the doubleheader last night. Here it is. twin 40s he won last night. Let's see. That's a beautiful car, ain't it? And it's Reynolds race chassis. Man, I don't know what they've done, but they found something special. All the Reynolds cars they're just so pretty. So anyway, and then if you are unaware, I do have my writing Substack. It's got a link right there, and I pinned the post if you want to read this. I did a driver's list this week, and this is one I'm in the process of revising, adding to it. But anyway, it's 4 pages long. These are all, let me see, start with the beginning, 1957. And I don't want to get you silly by scrolling, but they won the championship there. They won the championship there. They won the championship there. They won 4 championships there. This guy, he won the points one year. My dad had the trophy. We put it in this driver passed away, but he gave Dad the trophy when he was up there last, and it's now back up in the Fitchburg, Massachusetts, Ron Bouchard Museum. And let me see, Bugsy Stevens. He didn't win the championship, but boy, he won a lot. We got Bouchard. All these names, Ray Hendrick, these are all people that my dad had worked with. Bouchard probably the most. I mean, you see his name forever here. Then Dad, went south with, the Grand National, the Sportsman, the Xfinity. He wasn't the crew chief until 82 on the Cup car, the Grand National car. Number 47, it's Stacy Pack, the Stacy yellow and blue. He was one of the Stacy racers. And that was in, there was Ruttman, there was Richmond, Tim Richmond. I think Earnhardt might have done a Stacy race. One, maybe not. Maybe he was asked. There were a bunch, though, that were all out of that shop. And I'm trying to remember. Osterland, maybe, is the name of the guy that owned that shop at one time. Anyway, Butch Leitzinger, Bob Earl, Steve Millen. These is all like Tommy Riggins, Al Unser Sr. These are people Dad worked with in IMSA. Now, I'm verifying the dates exactly, on the old stuff. I got to redo all those dates, of course. But then we've got, Bush and Cup and, all the people you might recognize names of, like Nemechek and Hillen and Bessie and Spencer and Grissom and Dillon and Setzer and Fuller and Wallace and Fedor. So, anyway, I'm verifying that. This is all public stuff. You just go to my Substack, Tonja Kangas, or you go to my X page and link it, or you go to my Facebook page and there's a link there. If you want to read some of these old stories, I've got the driver's list. But if you also pull down to, we've got to back out of the driver's list. Dumb. Okay. Go to my Substack here. It always defaults to a homes page. I don't know why. Or a feed page, a news feed page. But anyway, we've got all the chapters here. Starting with the intro. Humble Beginnings, that'll cover from 1957. Chassis Innovation covers how our technology got to New England. This here, Racing in Florida, we did a little stint of that when I was 4 years old. Racing in Seekonk, we won 4 championships with this car. And then I'm working on modifieds and super speedways. I'm going to click on my dashboard and show y'all. I've got a bunch of drafts here started of all the different chapters. The Piers, Grand National Racing, IMSA, Busch Grand National Racing, and conclusion. The Busch Grand National Racing is one I'm going to have to divide up to stuff. I don't monetize nothings So it'll ask for money, but I haven't even put any financial anything in there, so just do the free thing on that. And there's not much sports writing on that platform, but it's such an easy editing program that I've found. So that's the other thing I do. What else is going on? This guy, I'm going to play this clip, and then I'm going to, because he did such a good job. I mean, this whole thing, the Humpy Wheeler Remembering the Greatest Promoter. And he grew up at Charlotte because his dad worked at the track. And he was in racing, kart, and all that. Now, listen to this Humpy Wheeler thing. And bless his heart, we lost him this week. And he was a controversial figure, but he always was a racer first. He took care of making sure racing was great.
But here's what I want to leave you with, and this is his own words.
That
right
racing
he
show.
cared about you as fans. He cared about
Support
the race car
this
drivers.
guy.
He
I'll
cared
show you
about
why.
The series and just
because he speaks
making it more, making it better. So listen to this.
Those people in the grandstand don't want to be manipulated. They won't stand to be manipulated. They get enough of that at work every day. And these people in the grandstand, they're not doctors and lawyers. There's a few of them. They're people that work with their hands. They're backhoe operators. They're dock workers. They're people that work. They're the salt of the earth. So some of you sponsors, just tone it down a little bit. Let your drivers do what they may. Don't try to change them. Let them dress the way they want to dress. I would say to tell them not to buy such fancy motorhomes and jet planes and maybe come down to earth a little bit.
That was him. A true legend. Got to come up through the sport. Helped it change.
So anyway, that was very, very insightful to hear him say that. And his latest video, when NASCAR tank, this, I'm going to...
Are you feeling overwhelmed by your
put
sugar
a
levels?
thing
Have you tried everything
in...
and feel that not...
I mean, he's got a lot of ads, but it's okay. He needs some...
The cutoff.
Okay, listen to this.
He dislocated his sternum.
All right, this is talking about Dale Earnhardt.
Dale Earnhardt not only broke his collarbone, he dislocated his sternum.
I'm not going to play the whole thing because of copyright stuff, but
you know what? He went back out there and raced.
3, 2, 1.
now this guy here, he's got some controversy because of the YouTube stuff and everything, and NASCAR's kind of hitting him.
Everybody out there is enjoying the
Says
the
I
cutoff
fought
races at
NASCAR
Daytona
this
here
week and
weekend
lost. He had to
everything
remove some of
else.
the
Man, I'm gonna
clips
tell you,
out of
I'm not
his
happy
video.
right now. I'm actually coming in here to record this instead of watching the race at this point, and I'm going to tell you why. Man, I support NASCAR so much, and I've had people that have questioned me in the past, like, oh, you do this because you say these things because NASCAR's paying you, and I'm, man, hell no. Here's the deal. I watched Connor Zilic get out of the car tonight, and it made me think back to a lot of things from the past. And the reason I'm going to bring this up right now is because I'm going to tell you, NASCAR hit me hard over the last couple weeks. And what I mean with this is I did a episode on Connor Zilic following the race at Watkins Glen. I never do an episode following a race, but I did because I was really concerned for the young man in so many ways. And NASCAR filed a claim against me for my episode because I had 3 5-second clips of parts of the race. And
Okay, so that's the thing, and of course, NASCAR wins, but, it's supporting people like, this guy was a driver. This guy grew up at the track. He's probably supported racing more than most of us that, by his age, like through the years. Everybody is a dedicated race fan, but, he's trying to do something good, trying to report on racing and stuff like that, and he got hit hard, and he said it's hurting his channel. So, because he is an old school racer and he's dedicated to promoting good things in auto racing, that racing show, it's got 9,000 subscribers, had 111 views. He said he got, with 9,000 subscribers and having 3 comments is just, that's not right, I mean, yeah, it's only been up 2 hours, but still, support people that support racing in a good way. This guy's got some good base, good grassroots knowledge. So anyway, give him a follow if you think that you want to support someone who supports racing. All right, let's just do this happy hour. I'm sorry. This is not the race we're doing. This is a race I was looking at Charlotte for some future episodes. Let's get back here to Daytona 500. Y'all coming in to the area, you saw what we have. Rain, lightning. I started watching that truck race. I'm not sure how it finished. I'll get caught up. But I do so many things. Bud Pole, NASCAR Speedweeks. We did this qualifying, the Daytona 500. This is where we're at. All right, guys. This is Hamlin Fan, 1K subscribers. Put it up 2 years ago. He's still probably active. Support your local channels that do this, and Austin LaPlante. Austin LaPlante does the best databases.
For 22 years.
There you go.
Are you just going to keep winning races forever? I'm going to keep on trying.
I try to subscribe to the racing people too.
Has won.
I'm going to go off the camera a second, take my morning medicines, and I'll be here in the chat watching with you. I hope you like that little news segment. It's just a few things I picked out. I know off topics. Oh, Davey. God damn, we lost him in 93. I saw him 2 weeks before he died. It just sucks. Ooh, he paid some dues, guys.
Anticipated moment. We've won it.
Yeah, Gordon won in 1999. This is 2000. Unfortunately, it will be Dale's last 500.
Not a bad place to be. Defending Daytona champion Gordon. A new crew, no excuses. The Intimidator, Earnhardt. The Dominator, maybe someday. For now, it's Dale Earnhardt Jr. Stock car racing's greatest day, the Daytona 500.
Watch what milk does to your eyes. Take a look at these two retina scans. They both look sharp, focused, and healthy, but only one of them belongs to someone young.
Daytona, it's always the same new story. Record crowds gathering. Record purse, over $9 million this year at stake. And always that same old electricity is creeping through the sold-out grandstands in the infield for the 42nd running of this, the great American race. On pit road, the drivers are ready. The two-time champion, Bill Elliott, starting third, looking good. And Mark Martin feeling good for the first time in many years. Darrell Waltrip, the '89 champion, he'll start dead last. And Ricky Rudd makes his 23rd effort from outside of the front row to win this race. The major story, Dale Jarrett, his car being repaired from that incident yesterday. The question now, will this impede his effort to win a third Daytona 500? Let's join Dick Berggren from Speedway Illustrated Magazine with the 93 and 96 champion.
Thanks, Ken. In the days leading up to this Daytona 500, Dale Jarrett has been the favorite. He won the pole. He has been consistently among the fastest in all the qualifying practice sessions.
If you remember the last episodes that we were doing, he was fast. He was who they were following.
I hope. They tell me it is. Just thank you to all the guys. They've done just a great job of repairing this car. It was unfortunate. You know, we were out there on our last run. Something happened in front of us. We slowed down and got caught up in some
I
things.
got such major respect for him.
Ensures that everything's going to be all right. And
he's one of the good guys, you know.
Jeff, we're thinking about you, man. Best wishes to you, and look forward to seeing you out here soon.
Because
Good luck at the 500.
he could He could have dumped
Only 5 father-son pairings have ever raced in the Daytona
Jeff
500
Fuller
together.
in Bristol
Richard
in
and Kyle
'96
Petty, Richard
because
and his father, Lee Petty,
20
Bud
laps to
Baker
go
and his son,
when
Buddy, and of course,
Fuller
Davey
was leading
Allison
and-
his
and,
father, Bobby. And here we have
Jarrett
Dale
was
Earnhardt
second.
Sr. and Junior.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to fix my watch.
Dale,
When
can
Jarrett
you tell
was
me a little
second.
bit about what it's like for you today? Is this feeling of racing with your son in the Daytona
Anyway, I
500?
want to listen
Well,
to
we've
this.
been
I'm
doing
sorry.
a little bit of racing through the years now, and last year and this year, and got to race in IROC with him. But to run in the Daytona 500 is a pretty special moment for me, really. My first Daytona 500 was so awesome; it was just overwhelming. But now, again, him being in it for his first time and me being in it with him, that's pretty awesome day too. So we're gonna hopefully race some together. Maybe we can help each other win. One of us win. So that would be a really nice touch to the day.
Dale Jr., I'm sure as a father and son, you two have shared a lot of great moments together. What does this mean to you today?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty excited, just to say the least. I was so worried about making the race or just having a spot in the race, and we did way beyond my expectations. We're starting 8th, and yeah, I'm just looking forward to it. Hope we have a good day. 500 miles is a long ways, and we're going to try to stick around there to the end.
To Bill Stevens.
Thanks, Ralph. Jeff Gordon has won 2 out of the last 3 Daytona 500s. Won it here last year from the pole, but a lot of changes since then, Jeff. Can you do it again today?
I certainly think that we can. Now, we've put together a great group of guys that have been working extremely hard on our super speedway program, been working real hard in the engine room on these restrictor plate engines, and they've definitely done their homework, and we've had good results. You know, we need a 500-mile race. We're going to make some good, clean pit stops, and just hope that it's a safe race today.
He starts on the inside.
Yeah,
of
closed
row
a couple
11. Let's go
tabs.
back
I was
to Ken
saying
Squire.
about Dale Jarrett. I think he could have dumped guys and won a race very easily because Fuller dropped a cylinder on the last 20 laps. And he didn't dump
Will
him.
you please rise for the presentation
He
of
coulda.
colors by the Daytona Beach Police Color Guard.
So he's a good guy. All right, so this is the national anthem.
Our invocation by the Reverend Hal Marchman.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we thank you for this beautiful setting today with the many fans and all of the competitors. And we thank you for your eternal spirit that abides in our hearts, and help us to be still and know that you're God, and help us to remember that we are your children. So may your blessings abide with us this day. Shalom and amen.
And
Now I've
to
heard
honor America
just
from
a
the
quick note. After 9/11, people said, "Oh, then they started doing the national anthem and the prayer and this and that." No, they did it all the time. So don't listen to junk.
trumpet of Jesse McGuire, the Star-Spangled Banner.
Trumpet is cool. I'll tell you, like, being able to stand out on that line right there with your pit crew and stuff, probably some of the most memorable things you'll do, like when the national anthem comes on and y'all line up. It's kind of special to feel like to be there with a team or whatever. It's kind of special that you just be able to stand on that line with a team sometimes. It's really cool. I got a chance a couple times. Most of the time, if I was at a track, I was in the scorer's booth. I've only, like, twice gotten a chance. Like, once I was a scorer, I could stand on the line at different things, but not much. I didn't much. I think I got to stand out on pit road at the beginning of the Daytona 500 in 1996. With Lake's team, I remember standing out there. which was pretty special. I wouldn't have, except my husband said, come on, you got to do it. You got to do it. I'm like, okay. Hell yeah. So I got to stand out on pit road and stuff. I usually didn't because I know there's rules of how many over the wall and this and that at certain times, and how many near the car at certain times. So I always was respectful of the rules. Those are pretty cool planes. I think those are those jumpers. What are they called? I forget. They go straight up and then fly. Pretty cool stuff. Aviation, the Wright brothers, the whole 9 yards. Little men doing great things.
And now for the most famous words in motorsports, the Grand Marshal of the 42nd Daytona 500, Goodyear Chairman Sam Jabara.
Gentlemen, start your engines!
I'm in the chat, as you can see. I'm doing my morning, take my medicine, get awake. Ooh, wee, wee.
And a good day, everyone. Ken Squire
Daytona's
here, and
pretty
welcome
cool.
to CBS coverage of the 42nd running of the Daytona 500. Every year, there are thousands of main events played out at weekly racetracks across America. And nearly every weekend, there's a major date for the Winston Cup Series. But ask any fan, ask any driver, there's only one race that epitomizes all this sport has grown to mean. This, the Daytona 500. Its prelude yesterday had some excitement. Matt Kenseth came home the winner, the Wisconsin driver. But take a look at this moment. That is Michael Waltrip, out of control, tri-oval, into a series of sidewinders. 9 shattering snap rolls. Less than an hour later, he was out of the infield care center, into his Winston Cup car, practicing for today's race. Sore but determined, he will start 10th today.
Because that's what drivers do.
Mike Geoff.
Didn't we just hear that?
Thanks, Ken.
Yes.
3 months of anticipation, and it's finally here. The biggest race of the year and the toughest to win. It took Dale Earnhardt 2 decades to win the 500. Took Darrell Waltrip 17 years. And let's look at Buddy Baker's 18th try 20 years ago.
Yes, this is why I switched to injection-free weight loss.
I was eating.
Baker, what's going through your mind right now?
If it runs like it ought to, I'll be seeing you over in the victory circle later on.
And after all those years of effort, all those heartbreaks, Buddy Baker has done it. This car and that driver have just run the fastest 500-mile race that has ever been witnessed on the face of the earth.
Y'all don't remember when the pit crew would get to ride on the cars to victory lane.
You know, I still get goosebumps just thinking about
Now
what
they're
this
too
race meant to
technical.
me. It's life-changing. It's the biggest race we run in. And somebody out there in that 43-car field today is going to get to experience what I did when I won the Daytona 500. I'll never forget it, and he won't either.
Ned Jarrett, twice a NASCAR champion and now America's premier race strategist. What should the folks at home look for today?
A lot of ingredients, Mike, should keep this thing exciting all the way through. There are 7 rookies in the field. They're running under new rules this time for the Daytona 500, shock absorber and spring rules, which affects the handling of the cars. How will that work out? The wind is much stronger here today than we've seen it any time since we've been here about 10 days ago. That could play a factor as well. And the temperature is certainly different today. We had a cold front went through here this morning. We've been in 80 to 85 degree temperatures for the last several days when they were setting these cars up. Now we'll be going to be in the 60s, maybe get into the low 70s. That can have some effect too.
We'll be back with the starting lineup and the green flag for the 42nd annual Daytona 500 after this.
I was watching the wind direction on that flag. It's coming right off the ocean.
He's sponsored by
The direction.
the official truck. It's cool. And his Yates Racing Ford, and right alongside we'll have Ricky Rudd, the Texaco Haviland camera in his Yates Racing Ford. We'll also ride with Mike Skinner, the Lowe's Cam, on board his Childress Chevrolet, going off from 4th position. And Tony Stewart, last year's Rookie of the Year, the Home Depot Cam, rides in his Joe Gibbs Pontiac, starting 7th. Next to him, Dale Earnhardt Jr., the Bud Cam, is in his Earnhardt Chevrolet, starting 8th. Back in the 5th row, the Nation's Rent Cam is on board Michael Waltrip's Matei Motorsports Chevrolet, starting 10th. Here's the defending champion of the 500, Jeff Gordon. His Hendrick Chevrolet.
Matei Motorsports bought
today.
Jeff Bodine's number 7 QVC team, the one that used to be Alan Kowicki's Hooters team. I don't know what happened to Jim Matei. I worked for Bodine when Matei was in the process of purchasing it. So I've met Mr. Matei, but
starting 21st.
I don't know where he ended up today.
Childress Racing Chevrolet inside the 11th row. And we'll ride with one of the rookies. The Conseco Cam is on board the A.J. Foyt Pontiac, driven by former USAC star and Truck Series standout Mike Bliss. Five drivers have a chance to win $1 million bonus. The Winston No Bull 5 promotion and 5 fans you see there in yellow paired with them. If their driver wins, they each get $1 million. And they got a trackside seat. Well, we'll see who wants to be a millionaire here shortly.
Well, they'll be cheering their drivers on.
The Oreca Dodge Viper team won the 24 Hours 2 weeks ago. Last weekend, Robert Huffman, the Dash winner. Dale Jarrett swept.
Hey, Robert Huffman.
Keith, the ARCA 200. Bill Elliott,
listed there. That's Landon's dad, the one I just showed you that won the Twin 40s at Wake County.
Signed up to run for Rookie of the Year honors this year. Jeff Fuller did not make the field for the Daytona 500. The other 7 did.
How tough this race is to win.
I believe Fuller wrecked
in the
125s at practice really bad. I don't think they had a backup, I don't think, if you remember that Fiberall. I think it was Fiberall car. It was so mashed you couldn't tell what it was. Fire and everything set fire.
Good clean start.
It takes a while for these cars to get up to speed with the restrictor plates on the engines. When they come back to the start-finish line the next time, they'll be running upwards of 200 miles an hour.
2 teammates drag racing down the back straightaway. Mike Skinner helping the outside car there just a little bit. He's buckled right up behind the Ricky Rudd car. And you see Ricky Rudd now leading the race.
That's Jeff Fuller's car right here. When they were talking, Jeff Fuller didn't make the field. You can see that up in the upper corner. I don't think they had a backup.
Ricky Rudd is going to come off turn 4 to lead the first lap.
Okay, Ricky Rudd's leading the first lap. As you see, I tab up Busch and Cup all the time because I jump back and forth. Because it's for me to spark my memory on things. Seeing it in chronological order seemed to have really helped, like all of a sudden click in, oh, I remember this incident or that story or different events. That's what this is doing, is refreshing my memory for these different events, because I need to actually write. I've written up until 1993, and then from 94 to 2000 it got real like Suitcase Jake, like, you know. Dad worked with many people, as you saw from the list.
And the second lap is led by Skinner.
Well, we were wondering if they were going to race, and then we've heard the whole race week here. Ford has the edge. Well, right now, Chevrolet and Ford are battling side by side through the corner.
Skinner's crew chief Larry McReynolds told me this morning,
I was lurking Michael Hall in the background. His stream has ended. I heard him saying he was about done. So I'm glad that I got to lurk him for a little bit. I woke up early today. Woke up about 2. But I went to bed early. Like I said, I don't think I saw even the end of it. I don't remember watching the truck race at all. So I'm going to have to catch up on that. Today is the Cars Tour race, I think, at Florence. I've got Race Monitor on back there, so I was able to see Landon win in real time on Race Monitor, which was really cool. I saw him qualify on the pole and win.
this lap, they are still 2 by 2 all the way back through 20 rows.
Mike, I got to tell you, it may look like that, but if you're in these cars, they're jumping around a little bit. Earnhardt in the middle there, making moves towards the
That's
front.
awesome. Yeah, I am not in Daytona, but I'm in Flagler. I'm a little north. My family all lives down closer to the track. And I get excited when race week is happening because there's a lot of shows and stuff like that. Car shows and things and personal appearances all over. It's fun. It kind of brings a little life into this area. Not that there's not always things going on. There's always fast cars and something going on at the Speedway testing or whatever. But it's nice to have the excitement because the grocery stores all have racing promotion signs and stuff and things like that. I have to go check out the Dollar General and see if I can get another sign. I got banners and stuff from the Times. It's kind of neat. I'm actually moving to North Carolina very soon to the other racing area, and then gonna try to be able to transport myself back and forth because my family's here in Daytona and I have a lot of racing obligations with my father because he was an ex-crew chief. Oh, that's awesome. Ferrari is so cool. I love racing.
I'm glad we're not his spotter.
The modified, New England Modifieds is where I grew up. My dad owned a modified since he was 14 years old, 1957 back then, and then worked on them through the years and built modifieds. Stafford was our home track. And the modified technology actually came from Italy F1. A man that mentored my dad was stationed in Italy and measured up all the Formula One cars and built. In 1966, they built a modified together that won the championship. So it's like that front technology that they brought from F1 into New England is still somewhat used today in the modifieds, in the tour modifieds. So that's kind of neat. That's our Ferrari, or that's our Italy connection.
Finish 1, 2, 3. Rusty Wallace bringing up third.
Fast forward to the front of that field. Ricky Rudd led them home in the second Gatorade 125.
Rudd has dropped back in the field. He just simply can't seem the inside line is the one that's moving the best, and he's been up on the outside.
This year 2000 is a little bit confusing for me because at this point in time I'm not sure who Dad was working with, but Dad has taken all of his notebooks from his shop to his home, and we're going to go through them and start comparing that to my list of drivers and add and subtract where I might have needed to edit. But Dad did many types of racing. Drag racing initially, modified racing, Busch Grand National Racing, Grand National Racing, Sportsman Racing, Xfinity Racing, all that. He won the Busch Grand National Championship.
Rusty Wallace yesterday cut his practice time short by 20 minutes. Normally Rusty is begging for more time. He climbed out of the car, gathered his crew.
Oh, that's neat. That's, I guess, similar to our Mazda Cup down here. Maybe. Yes, I like grassroots racing best. I really do. I will, like, if there's a Cars Tour race on, I love the Cars Tour, and I follow the Huffman racing team. If they have a Cars Tour race on or Cup, I'm watching the Cars Tour race hands down. I love grassroots racing.
You can see getting past there by Jeff Burton on the outside. And
We were one of those that, you know, the banner around my screen.
Why do some men stay
The
strong
banner around my
well into their
screen are all
60s?
cars my dad's worked on or teams my dad's worked with. So it's kind of all around, I guess,
All 43 cars are still
like you
running
see
right
the
together with them
IMSA and, IMSA GTO and Winston Cup, and back then it was called Grand National. That 87 beside my photo, my dad built that car. It was the first, that was at New Hampshire. It was the first Winston Cup car Joe Nemechek drove.
Unfamiliar paint jobs there. You see the green car back there. That's Kenny Irwin
It's
Jr. He started way back in the field. He drove
a car
the
that finished
28 car
8th,
last year,
I think,
raced
at New
across
Hampshire.
third, and he's
It
on
was
a run
Joe's
right
very
now.
first
He's
cup
top
race.
two and
Was in that car my dad built.
well around the racetrack.
So,
Irwin is
like
up to
we
fifth. Look at Skinner right down,
we
way
like
down
the
on the bottom of
garage,
the racetrack on
grassroots
Irwin.
racing, the engineering part, and all that.
Which put him in position to
We
win
paid
the
a lot of
Daytona
blood,
500.
sweat, and tears to bring NASCAR to where it is today. It's painful to see that they've gone to a next-gen car rather than having the local shops build them. But I don't know. We'll see how that sustains this whole situation with sponsors and stuff, because already the automakers are in trouble. Their financials are tanking.
He started in 20th position.
So, ooh,
Moved up well
boy, that
into
was
the
a
top
quick
10. Baker
move.
came by last time in 9th place. As they
The cat
jockeyed
car
in mid-pack.
changed their lane quick.
They do now in 7th.
They all did well though. I get nervous at these super speedways. I was at Talladega when Ricky Craven tumbled down the wall. I worked in racing in 96 and 97, pretty much last half of both seasons. I was a scorer, team scorer, so every team had to have a scorer, but now they have transponders, so they don't have to have scorers anymore.
Many of them are very worried right now as to whether they put on so much tape they're going to get scalded in exchange for a better handling race car. Mike?
That's the risk you take. And let's ride.
Back in the day, every team had to have a scorer sitting up in the NASCAR booth with Marlin and Morris Metcalf. They were the head NASCAR scorers, and we all knew how to do it. It's just something we grew up knowing how to do. And yeah, that was a requirement. 89 Camel GT in Del Mar. Dad was in GTO, I think, in 89. He might.
For the first time in the Daytona 500, there are 2 Earnhards in the race.
I'm trying to think. Okay, from 84 to 88, Dad was working with Dingman Brothers Racing. It was a GM-based team. They had Firebird, Fiero, Corvette. He's gonna need some help, and they run the GTO with Bob Earl in '86. Did really well. Like that car won a lot of races. Last one I went in person was Lime Rock, Connecticut in '86, and we won in our class that day. And that was pretty cool. That was back when Paul Newman raced and all of that. It was that era. And then Dad went to Nissan. And I'm thinking in 89, Dad was with Nissan. Cunningham Racing, and Butch Leitzinger was the driver he was crew chiefing for one race. I don't know how much involved. We're just getting into reviewing a lot of that IMSA stuff. My dad's 83 years old now, so he's still real sharp, remembers a lot of this. He's got to go do an interview at Ponce Inlet in September. Again, he did one in May, and he's going to do another one in September, talk about the old school race and stuff and all of that. Because he's done so much, it's so hard to get it all in one show, so they have him back. They just had Ernie Irvin and Geoff Bodine on this week. It was Legends of Racing Radio Show.
You have to make your attack quick. You have to make every move count, and indeed, that's what he's done
And,
since the outset of this race. And remember, he is driving in better shape than he's been in years. He had
We
a
also
back
got to go up to
operation this
New England
winter,
and go to a
out for
track
several
reunion, a
months,
40-year track
he is
reunion
in the
of one of
best
our
health he's
grassroots
ever been.
tracks
Let's get
that
back
no
to the
longer
action.
exists. But we go and take over the parking lot at the strip mall that sits where the track used to be, and have a reunion. So I got to do that in October. So I got to move and do a couple of events. David, what is happening? I'm gonna come on camera in just a minute. How's it going? How are you looking?
It's an ordinary cell phone.
How are you looking
This
for
is
this
Nextel.
weekend?
It's going to change the way you do business.
He's
Thanks
not
to
had
Connect.
great luck
It's
now.
a radio feature.
I don't even want to. I feel like if I say good luck, go for it. I'm jinxing you, so I haven't been saying nothing. You know how we are so superstitious, us racers, you know?
Direct Connect from Nextel. How business gets done.
Victory lane. And that may be as close as it gets to that hallowed ground today.
Yeah, and that's at the back of the
What
oil
did we
pan
miss?
on the race car itself. And when
They'll
that starts
replay it.
leaking, it's really, really hard to stop it from leaking. And you're only allowed
Oh,
to fix that car one
Gordon's
time.
oil
When he
pan
goes back
leak.
out there, if it's not fixed, he goes to the garage.
Yeah, you can't fix an oil pan leak on a regular car even. There's not a gasket in the world once that thing is warped.
To come in, top off the tank with racing fuel and get fresh tires. Top to bottom, left side of your screen, the leader, second and third place cars. Ralph?
Mike, the preseason for these pit crews was just a 2-tire change during the shootout. This is their first live action with a full pit stop. Dale Jarrett is very happy with the handling of his car. He's going to make a 1-pound air adjustment to the right front. 4 tires
I'm making good headway with my writing. And I've been getting with Dad quite a bit. I've been meeting with him on Mondays. Every Monday at 2, they go for coffee at Dunkin' Donuts, all the old school racing people that are from our modified days and stuff that retired down here. I'm going to try to become a snowbird. It's a lot on...
Dale Jarrett leads them out.
It's a lot on me to live in Florida. If I can put my RV up in North Carolina, I'm putting it up at my old campground. I'm going to be near Hickory and North Wilkesboro and all that again. And travel and maybe stay at my parents' because they're getting elderly now, you know. And they're still going and going, but boy, they got a punch list of medical elements they take care of on a daily basis. And Mama fell about 4 months ago, broke a bunch of ribs, so she's been half crippled. And they're raising my lease like outrageous. And so I've got to move this rig to North Carolina and stay in a campground I used to stay at, which I really enjoyed.
The training that I'm doing inside of a CrossFit gym of all.
It's someplace. I ever wish you were two people so you could be in both places. Like I'm sure you do, because I miss my Stafford. I miss, so I could be in Massachusetts in a heartbeat, except for the cold.
Work on them a bit, scuff them a bit. They need some
Or
breaking in before they
Connecticut.
run well, and the Chevy teams have had all week to work on it, and they've done their homework. They've caught up to
chocolate.
the Fords and the Pontiacs here. 43 laps complete in the Daytona 500.
When I see the people in the pits, it's like my class, like my high school class, because they're all people that we saw every week. And looking back now, you wouldn't think that you'd think of those things. I wouldn't recognize him if I saw him today, but on the TV I can recognize everybody.
Back at the front of the field, Dale Jarrett's Ford is your leader. Mark Martin in second. In third, Rusty Wallace. 3 Fords leading the Pontiac of Ward Burton and Tony Stewart, and the Chevrolets of Don't Call Me Senior Dale Earnhardt and his son in 7th. Nemechek, Rudd, and Bobby Labonte fill the top 10. We've completed 52 laps, 53 this time by. 200 laps make up the 500 miles here at Daytona. CBS Sports coverage of the Daytona 500 continues after this message and a word from your local CBS station.
You hear that accent? Which one, North Carolina or Massachusetts? Because, man, I go to Massachusetts, and all they hear is Southern accent. I come down here, all people hear is Yankee. But, yeah, I talk a couple, you know.
Mr. Clark? Morning, Tommy.
Massey, yeah. Yep. And then, you know, I talk to a few of the people from New England quite often, and then it kind of rubs back off. I've been south since 92. I moved south for good. So I've been south a lot longer than I lived in the north. I lived in the north till I was 32, and now I just passed. But it never leaves you. And my mom and dad both thick northern Yankee accents still. But down in Florida, I don't think there's no accent really.
Matthew Bodine
that I
and
noticed.
William Starr in Flowers for Algernon.
But yeah,
CBS
we go to coffee and still get to talk with
NASCAR and genuine Geoff merchandise from
Bob. We get to talk like Bob Carvinen goes. He's a race driver. Another guy from let me see. One guy, he's running IMSA in Michigan. His son runs IMSA in Michigan. Another guy that's there was a mechanic with many NASCAR teams back in the Steve Bird teams, you know, and stuff.
Bumping back and forth here in this pack. John Andretti.
I know it's not public and probably nobody knows, but really, like, add Steve Bird to your prayer list. Just do that. He's got some medical stuff, and it's serious. So, yeah, that's one of the things that we talked about there, and I won't go into details, but yeah, we talk about old school fun stuff, you know. But yeah, he's in rough shape right now, and he's retired down here in the area, and I think he was wanting to go to the Oxford 250, and I don't think he made it to go. So anyway, if y'all know who Birdie is, you know.
So it's 3 Fords, 2 Pontiacs sitting there,
Thank
and
you.
Chevrolet's back there. Seems to be pretty close as far as competition.
Oh
goes.
yeah.
Not the car now.
Thanks.
Now, early in the week,
Talking about just chit chatting. I was driving along in the car and just talking, and I just started hitting record, but I didn't, you know, want to show where we were. So I showed the floor and added pictures.
We have a real problem because down below there, it will fill up with rubber, and all of a sudden that's blocked, and you're not getting air in the front of the car.
See how the pack has now come single file through about the first 15 positions.
And let me explain that. These cars are going around there, and the rubber that they wear off the tires is like gum.
When Dad used to go to the racetracks, he had a pocket T notebook all the time on him. And every single thing they did on the cars, he wrote it all down. And then when he got home, he transferred them to all these sheets. He's got boxes of files from every track since the early 60s. It's like the Holy Grail. And
that's how these guys really see.
he never would, and this is the weird thing, he's my own father, and he would never tell me. I said, where are all your notebooks? And he would never tell me. He would always say, I've got them. But he finally showed me the Holy Grail, so we got to go through that and verify the drivers he worked for. The book's coming along. I would say I'm
looking back from Bobby Labonte.
2/3 done.
You see that white wall on the outside? Even though the track is banked 31 degrees in those corners, all around Daytona, the wall is always at a 90-degree angle perpendicular to the racing surface.
So if they happen to hit into the wall, it won't be a launching pad for them. About 10 or 12 cars here now beginning to break away. Bobby Labonte's running in 11th place, and he's back a couple hundred yards from the lead pack.
Bobby Labonte and Kenny Schrader trying to gain on the leaders. 65 laps are complete here at Daytona. Say hello to Geoff Bodine in nearby Halifax Hospital here in Daytona. In the Craftsman Truck Series debut at Daytona in a fiery barrel rolling crash. Geoff Bodine went to the hospital where he is now listed in intensive care. He is trying to get back in time for Rockingham.
Bodine had a bad one. But this morning I do too. This is why I stream them, or I would fall asleep.
I know the doctors wouldn't let you in yesterday.
Oh, 96 Richmond.
Because I want all my fans to know how I can't wait to get back in a race car, and I will be back.
That's good to hear, because everybody here held their breath until they saw him actually being loaded into the ambulance, and he started moving his left arm a little bit, and everybody felt a relief come over. I think everybody in the grandstand, I heard them cheer.
Oh, no question about it. That was a tremendous relief. We were cheering up here in the booth as well.
Slow car in the back straightaway is Mike Bliss. In A.J. Foyt's Pontiac, he slowed way up in turn 2 and dropped down to the track apron. It looks like he may make it around to the pits.
Yeah, but he's coasting. The motor is not running on that car right now.
One of the rookie drivers this year had high hopes coming into this Daytona 500.
Let's have a look at telemetry on Joe Nemechek's Andy Petrie Chevrolet. Frito's telemetry.
I know I'm old. I forget stuff. What type of car? I'm confused. What was I just saying? Like,
out of gas.
Now, Nemechek, you see the speeds getting up to 192 miles an hour. The RPM still under 7,000. And for you fans that have heard that they turn these Winston Cup cars maybe 9,000 RPM, they will be next week at Rockingham. But these restricted engines, they simply can't turn that many RPM. There you saw it just barely go over 7,000.
Ned, that was quite impressive, though.
The 90,
close to 195 down the straightaway.
94 to 96, the cars were really similar, to be honest. They were either banjo chassis or something like that. And
76 laps.
Oh, the oh, all kinds. He started out in modifieds, tour modifieds mostly, and did some drag racing and stuff prior to that, but like all kids do. But he was in Busch Grand National and Cup. I think his last race ended up being in 2000. It's at the end of this season. It'd be Charlotte. The Cale Yarborough thing, the Cale Yarborough team, and purchasing of all that was with the finances, but Dad was the crew chief, Jeff Fuller was the driver, and all of a sudden it like all fell apart. I don't really know exactly what happened.
Under that yellow line, and here comes the leader's right now as he goes into turn 1.
I like
passing somewhere in that corner, most likely.
He has those fresh tires on, so he should be able to pick right up to them, and he might, of course, the others are going to have to stop too before too long, maybe in the next 8 to 10 laps or something.
Gen 4 bodies.
There they go, just passing right on by.
I don't mind.
All the rest of the leaders have to make pit stops under the green flag. So a caution flag would come out. He'd be trapped a lap down. Now, the Goodyear Racing tires on these cars have a tire within the tire at a different air pressure.
I get
it's a safety
confused.
interliner.
All this streaming stuff, I gotta put my camera back up here. Yeah, hi. I'm all Saturday morning scuzzy. Let me see.
Just wobbles around in there, and it'll just vibrate your teeth out.
I could show you this away, its best way. Let's see. Dad was Joe Nemechek's crew chief in 1992 when he won with the Texas Busch Grand National car, the championship. My writing I'm doing on Substack.
I love it.
Because it's an easy platform to edit.
Watch 33, the blue car, Nemechek.
Kind of
Coming up
cool.
on Dale Earnhardt, car number 3. There's Nemechek in the blue car, and Earnhardt slips a little bit, and Nemechek gives him a little bit of a tap there. A little more than a tap. Bent the back bumper of Earnhardt's car.
And look at the nose of Nemechek's bent that in too.
this is where I'm riding. There's Dad here in the middle. He was with Nemco for about 4 years. Holy crap, look at the blisters. You don't want to see that.
All the practice and all the racing that we have had so far. Several of crew members have come down here. Earnhardt Jr.
At this race, the temperature dropped. It was like in the 80s, 90s all week, and then it dropped just before the race, which it does in Florida in in February. But anyway, yeah, Vic Kangas is his name. I was trying to see if I. God, let me just scroll quick so I don't. Vic Kangas, No Compromises is the name of the book my mom and dad have always said.
Sometimes overload one corner, and the driver, by turning too much in the corner, can abuse that tire, overheat it, and cause it to blister.
Well, it's just like you put your hand on sandpaper until you make it slide. It does not hurt. But
I guess stats-wise,
and it builds friction. But you gotta
he's
hand
got
it to
like
Mark for
6
getting that feel when
BGN wins, Busch Grand National, which is Xfinity.
So that's just a mark of a fella that knows his race car and knows
The Cup, he was with Ronnie Bouchard and all that. I think they've gotten some seconds and thirds. He was mainly his crew chief in 1982, but he had Birdie was there in 1981, and him and Birdie been friends forever. I mean, I met Birdie when he was 15 or something. I think he's about my age. He looked older though. I think he was a little older than me. But yeah, this is where I do my writing.
They'll free it up just a little bit.
Sneak preview into the book, and it's the intro. I can read just the first 2 paragraphs. Get with the program of the words of Vic Kangas. That's Dad. This is the biography of Charles Victor Kangas. I'm the daughter of a chassis man. I will tell you about Dad's race cars. I will erroneously refer to the cars Dad works on as our cars. His cars, his team, our team. Well, you get the point. Truth is, there were many car owners and drivers along the way. Some early race cars were truly owned by Dad, but as it is nowadays, most teams are owned by the money guy. Dad was not the money guy. Mechanics then made cars go fast for the thrills of winning and few bucks for the advice and race day help. In fact, Dad made more than most. Back then, a couple hundred for showing up or something, but most mechanics didn't get paid. So anyway, Dad would work on great race cars, and we as a family were lucky to tag along. We got to witness Dad's winning career as a champion chassis man. Dad's team won the NASCAR Busch Grand National Season Point Championship in 1992 with Nemco Motorsports. So that's basically how I write, and that's my voice, and I write like I talk. But yeah, Joe.
And all these teams that are making pit stops now are holding their breath.
Yeah, Ronnie Bouchard.
Have to come in and stop.
All the banner around my screen are all cars my dad's either built or worked on. More like 6 weeks or something. But he's been like a suitcase Jake my whole life. So he's worked on so many teams. Some were, of course, contracted as a crew chief and things like that. But other than that, if he wasn't with a solid team, he was a consultant, race consultant. He would be paid money to show up at the track, and his specialty was the custom shocks and the front end geometry. So chassis setup was his thing. The chassis man.
Dale Jarrett has a new pit crew. The tire changers and Jack Mann and
yeah, they didn't. But we love the sport, and if you look at the names of the drivers today, and if you know like some family history, it's this 3rd, 4th generation family members that are keeping the sport going. And those people, whether they're sponsors or not, will still continue to build cars and race because that's what we do. And so, it's like all we know. You know with your kids, you know how it is. It gets in your blood, and no matter what you do to get away from it sometimes, because sometimes it's really grueling and you just need a break. Like after doing 2 seasons, 96 and 97, I was like, I'm done.
89. Bill?
Oh, you bet. Oh, you bet. I've got the Bristol. He won Bristol in the Busch Grand National in 96. I've got the page. I got photographs of that because I gave them to the driver. I'm friends with the driver. I've been friends with him since he was 12, or since I was 13 or 14. But yeah, I've got those setup pages are cool. Another thing I didn't realize. I'm sorry, let me see. I gotta get something. I get a photo.
But the leaders continue to run.
I wonder how long they'll continue to run, Mike.
Probably blur up everything.
How many laps they can run on a tank of fuel, but I think it's got to be getting close.
Closer than you know, Ned. The leader, Dale Jarrett, should pit this time. And likely Rusty Wallace will come with him.
I didn't put the setups in his folder yet.
3 leaders will come down pit road. I guarantee you Rusty Wallace will come in with him.
Matt Kenseth is in as Kenny Schrader leaves. They're working on Steve
He told me to
Park's
take a
car here,
picture of it and email it if I had a way to email it to the driver so he'd have it for records. And I did, and he was thrilled to get them because, you know, it's like...
55 miles an hour once they hit that first line. That's the speed limit on pit road for cruise safety.
Here comes the leader, Dale Jarrett, to a stop. Mike Trower and Kevin Gilman go to work on the tires. A good pit stop. They'll have
I have so many documents. Every time I get in my folder of photos, I say, I've got to sort this out. I've got to sort this out. I don't have time to sort this out.
So I almost made the dumbest mistake of my life.
So, it takes me a second to find these things. Oh, yeah. Trying to show something that's not going to show too much. Okay, this is just a pole setup. It's not a race setup. So this is basically the idea of how this was the day they got the pole at Bristol. So that is the setup, and if you want to screenshot that, I'm not going to leave it up forever, but it's got a lot of stuff. It's got shocks. Let me see what it has on there.
There's so much friction there. 9 out of 10 times it'll bend the middle part.
I got the race one too. Every time the car hits the track, one of these sheets would be made out. But the other thing too, he would also like write it on the pocket notebook and transfer it. But this, so he can do it neatly, he said. But let me see, he went out, did a 15.97, 15.84, and then in. And that was his pole. First pole out of 46 starts, my dad wrote on there. He always made people go faster.
Early damage to Wally Dallenbach being taped over.
Let's see if I can zoom in and see. Oh, let me see. Does it? In out times, tire temps. Got the.
And then so far that championship pit crew that Dale Jarrett has hired.
Water, oil temps.
Right now he's pretty much out there right by
sticker. He had a lot of notes because it was the qualifying sticker. Good qual setup. 3+5 over.
Look at the orange car on the right side of your screen.
55 car messed us up, maybe 10th or 10th and a half in 205, and that was when he did a he was doing a 1657.
And what happened to Dale Earnhardt?
And then when he went out, he did a 1597.
Finishing up with that first can.
1584. 1584 was what he qualified. So that's one of the sheets.
The fuel man slips in it.
This
is the receptacle.
Let me see what this sheet is.
93 laps are complete in the Daytona 500.
Is this the same one, or is this the... This one you won't be able to read too good. Practice sheet. Oh, this is the winning sheet. Let me see. But that's basically the format he used.
Online automotive superstore with millions of brand name parts and accessories
I'm
to
looking.
choose from.
This one has tire temps.
Parts, free shipping too. It's the place
That one has frame heights. Oh, another thing he did was he would measure the frame heights in the garage, but he also, if in their assigned pits, he would make sure he measured them again before they started the race. In case you wreck, you can always bring you back to frame heights. So you measure it out on pit road as well, because you can't go back to the garage and measure it in some situations. This talks about tape, talks about brakes. This time, let's see, time 10:30, 10:20 in the morning. This must have been a practice. It is a practice, and then that's the race setup, I think, in the bottom. Let's see. I know I'm not showing you right now because I didn't. I want to make sure I can see. Let's see.
Could leave Jarrett out there by himself with no one to drive.
Zoom in. Can't even find. It's got all the track bar notes.
Just a little ways back, just about a
Still
second.
a little
So if
loose.
he gets
All the
out there
notes
by
of the
himself,
each. This
I
is
think
3
Rusty
practice
can
sessions.
maybe
1,
help him there.
2,
Looks like the game
and then
plan,
the
they get
last
together
one.
before it's all over.
The last one here is the winning setup, I believe. Or that might be the pole setup. But this is more the setup stuff. And this is his
scoring tower.
stuff anyway.
Headset, handed it over to Tim Hudson, NASCAR's new chief scorer.
That's
the headset is passed.
Well, I'll tell you, he's had a remarkable career.
Yeah,
He was scoring races when I was racing.
Oh no, I could send it on Discord. I will.
In NASCAR since it started. Joe Epton. And then
It's just I got like from the practice to the pole to the race. I got all 3 of those setups.
Dignified man too. I went in there many a time with smoke.
Oh,
coming out
good,
both
good.
nostrils, and I'd say, I know I beat this
Did
guy.
they
He'd
have
say,
to
"Buddy,
start
you
by
beat me."
points?
I just go
Or
back in my car and argue with him because he was always right.
no, he's
Until
further up
recently,
in points.
Scoring was
Yeah.
all done by hand on scoring lap charts, one for each car, and tapes were done of the car. Each car as they passed the start-finish line. Morris's nickname was Morris Never Missed One Yet, Kev.
There you go. Of course, it's done electronically now. Each of the cars
Yeah.
has a chip on them as they come across the start-finish line. It'll register, but they still have a score for each driver in the scoring stand there as a backup situation, just in case the electronic deal should not work.
I could bring up
102 laps, Ned. Mark Martin leads Dale Jarrett and Rusty Wallace.
Yes,
3 of
correct.
those fast Fords out front.
I follow the cars stuff so much, and Huffman, he's doing good. He won a twin 40s at Wake County this evening and got the pole too. He was like 2/10 faster than everybody. He like waxed him. They probably gonna hate him. We used to hate when the other track people would come and wax our ass.
They're basically by themselves. Now, they lapped the Tide car just a second ago, and the difference in the great draft, he's able to run right with them now. Scott's able to hold right on to him, and he's running the same speed as the leaders that just lapped him. That's what the draft will do for a race car.
Good learning experience for him in the draft. He doesn't have that kind of experience excepting what he ran in the IROC series, because the other forms of racing that he's been doing, you don't draft as much as you do here in the stock cars NASCAR.
Well, the guy I was talking about is Scott Pruitt, and what he's doing right now, he's in that lead draft, and he went from 188 to about 191.
It goes by how they ran overall the last weekend and where they finished. Really? Nothing to do with points anymore? I'm out of the loop. This is why I'm watching these. I'm watching like every Daytona until the present day so I can get the plot. Like, I don't know how they got to the next gen they got. You know what I'm saying? I missed the plot in between because I didn't follow racing for a little bit.
Mark Martin's pit and said, how about we all hook up together? Remember, Martin had that bad tire.
Oh,
He pitted early.
shoot.
So they are going to try to pit together. It's a long way down the road, but that's the game plan.
Yeah, mistakes, if you make them early, you can usually recover, but when it's the last stage, yeah, bummer, man. Just got to do it the same and not think this is the last stage. I can't screw up. You know, it's so much pressure nowadays. Oh my God.
And CBS Sports coverage
But,
of the
David,
Daytona
I
500
hope
continues
everyone's
after
having
this
fun.
message.
That's the
And a
one
local
thing that we
CBS
always
station.
had fun, even when it stunk. The only time we didn't have fun is if someone got really bad hurt or a bad accident or, you know,
start with something that's just a slab of ground, and you help build a dream
you know,
alongside the people who live
bad
in
stuff, you know, a team member get hurt or something like that. Those are the types of things that we consider bad and as racers, we just hiccup and we keep on going. We keep on going because we just know that's all part of it. You know, the bad wrecks or the you know, disappointing finishes and stuff. We just know that's all part of it.
You know that tower
Oh God,
with the
did it
flashing
again.
lights in the parking lot
I
of
hit
your
the wrong
local
button.
store? Yeah, we make that.
Okay, there we go.
What it is,
Yeah, it's
electric,
just.
it can be broken.
But man, it's so hard to not have pressure. I just hope everyone's having fun, and I just never seen these
That goes way back. In
kids have so
1980,
much
he was up in
freaking
Madison,
pressure on
Wisconsin,
them.
crushed his foot, broke his leg in a race.
But I
was
mean,
told
we
he wasn't
handled
gonna
it,
be
I
able to run
guess.
for
But
a
we
year.
were
He
always
said, "I'm
having
gonna have
fun
to be
too.
back
You
in a month."
remember? I don't
He
even
said later, that
see. They don't even do
doctor,
this
I was very lucky
anymore.
with that doctor because he understood. That doctor was the father of Eric Hayden. The
They
Olympic
don't
gold
do it
medal
anymore.
speed
Like
skater.
we used
And,
to go to
Mark
the
incidentally said I was
hotels
racing
and
again in
everybody
3
have
weeks.
their door open on Saturday night, and we
never won the Daytona 500.
room hop,
His and every other team
and we
prepares for
were
this
all
race through the
friends. And then
entire
on the
offseason.
at the track, we were
asked Mark Martin,
competitors.
what about his chances of
It's
winning
just
this
a little
500?
bit different now. You know, like
I won
everybody
every
prop
race that
their
I
hotel
entered,
doors
and,
open with their
my
coolers, and
whole
everyone
team feels the same
grilled
way.
out on the patios at the
There's a lot
hotels.
of
I mean, we
effort.
just had
The last 3 months has been focused
do an
right
engine change in the
squarely
parking
on
lot.
the Daytona 500.
You know,
The problem with that
you
is you've had another
you
50
race
race
dirt
teams
too.
that do
You
the
know
same
all that
thing,
stuff.
It's a very competitive race, and there will
see.
only be one winner.
NASCAR official page.
Mark Martin out front with Dale Jarrett, but that second pack is beginning to close. The gap had
standings.
stabilized at 2.3 seconds. Let's look back. Here they are, just 1.6 seconds behind the leaders.
I kept up with
You have so many cars
Reese's.
just behind there. These 2 cars just behind
What to
the
watch,
Mark
playoff
Martin and
hole.
Dale Jarrett cars are back just a little bit.
I
and
watched
they're actually
Priest,
holding
like,
the
kinda
front
lose
bunch
some
as that other group
standings.
is motoring right
I don't
up
know
on
if he'll
them. And
get
Rusty
in
Wallace
around
has
the
a car
bubble or what, but I
equal to any
think,
car
are
that's
you
in
guys
front of him
in
right
it?
now.
Now, how would you know,
I know
that,
that's so
Buddy
bad
Baker?
to
Well, I've
ask.
had to do that before. I came out one time 18 seconds behind, and they kept calling off the times, and I kept picking up and picking up. It's a great feeling. Oh, in the car.
I don't-
Yeah, I drove that number 2.
The thing
and
that
some
just
test
looks.
programs.
I didn't
Rusty
like
broke
the
collarbone
fires and
in
stuff and the
skiing
way
match.
it's
He
designed
called me and
underneath.
said,
Now
"Would you
they've
go to
got those
Talladega for
curves
us?"
out
And I went,
behind
"Are
the
you kidding me?"
behind
And
the
I went down
front
there, and
wheels
I
so
will tell
that
you
the
something. It's the first time
rubber
I skipped
doesn't
to
get
the
stuck
shower
in there
all
and
the
set
time.
fire
I
and
felt
crazy.
like a kid again. I enjoyed it.
It's like
and it's nice to see the car run well.
when
But I pulled
Priest
for
got upside
everybody out
down and
there.
I saw what
And
the
I want you
underneath
to
of
know,
that
because
car
I
looked
tested
like. I'm
for
like,
him, he had a broken
it's a
shoulder.
wonder this
Has
thing
nothing
don't
to
take
do
off.
with
It
the way
would
I
like,
feel about the rest of the people in this field.
it looks like
Wallace
a
was
drone.
skiing. He was 50 feet
I
from
mean,
the bottom of the
it's
mountain
crazy.
on the last run of the day. Got his tips crossed up. Went end over end.
And then let's see where the drivers will pit for Saturday. What is that? Now we used to. The pits were like the champion had first, and then everything was by qualifying. Okay, you are in the play. I thought you were in the playoffs. I was not
To get away in a brand new Ford.
sure how where though. I know Priest keeps being on the bubble with Boucher, which is his own teammate, which is kind of.
And it comes off the corner.
Oh, good. Oh, good. So that's really good. That's really good, in spite of everything.
Because usually when you lose the back like that in the draft, you don't get it back straight. Just great driving got him corrected there.
I know that there's been a lot of other storylines that take
200 to home.
precedent.
There's Earnhardt with the 99 of Jeff Burton.
But there's
Can
so
Earnhardt
much
win
luck
an
involved.
eighth
Look at
Winston
poor
Cup
Connor
championship?
Zillich, busts his ass climbing
there's so
out of
many
a
people
car.
this year that
He's
feel
out.
they have
I
a
mean,
chance to
what?
win the championship. It's going to be tougher than it has been in some of the years that he did win a championship.
Luck's
I think
so
competition
much
level
of it.
goes up a little
So
bit
much of
every
it's
year.
luck.
If you ask him, he'll tell you silly question, but not exactly in those words. He feels he can do it.
Boy, I'm telling you, some of these cars are a little
I didn't
scary.
realize they
Geoff
ran.
Burton just lost the back of that car when he fell in behind the 3 car. It wiggled 2 or 3 times, so apparently the tires are getting pretty hot and they're wiggling around.
Oh, yeah, the trucks. Wait a minute. What did they say?
Jimmy Pennick is crew chief for Mark Martin, who's leading the race. We're well after the halfway point. You're in the lead. Now what?
Jeez, Ryan's running crappy.
We want to try to do this one more stop. We had to come in early because we had a cut tire, but we're looking at it pretty close here. We might be able to do it at one stop and stretch this run here.
Okay,
I'm looking at the race times. I'm a stopwatch person. I know now it's on the phone, but I'm not at a racetrack without a stopwatch. Bowman's 9th.
Got a little bit off of
Okay.
pit stop. 2/10 on pit road costs us that much
Oh,
on the racetrack, you know. So
yeah, I'm not a fan. Not a
somewhere between
fan.
145 and 150, and Mark's
I
gonna drop off.
liked-
So the 88's going to be a little bit in trouble by himself for a little bit.
I like the stage points, but I don't like the stage breaks. But I'm not a competitor and aware of the benefits or not. But I feel like that hurts. It's not, this all started when we had competition cautions, and I remember Dover in the 90s, the tires were ripping up, and Darlington too. So they were blowing out by lap 45, so they at lap 30 or something would have a competition caution for the safety of the drivers. Now I feel like the stage breaks, the competition cautions, and are not safe for the driver. Safety and innovation was like what we always looked at. Safety was number 1, innovation number 2. But
they go forever on fuel.
I'm not working on these cars, not working with these teams, so I don't know from firsthand. Firsthand, the next gen cars just seem like they can't do much to make them run better. Like the teams have zero control. I was even told they issue them all the shocks now and everything. And the springs, they're all one package or something. I mean, see, this is why I'm watching, watching in order to, because I lost the plot of where they went from technology from here to where they are now. Like, okay, I hear all these people talk. This is how stupid I am. I hear people talking about an SB2 motor. I'm like, whoa, what's an SB2 motor? A small block 2 with a different compression. I'm like, it's a freaking small block. Smokey Unique. We had them in every race car. Why are you calling them stupid shit? Like SB2. Like it's something special. Like everything is so weird.
Looking toward the end of the race, Ned, if they stop now, they'd still need one more pit stop. 67 laps to go.
You're right.
On a pit stop, Fritos takes you
Yeah.
the race to show you.
Yeah, we had trailing arms.
As the team changes right side tires.
Boy, oh boy, you see these wrecks here when they roll over and they flip. I'm watching the trailing arms to see if they get bent or walk a jog, you know. 'Cause that's your whole control, that and your wheels. You can bump, like our bodies, we could crunch them all over the place, but just those 4 wheels.
And in less time than you can get your credit card into the slot at your local
Yeah.
gas station to pump your own fuel, 4 fresh tires and a tank of 76 racing
Yeah,
gas.
boy, Dirt's had us suffering lately of all kinds of crashes and accidents. I know one thing that we realized in the modifieds when they went from tour modifieds to SKs and things like that to slow them down because we were losing a lot of people in the 70s and 80s. Mostly the 80s.
Oh yeah, it's feeding time at the zoo here, and a lot of adjustments on these cars.
So they went to a smaller engine. But the one thing that they would say about the SKs is you can't punch the gas to get out of somebody's way either. Like you gotta be able to have snap acceleration for the driver to control the car in a dicey situation to avoid a wreck or something. And I feel like the restrictor plates stopped all that. And then they want to take tire away. I say put 6 cylinders. And, well, they had that. Never mind those little hand grenades. Oh my God! But there's got to be something.
Pressure adjustment to Rusty Wallace. Bill Stevens.
Something. There got to be something to do with running a 4-cylinder engine, right? That would probably hand grenade too, or they still need that snap acceleration. And if the engineers could invent something like that, because you got to be able to have that quick punch of acceleration to get out of the way of a wreck or avoid, or and taking tire away. Man, we always added tire to make the car more controllable, and I just don't get that. I think they need a snappy motor and a good, reliable tire. And if they got to go wider, like Modified's a 15-inch, and those cars are only like 2,300 pounds or something, and here you got these 3,500-pound cars with, I don't know.
There to the inside, the rookie driver.
I say add more weight and don't screw with the motor.
Telemetry looking back at Kevin LePage.
But that's just me. That's what we did.
It's going to get up near 195 miles an hour.
You got to make them controllable to be safe. In our day, anyway.
The back of that lead pack.
I see trouble coming too. I see Geoff Burton.
There's a lot of things I think that if they think outside the box and just try to look at what we did in the early days. I mean, 800 horsepower in a modified that weighs 2,300 pounds was ridiculous. I get that. And then the SKs come along, but
looking at Dale Jarrett, second place car, and just in front of him is teammate Mark Martin.
I like the Tour right now. I think the Hans device made a big difference. Safer barriers made a big difference. But still, the modifieds, I would say, power per weight, they're snappy. Snappy little beasts. The Smart Tour and the Whelen Tour.
Martin on point.
But another idea, short tracks, I don't know, New Smyrna tomorrow night, right? This is Saturday, right? These tracker dates.
All these cars are on the lead.
Yeah, New Smyrna will be running this weekend tonight, and they usually have nobody in the stands. And I was thinking, minor league baseball is another thing that's around here, and I used to buy the flex passes. They need to do flex passes at these local tracks so they get 10 races of, for example, it costs $10 to get in at a ballpark, for example. I would buy a flex pass book for $75 and get 10 events paid up front and pay a discounted rate. But they get that money in escrow, see. And as long as they have a good up and up finance people, they've got 10 races of purse already in escrow. And I think that would help these tracks so much. Because you think 10 races, maybe 20 races a season up north, or something. I don't know. It just seems to me that, that works for the minor league baseball. Some of these local short tracks maybe could do flex passes so people could go at their whim. And if you have a big race, okay, like when we had a special baseball day or something, they would charge an extra $5 to get in, and you know that up front. Special events are extra $5. Whatever. To try to fill the bleachers. I think they need to fill the bleachers and not make money on the purse as much as have it cover overhead. Like in business, when my boss would say, you got to have your bread and butter, and you don't make big profit on your bread and butter, but on merch and all there you go. That's your profit.
The same car that they've worked on for several years now. This is a brand new car.
That's just one of my ideas to kind of save some short tracks that are struggling.
You really need a lot of downforce.
That way, rain delays or rain events doesn't hurt you so bad.
They could even have an advantage when you go to the flatter racetracks and take the restrictor plates off of the cars. With the downforce that they have on this car. I think they look forward to going to Rockingham.
Now, I know Volusia used to charge $5 a person or something, and they used to fill the bleachers.
In 14th place, but you see right on pace with the race leader.
But it's always our, okay, I don't sit in the bleachers. I go in the pits, so Speedweeks, God, I think for 3 nights it's $55 a night. I don't remember. Anyway, the pit pass I think was $55 for one day last year. Something like that. And who's in the pits? The families, the team. All the people that support the sport. Anyway. But why? They know we have to be there. But it's like we pay because we love it.
Probably the most frustrated
pay because we love it, and we support the sport right back to the 3 or 4 generations that built the sport that are still racing today. We're not going to leave racing, no matter how much it costs, and they know it. And
while driving a fast one.
There's no.
Well, Bill Elliott, who started on the outside of
we've always, as the competitors, footed the bill.
Position, but I guess everybody who's not first needs a little track position.
So
true enough. 55 laps to go.
I mean, I know even
on the high side.
Like
Ralph Shaheen?
We did this when Dad would work on a car. Mom would buy her pit pass and. her bleachers pass, and we'd all sit in the bleachers, and every other race car driver's families were in the bleachers. And so we were supporting it through the sales, the ticket sales, we're buying merch, the whole 9 yards.
If there's one team that can do it,
and then there's your group of fans that are awesome, and they help too. But it's like
over just a little bit, almost made contact
I don't know.
to the car to the outside.
There's Ricky Rudd coming up on the back bumper of our.
We're gonna do it no matter what. I guess is the bottom line, and they know it.
24.
And the competitors, actually, it's just they got to pay more.
Running side by side. That's Steve Park from the yellow car on the outside. Here comes Ricky Rudd.
Pay to play.
Back bumper said, "I'll help you a little bit."
Pay to play.
That's what this racetrack's all about, working together, pushing a guy down.
Racing's a bigger addiction than drugs.
When you push a guy like that.
And winning. Oh my God.
That's considered help, right?
Well,
that's what it is.
Used to beg them, come on, let's get going here and get away from these people.
Our Texaco Haviland cam.
Yeah, that like 3 team members get a discount or something. Just because, you know what it is, the whole life of that. Traveling and with a family and eating away from the track. We had a camper most of the time, or my parents had a motor coach or something, which helped. So we weren't eating out all the time. And many, many, many races. Dad would go in and Mom and us kids would sit in the camper during the race, because Dad was there to work, and we aren't going to blow his few $100s on all our bleacher seats.
There's Steve Park. Came into the pits.
Yeah.
The hood.
Stafford fights with that all the time, too. I think Stafford would benefit from flex passes, because I saw their bleachers this evening. I watch Stafford every Friday on Flow. They were half empty.
Without any riding on that car, just a plain white vanilla car.
Man, there couldn't be a seat in the house when I went there in the 70s.
Qualifying race has got him sponsorship there from the Lycos people. We understand is for the year, so good for him.
I think it used to be 10 or 15 to get in the 70s, 80s.
We used to call Benson the bespectacled ASA champ from Michigan.
I think it used to be $20 for a pit pass at Monadnock when we were racing there.
So it's worked out great.
Yes, and
15 in the stands, kids under 12 free. We were really tiny girls. As you see up in the top left picture, there's 3 little girls in red and white jackets. That was for Ronnie. That actually goes with the car that's got the spoiler in the garage, the Camaro. That Camaro ran Daytona, I think. It ran Stafford, too, and finished third the first time in 1971.
And this will certainly change the complexion.
It was a
of
Wednesday
this
night
race,
open
because
race.
Now, if everyone makes pit stops, they can go the distance.
And I think it's going to be very critical as to who gets out front.
You're exactly right, Ned.
Yeah, that red Camaro with the white roof was the 4-time Seekonk Speedway champion.
Right about now.
Talk about pressure. Drivers have pressure. When they come on pit road, you want to talk about pressure. These guys, they perform and they perform well. But if you make a mistake,
Did he drive the 25 car? He drove the 47 initially. This was his first. He won the Talladega 500 in 1981. They do a lot of the shows about this being the most unexpected win or something by a driver. That car was Ronnie in 81, and in 82 it changed to solid yellow with blue.
44 laps to go, 43
the blue
when they come by. If pit road opens,
Stacy, JD Stacy.
There you see the damage to the left side of Andretti's car.
Banner, JD Stacy cars, Joe Ruttman, Tim Richmond, Ricky Rudd, Benny Parsons.
That's really just a donut.
I'm thinking there was 7 or 8 that ran the Stacy. And I think it was in
It's Andretti's 7th Daytona 500.
Ottinger's garage, maybe.
Racing great Mario Andretti's nephew and working
that might be the wrong name. Trying to think. Curb Records and all was involved in it. Osterlin. Osterlin show.
Cars to pit road.
They were all. There's pictures of them all.
They've just told him, "Whoa it on down." Mark Martin stops perfectly in his pit stall. Jackman Mike Aaron was hit.
Sorry, pictures of them all like lined up in that Osterlin garage. I think Stapleton 42 was covered some of it. You'll see that Stacy car in there. One of his museum things. One of them that was in Concord that was closed in the curb thing, I think. I'm trying to remember. I had it's about a year ago I saw it. And I said, oh man.
Because they beat those front runners.
Yeah. When my dad was not officially.
Apparently someone has been hit.
Ah, Jesus Christ.
Looks like a member of Tony Stewart's crew is down.
There's a tire across the grass again. Came off
I
of
hate
someone's
that.
car.
We believe, again, that Tony Stewart has hit a tire,
yeah,
perhaps from the 18. Hit the tire and the crew member.
No, that's
went
not.
Down.
Anyway.
So we'll update that situation for you.
My memory is getting really shabby on that early 80s stuff.
A lot of spots on pit road. We'll try to recap the others for you when we come back. 157 laps are complete.
He was with that team till 83, but that 47 there, the crew chief I think was Bob Johnson. He was Ronnie's modified crew chief from Stafford after he left his own team. Because that 35 and all that, they won all the championships with Ronnie owned, so it was much easier to be hired as a driver. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, the Stacy car. That was the 81. The 82 was Stacy and all of them. And then 83, it went back to kind of looking like that again. Kind of looking like the 47 of 81. It had more white on it. But Dad also, even though he would go with Ronnie 2 tracks, even if he wasn't working on the car, to make sure the car was safe, he would overlook it, you know, always check shit out for Ronnie.
Morning, Tommy.
Yeah, I did. Actually, the photo that I made that little emote on, I'll show you. I think if I have the emote of the bigger.
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
This. Okay, this is the actual picture that I shrunk down.
Amazing. That car never
That was at Talladega. I know it's really small.
Formula 3 motor oil. Add more life to your car.
I have the photo somewhere too, but anyway, that car in that photo is being driven by Dale Earnhardt Jr. It was a pre-race show that never happened because of a storm or something. They didn't have pre-race ceremonies at at Talladega. And everybody that worked on that car originally had a hand in rebuilding that restoration. My dad built the shocks for it. Steve Bird worked on the team. He wasn't the crew chief at the time. Like I said, Bob Johnson was.
My father got me into it, and now it's my turn. Hey, can I borrow the keys to your car this weekend?
Oh, jeez, look at these old commercials.
Families are great support, but I compete with my brother. So do the Burtons, the Wallaces, we all want to win. Hey, look,
my dad was with Squid, Kenny Wallace in 97. 97.
No.
Skipping ahead.
Bobby Gordon is one of those up there in the 8th, running in the 6th position.
When they rebuilt that. But anyway, that was when Dale Jr. was out there test driving it, and you saw Dale Jr. had in Dirty Mo Media the 47 Ronnie Bouchard shirt on.
Trying to get back in line with the guys on the inside. Bobby Gordon almost got in the left rear corner of him in the center of the corner.
Yeah. Like the 87s on the sim. You needed a kidney belt. Look at this Daytona race here back in, this is 2000. Look how beat up the track is. Like cracked and everything. Pit road was all cracked.
Well, now it's 7 single file. Trying to establish some sort of breakaway.
But I was looking back at the history. Daytona track took quite a hit when they put all that lighting in, and then that was to have the firecracker race at night, and then they had the wildfires, and the race was canceled, so they had to have took a hit on that. So that was about the one time I felt really, real bad for him.
Earnhardt Jr.'s car, they said the grill may have a hole in it. There it is, right on that left side there. That will take a little aerodynamics out of the car because that screen actually lets the air pass over the car and helps a little bit, but that should not hold him back if he can get up under somebody.
Now that single file group has gotten to 10 cars.
Oh, way better. I totally agree.
1993.
I think
lap 168.
this.
Was then contending.
I think
these back in it again today.
These cars are called Gen 4 or something, maybe similar to Gen 4 that we're watching right now.
Down out of turn number 2.
When I was working with
he was to
a couple teams from like 96 and 97, 95, I moved south in 95, so I was at the tracks more. In 95, 96, and 97, I was at the track a lot.
Can I believe he brushed the wall up in turn number 3? They were 3 abreast there. A little bit of smoke there from Colt's cars.
I think those cars,
access road and the road course.
to me, were safe. Or safer. Now, they broke a lot of bones, but they hit a lot of
at lap 169,
walls.
it is the
walls were real, no safer barriers back then and all.
So he's going to park it on the road course and walk back in.
Directly behind you on the road.
The 1990 winner. Driving for Bud Moore out of Spartanburg, South Carolina.
Yeah, when he won in 1990, he came and did an appearance at Monadnock. We were racing late models then.
He was one of the better.
Not my dad, but my ex and I owned a team for a little.
Caution is out. You have enough fuel to go the distance. Do you stop now?
I don't think those that change 4 tires will, and the way those are running that change 2 tires, I don't think they will either. I don't think they'll give them that track position.
Sorry, I sneezed.
Right.
But
what they're doing right now is everybody
that car now travels around in a traveling. I don't know if they're down for the weekend or not. I haven't asked that if the Bouchards came down. His sister still does.
Get him, Mark.
His sister still does stuff with us.
Is a guy that wants to get to the front also, and that's
or still comes down to Daytona and does stuff for the museum. And Dad
will be done cleaning up with this caution shortly and be back under green.
My dad always meets with the Bouchard, the daughter Joanne, and His brother Kenny, he worked with a lot too.
In
In fact, on my banner, the 35 that's white isn't Ronnie's, it's Kenny. That was won the New England All-Star race.
Benson, second
with that car.
generation
It was
driver from the Midwest,
a series of 7 or 8 races, and they won that championship.
Dale Jr., 4th and 5th.
Oh, where's my thing? I wanted to show you that what they're doing with that car now, that 47.
Leading this race, it's not over yet now. Have you talked to the Bill Elliott gang about running toward the finish line together?
Well, naturally, we're getting close enough to the end of this thing. It's kind of every man for himself, but we made every deal that we can make. We feel like we got a pretty good race car. If we can get the lead here and get out a little bit, I think we'll be just fine.
Remember, this crew got here without a sponsor here in Daytona until 10 o'clock last night when Lyco signed on for the rest of the season. To Ralph.
Let's see if I got it in
got a
this
lucky break
file.
earlier today. This is a tire that was on the car. See the puncture? They didn't even know they had a tire going down until they got the car off the car and were able to check it. They asked Dale, did you feel that? He said, no, I did. Very lucky break there. Dick Bergman.
Dale Jarrett and Geoff Burton have made a deal. When they get the green flag, those two cars are going to go upstairs. If they make some time, get further forward, Mark Martin is going to be told by his crew chief just about the time they're about to pass him. At which point, Mark's going to go upstairs and block him. We'll see if that works out, Mike.
You expect to see Monty Hall patrolling pit road. Let's make a deal.
Okay.
Here's Derek Cope.
Let me scroll down.
They
Don't
call it
get
the
dizzy.
super stretch, the back stretch at Daytona, and into turn 3, the black car.
And you see some smoke coming from the car, so apparently the engine let go as he went into the turn. Let's see if he gets up into the wall. Everybody
Here it
else,
is.
Slowing down there behind him.
Ned, I think what he did was to get out of everybody's way. He just went up and barely brushed the wall, but you were right. He did blow a motor in turn 3.
Pause that just a second. I'm terrible with these things. This is the Ron Bouchard Museum that they tow around. And the car is in the trailer, and they'll take it out, and then my banner, there's a picture of my son in it somewhere. But the car is in the trailer, and they also have every inch of the inside of the trailer lined with photographs. Like, photographs, oops. That's that. Let me see this here. We were delivering a... There we go. See? They have a museum up in New England, but they also have this traveling trailer as a museum. And the museum is located where we built his first race cars. And they go to New Smyrna and open this up, have the car there, and all of that. Let me pause that. So, we were given, like I said, a trophy from one of the drivers from our hometown that passed. He gave his trophy to Dad with a note. And it's in the museum now in Fitchburg. And I actually have photos. I have a video of it out of the car. That's what I'm grabbing. If I can. Here we go. The modified reunion. Let's see if this has got it. This one should have the car. It was wicked windy that day. My dad worked on a couple of those cars in the day too. Let's see if scoot ahead. Oh, I know what that's Ralph Earnhardt's car right there. Let me see. This is at New Smyrna. I'm trying to see if they... it's not this one. Let me skip one. That's Priest's car. I just walked in the pits. I had to... Oh, shoot. Not that one either. Wait a minute. I'll find it. There's a picture. Anyway. I was trying to find that one of the car outside the museum. The rolling museum. I have photos. I have videos of it. I just neglecting to find them right off. Let's see. We'll find them. We'll find them. Come on, man. It was already a year ago. A year plus. Wow. 3, 2. New Smyrna Pits, Daytona. Here it is. The reunion. Oh, I won't play the music because I'll probably get dinged. But anyway, there's Richie's old car. This is Ronnie Bouchard's son, Robbie. He used to drive. This is my dad. This is Burgie, who worked on the cars back when... And he's married to Ronnie's sister. And Judkins is Priest's grandfather's car represented. This is, as you could see, whoop, that was what I wanted to show you. See how they have... inside the trailer, they've got the photos all around. They've got photos here people were delivering for them to put up again, but it goes all the way around. I have a video of the whole thing, but like let me see if we could see the car. It's right behind my dad. Oh, this is Steve. This is another New England racer. See, they brought the car there and all of that. They even said to my son, get in there. Please rewind 15 seconds. Okay. Did that thing... Let me snooze as much as I can here. Johnny Benson did an awesome... Yes. Let's see. There's Richie Evans' car. Of course, this is New Smyrna. We used to have a modified reunion for years. Every Friday, race week. And this was the last one because they got some new guy in charge that tried to make money on it. Oops, shit.
In his 23rd attempt,
God dang it.
20th. Rusty Wallace in his 18th try to win the 500.
Such a
right now is
ding-dong.
8th. Mark Martin. 16 Daytona 500s.
Try this again.
Third, Michael Waltrip, 12.
The only reason I put music is because the little kids were talking, and I just don't want
best shape to try to break that long stretch for him of 16 tries to win the 500.
This is Ronnie's son, Robbie. This guy here, his name is Brio El Fago. He built the first race cars up in New England back in the day. I think his either his grandson or grandnephew drives now.
Led by Johnny Benson, Bill Elliott.
This is my dad. This is Bob Bergeron. He married Ronnie's sister, so he and Ronnie's sister travel all around. This guy, the Bob Judkins t-shirt, is Ryan Priest's grandfather's car represented. And that's the 2X across the way. They own that now. That Eddie Flemke drove. Ryan Priest's grandfather built. There's my mom. There's Ronnie's sister, Joanne, and she drives this all over the East Coast for the museum. And yeah, so anyway, that's how they travel around now with that 47.
Benson was dropped from the Jack Roush multi-car team after last season.
The Pontiac Valvoline, same year of this race, or the next, it might, trying to remember who, but Johnny Benson's wicked cool. I only got to meet him like briefly in my parents' living room, and I thought my dad worked for him because of that memory, and he said no, he was there to ride Birdie's boat. I guess back then, you know, they used the boat dock more.
Jr. to the outside of Mark Martin.
I lived in Mooresville, but they lived in Mooresville, Davidson, Mount Morn.
Like that a lot of times.
I think they had a Mooresville address. They were there on Lake Norman, like around T5, right, like where the highway goes over the water into Davidson. They lived around the cove for the longest time.
And defending Winston Cup champion Dale Jarrett.
It's going to be interesting when he gets to Mark Martin's 6th car just in front of him. Dale Jarrett's really turned it up one notch. And here comes Rusty Wallace also making a charge towards the front.
Roy Burton is making a charge there down on the inside in the 22 car. Now remember,
rewind
in case you've forgotten, fans are just tuned in, those 2 cars in front, Johnny Benson in the white car and Bill Elliott in 2nd place. I
want to see what happened.
Time fixed everything back, and hopefully this thing will be all right for the end now.
Okay, for the people back home, what is the racetrack like right now? Is it pretty slick or is it in good shape?
Oh, thank you, David. I always enjoy talking to you. It's so cool. Just have fun. Have fun. And do well.
Everybody's pretty much just fine-tuning off of, after the first 50 laps, we're all trying to figure out the balance for the rest of the race.
It's the greatest life in the world if you don't crack up.
Best we can, bud.
What other sport?
I'm in Flagler.
Athletes as they compete.
I'm in Flagler right now.
Aerial coverage to Goodyear and the crew of the Blink Stars
my
and
parents are
Stripes.
down
Goodyear celebrating 75
in Ormond.
years for its well-known airship
We usually
fleet.
kind of watch everything on TV because of the traffic.
We'll go back to green
My
flag
nieces might be
racing.
going to the
Johnny
track. They
Benson
usually
in
do.
the Pontiac. Pontiac hasn't won here since '83.
You have a
Benson,
great
second-generation
weekend.
driver from the
Seriously.
Midwest, is in the lead
All
with
the
Bill
best
Elliott,
wishes,
Mark
lucks,
Martin,
and prayers
the
for
Earnhardt.
everything
Dale
to
and
go
Dale Jr., fourth
positive.
and
Because
fifth.
you guys,
Let's whip around pit road.
guys
First
have
Bill Stevens.
momentum.
And with changes, the crew chief for Johnny Benson. You're leading this race. It's not over yet. Now, have you talked to the Bill Elliott gang about running toward the finish line together?
Well, naturally, we're getting close enough to the end of this thing. It's kind of every man for himself, but we made every deal that we can make. We feel like we got a pretty good race car. If we can get the lead here and get out a little bit, I think we'll be just fine.
Remember, this crew got here without a sponsor here in Daytona until 10 o'clock last night when Lycos signed on for the rest of the season. To Ralph.
Dale Jarrett got a lucky break earlier today. This is a tire that was on the car. See the puncture? They didn't even know they had a tire going down until they got the car off the car and were able to check it. They asked Dale, did you feel that? He said, no, I didn't. Very lucky break there. Dick Berggren.
Dale Jarrett and Geoff Burton have made a deal. When they get the green flag, those 2 cars are going to go upstairs. If they make some time, get further forward, Mark Martin is going to be told by his crew chief just about the time they're about to pass him, at which point Mark's going to go upstairs and block him. We'll see if that works out, Mike.
You expect to see Monty Hall patrolling pit road. Let's make a deal. Here's Derek
Talk
Cole
to you soon.
heading down.
Blessings.
They call it the super stretch, the back stretch at Daytona.
Blessings
and
and traveling grace.
And you see some smoke coming from the car, so apparently the engine let go as he went into the turn. Let's see if he gets up into the wall. Everybody else slowing down there behind him.
Ned, I think what he did was to get out of everybody's way. He just went up and barely brushed the wall, but you were right. He did blow a motor entering turn 3.
Ricky Rudd in his 23rd attempt is currently 20th. Rusty Wallace in his 18th try to win the 500 right now is 8th. Mark Martin, 16 Daytona 500s, and he's sitting in 3rd. Michael Waltrip 12th. Kenny Schrader, Terry Labonte, Kyle Petty. Martin is in the best shape to try to break that long stretch for him of 16 tries to win the 500.
Mike, we need to update John Andretti. A while back, we mentioned that he might have scraped the wall over in turn 2, but he's still on the lead lap. He's been back into the pit during this caution, making repairs on his Pontiac. He's back in 25th position, but still on the lead lap.
The cars in the outside lane, 26 of them are on the lead lap, and they're led by Johnny
If I glitch,
Benson,
I'm just opening
Bill
something real
Elliott, and Mark Martin as they come down to take the green flag. 25 laps to go.
And the best thing right now that Johnny Benson has going for him is Jeff Gordon on the inside right there. They're not able to swing down and get a run on him off the corner there. As they head down towards the back straightaway, you can see Benson's holding them side by side.
All week long, Benson's Pontiac has been better out front than when it's been behind other cars.
I know one thing, he's making a statement whether he wins this race or not. You know, last year he was pretty well wrote off as not being that competitive on Major Speedway, but buddy, he's making a statement today.
Benson was dropped from the Jack Roush multi-car team after last season. As from Dale Earnhardt, we look back at the Busch Series champion and Winston Cup rookie Earnhardt Jr.
Jeff Gordon is giving them plenty of room to race. He's not up there, charging and holding back anybody. He's letting them go at it themselves, and I tell you, that's real sportsmanship. He could be up there racing side by side with any of those cars, which it would hurt them. So he's a good friend to a lot of people there.
Exactly right. He's pulling over and letting that outside line just go right on by now, but they're not waiting. They're starting to move around now.
Well, yeah, the time's come. You got to go.
Here's Earnhardt Jr. to the outside of Mark Martin.
And Dale Earnhardt got passed by a couple of cars. Here comes Jarrett down on the inside of Junior.
Junior will learn going up like that a lot of times to get him in trouble because Dale Jarrett's right there.
Oops, closed.
Jarrett forges ahead to fourth place.
I just closed my damn screen, didn't mean to.
Fastest qualifier. And defending Winston Cup champion Dale Jarrett.
It's going to be interesting when he gets to Mark Martin's 6th car just in front of him. Dale Jarrett's really turned it up one notch. And here comes Rusty Wallace also making a charge towards the front.
Ward Burton is making a charge there down on the inside in the 22 car. Now remember, in case you've forgotten, fans are just tuned in, those two cars in front, Johnny Benson in the white car and Bill Elliott in 2nd place, only changed 2 tires during their last pit stop. How much of an effect that'll have, I don't know. We'll see, because the other cars behind them changed 4 tires.
Well, if I was playing poker with Mark Martin just a second ago, I'd think he had a pretty good hand because he said, a few laps to go. If I have a friend, I think I have the car.
Single file, the front 6 have peeled off from the pack. Benson, Elliott, Martin, Jarrett, Jeff Burton, and Rusty Wallace. Robbie Gordon, number 13 there. And our Ford telemetry on board as he passes 93, rookie Dave Blaney.
Well, he didn't hesitate to pull right up in the middle there, that 3-car situation, did he?
Robbie Gordon go bear hunting with a switch. He's not afraid of anything. I've watched him in the past.
If there's a needle, he'll drive through the eye.
Here's Martin trying to make a move on Elliott down on the inside as they come to the start-finish line.
He brings Jarrett right along with him.
Oh, Bill Elliott's going to get clothesline. He is hung out to dry from that lead draft.
Yeah, and he's on the high side, and here comes Rusty Wallace also to put him a few more spots back.
6 cars in that lead draft. Bill's going to wind up in 6th place after running 2nd just a little bit ago. Well, now he's got a run coming down the backstretch, depending on, and it looks like he is going to pick up the draft and move back in the 5th place.
He gets shuffled back, and so is anybody else who steps out of line.
Yeah, but look at Mark Martin. He's right up on the back bumper of Johnny Benson. He wants to make a similar move on him coming off of turn 4. Can he do it? Let's see. Benson holds her right down to the inside, so no place there for Martin to make a move.
Looking for a certain thing, sending something.
They were awful close to that outside wall. You can see the dust falling as they come off turn 4.
Johnny Benson, your leader, trying to be the 6th driver to score their first Winston Cup win in the Daytona 500, joining Tiny Lund, Mario Andretti, Pete Hamilton, Derek Cope, and Sterling Marlin. We'll be back after these messages and a word from your local station.
Okay, ma'am. You claim Jeff Burton led you to believe the Exide Select battery was only for race cars?
That's right, Your Honor.
And Mr. Burton?
Not guilty, Your Honor. All I said was the Exide 99 team needs a tough, reliable battery out on the track.
Hey, I need a reliable battery, too.
But, Your Honor,
That's enough.
The Exide Select battery. It's not just for race cars.
Award for the plaintiff.
Be a part of TV history. Dave returns to The Late Show Monday. It's the return of the Morning Mix Month of Stars. All this month, find out what the stars really think about Darren Adams.
Why'd you send him here? He's harassing me.
He claims to be the ex-boyfriend. He goes on about this and that. I'm telling you, I have to, get security.
So is that your middle name, Mr. Hassel?
He is the rudest person alive. Your breath is terrible.
The Morning Mix Month of Stars. Weekday mornings.
Boy, that was old.
They'll get it restarted, but you want to be in front when you restart because you won't have many laps to go, so they're going to race right back to the flag.
That's right, Ned. The leaders have not taken the caution flag. The accident happened behind them. Here comes Benson up in turn number 3. Jarrett a car length behind him. Wallace trying to gain some ground. That's Burton in 3rd. And then Bill Elliott, Wallace trying to gain on them. And here they come to the flag for the caution flag with 8 laps to go. Benson holds them at bay. And we'll have to see if we can clear the debris and get this race restarted.
And Elliott Sadler's sitting right in the grass at the start-finish line down here with the nose caved in on that car. They need to get out there and get that car out of the way. Too bad for him, though. That was a wreck he had nothing to do with. I was kind of looking at that wreck when it happened. Looked like Earnhardt might have got into, well, we'll wait and see the replay. I don't guess.
Damage to Kenny Wallace, one of the Winston Noble 5 bonus cars. And Sadler, the second-year driver from Virginia, trying to get his car into gear and back to the pits. Not going to happen. He takes the helmet off. And the 50th anniversary season for the Wood brothers of Stewart, Virginia, who've won this race 4 times, ends. Chad Little has spun under the caution here.
A lot of damage to the front of that car.
And Ed Barrier pulls away where Chad Little is. There's Elliott Sadler. He's okay. Car is not.
Boy, I guarantee you right now, Johnny Benson's heart's beating harder than any car around here today. I guarantee you. I've been in this position. You know, it's probably going to be a drag race to the finish. And you're going, okay, all I have to do, and if anybody remembers Jeff Gordon missing the shift on the start, he had dominated the race in Pocono and come down to the last little bit of the race, missed a shift. So it's never won just because you're out front.
Now, one thing, this will be a single file restart. We're under 10 laps to go. So you won't have lap cars to contend with up there. Now, this caution could have helped Johnny Benson there because his tires, we were noticing his cars begin to wiggle a little bit. Those tires will get cooled off. He might be able to hold him off. Let's go to the pits and Dick Berggren.
I'm with Elliott Sadler. You okay?
Yeah, we're okay. We just, guys getting a little anxious there at the end and tried to stop, but the glare so bad I couldn't see Michael sideways in front of him. I couldn't tell which way his car was going and just T-boned him in the side. And just apologize to all the fans of Sitco. I tell you, we had us a good top 15 run going, and that's where we're going to finish. But again, Daytona bit us, so we'll try to get him back in Rockingham.
Last year, he only failed to finish in 2 races. Daytona 500 was one of them, Mike.
That's right, Dick. And here comes Earnhardt to pit road under the caution, along with Robert Presley and several other cars.
I expect they'll come in and take on new tires and just see if they can make a run for it here at the end.
Well, let's see what happened to bring out the 5th caution flag of the day. Michael Waltrip at the front of that group, the black and yellow car, down low.
And he gets the run, makes it 3 abreast coming off of the turn.
Coming out the corner there, Earnhardt on the outside.
Oh, Earnhardt and Spencer got together.
Spencer, yes.
Shot Michael Waltrip spinning around right in front of the whole pack.
Second day in a row.
There comes the 21 car of Elliott Sadler right into Waltrip.
Kenny Wallace was down in the infield grass, and there was a car there he couldn't avoid. Now watch that car in the middle, Jimmy Spencer and Earnhardt up high.
Poor Michael Waltrip almost stayed out of that, but he got tagged there as they made contact. They came across the racetrack and hit Michael Waltrip.
Tony Stewart was touched by an angel in that one. He was right on Earnhardt's back bumper and missed it all. Well, let's ride with Michael Waltrip.
I think he figured that he had those cars cleared, that he was passing coming off the corner there, and all of a sudden it came into him.
That's Elliott Sadler spinning after he runs into Michael Waltrip. Nowhere to go. All that smoke right into the sun.
Let's ride with Mike Skinner.
Wow, he had an angel riding with him too.
And that's what you can see. That's a great, great shot.
Michael Waltrip.
That's an ouch.
Well, Daytona hasn't been too kind to Michael Waltrip this year. Got on the roof yesterday and this here today.
We're under caution with 6 laps to go, 5 to go when we come by, trying to finish the Daytona 500 under the green flag.
This is an ordinary cell phone. This is Nextel, and it's going to change the way you do business thanks to Direct Connect, its digital two-way radio feature. Frank, you see it?
Not yet.
It ensures instant contact. Bridget.
Got it.
Cost a fraction of cellular.
It just passed.
And it makes other cell phones...
Ready now.
Obsolete.
That's so funny. It's so old school.
He finally finds a spot there at 7.
No, he's still caught out there right by himself, and he's dropping back like rain through a drain.
Well, 3 wide going into the first turn, but cars back in there trying to pick up positions.
And just 3 laps to go. The strongest Ford here all week has been Dale Jarrett, the defending Winston Cup champ. He got in a practice crash yesterday afternoon, sustained damage. Is that still the best Ford here? We are 7 miles from finding out.
Well, he's got some awful good cars behind him. He's going to have to use everything he knows about being a 2-time winner to pull this off, because Geoff Burton has already proved that he can pass Bill Elliott, one of the fastest cars.
Trouble, car in the wall. Turn 4, one car comes sliding down the track. In the wall, it's Spencer, Jimmy Spencer. Caution is out. Did the leaders get the caution?
Yes, they did. They did get the caution when they came back. Chances are this will be the race because it was been scheduled to get the white flag the next time back.
Jimmy Spencer's car stops 5 feet shy of that finish line, where all last evening fans were autographing their signatures on the yellow painted line at start finish. Spencer's race is done.
I don't think the leaders are quite sure whether they got the caution or not, but I saw the caution come down in front of them, but Dale Jarrett's taking no chances.
And Ned, in the glare, Spencer's car is going to be hard to see against the wall. All the spotters on the radios to their drivers, stay low. And here they come. Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Dale Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500 for the 3rd time. And up there, Melissa
He was
Brown,
dominating all weekend.
Also $1 million
2000.
winner, thanks to the Winston No Bull 5 bonus program.
Oh, Ned, that ride home's going to be sweet, isn't it?
Yes, it will. Going to win over $2 million here today, the largest purse ever for a NASCAR Winston Cup race.
And Dale Jarrett's crew, new this year, the tire changers and Jack Bennett tire carriers. They helped propel that car to victory.
Hopefully Jimmy Spencer's just fine.
So Jarrett, who has quite a history of winning on CBS.
Wow.
Yes, he does. He likes to run in these CBS races. He won.
You know what I want to watch next is what my dad did do in 2000.
Yeah, been good to
He
him.
ran Charlotte with the new Kiliaba team, so
So
we will
around and take the checkered
play
flag
that one
to be the Daytona
next.
500 winner. Let's check with Ralph.
Well, Todd Parrott, congratulations. I see the tears of joy coming down your face. I know what Daytona means to you. We talked to Victory Lane here in Pepsi. Tell me about it here today. How does it feel?
Give me
Winning
about,
is awesome.
Where's he at, Bob?
He don't count his chickens till they hatch.
I'll tell you how it feels when he crosses that start-finish line. It's an awesome feeling. The guys done a great job again. You know,
We never
fought
counted
so
our
hard,
chickens
so
until we
hard.
crossed that
Robert
pretty
Yates'
line.
engine department, you know, I can't believe it yet.
Whether it's at 190 miles an hour or 70.
I love Daytona.
And Dale Jarrett loves Daytona. He's a champion of this race for the 3rd time. Jimmy Spencer is out of his car. He's going to be assisted down the banking to get to the ambulance. That's 18-degree banking there. And Spencer, gathering himself, going to get a little help after the field comes by to get down and get the ride to the care center.
You think?
Boy, oh boy, I tell you. Some are happy, and I'm sure Spencer right now got so close, but you just have to wonder if he didn't maybe cut that tire as they made contact coming out of the corner up there just a few laps before that. Could have happened.
Spencer, former champion in NASCAR's modified division.
Must have busted an
One
ankle.
real tough customer. Will be a rocket.
We don't get many broken ankles and legs and stuff anymore. With safer barriers is good.
Right now. 3 times the biggest race that we run.
Look at Earnhardt comes up to give him a donut on the side of that car.
That's tradition there.
Yep.
He hits everybody that beats him.
God, racing was fun.
When Earnhardt came up there.
Ned, 2 weeks ago, you and Dale and your other son Glenn played at Augusta, home of the Masters. And in high school, you wanted your younger son Dale to be a golfer, not a racer.
And I'll tell you, that was a real treat to play at Augusta National, where CBS will be televising the Masters a little bit later on this year. But that was something very, very special. I'm glad he didn't listen to me and become.
It was very different for Earnhardt and Gordon to both have two different looking colored cars, like from their norm. They went off their norm. Dale had the red Tasmanian Devil car for that race, and wow,
hard hit for
hard.
Jimmy Spencer. There's that tire shredded as it grinds itself away along the outside wall.
And you're wondering why he isn't slowing down. The brakes have been long gone.
Dale Jarrett
I lose
is a
my train of
three-time
thought
winner of the
really,
Daytona
because
500.
I
In this
watched
42nd annual running, he joined 7-time winner Richard Petty, Cale Yarborough, and
Get
Bobby
distracted.
Allison as the only drivers in the history of this race to win it 3 or more times.
That's good company to be in.
ADD, adult attention deficit.
And money, what are you talking about? $2 million, over $2 million
the
he
race,
made in a week and a
Charlotte
half.
race next.
Well, he'd already won about, I think, over 200,000 winning the Bud Shootout last week and winning the pole. And big payday.
That's going to be a heavy plane going back to North Carolina, Ned. A couple of suitcases full.
Well, I think what will happen, see, he won't get to go back to North Carolina tonight because that car will be put in the Daytona USA here tomorrow morning, and he'll stay over for that.
That's the sad part of this. They get $100 grand for leaving the car on display, but they lose the use of it at Talladega and back here at Daytona in July. Dick Berggren?
Well, Jeff Burton, after failing to finish the last 2 Daytona 500s in a row, he comes up with his best Daytona 500 finish ever at second spot. Tell us about those last few laps. How wild was it out there?
Well, the last few laps weren't too wild. The run before that was really wild. A bunch of guys took on 2, and we took on 4, like most of the guys did that ended up in the front. And I made it 3 wide a couple times to get myself in position. That's a good day for the X-Side Ford. That's the best chance we've ever had to win a restrictor plate race. My hat's off to everybody at the fab shop and the engine shop because
I'm going to take a break
legitimately had a shot. We never let a lap
and
all day.
put up Charlotte October
like
race, same year,
all by ourselves. So this is the
and all that. It's going to be like happy hour, both qualifying or whatever.
For a few laps,
for the, I think it's the
AW
race.
And I had to pull out on my teammate late in the race, and stuff like that just agonizes you because you work so hard to get yourself in a position to be able to run with your teammate, and then you have to survive for yourself. You've got to turn left and go around him, and that stuff just agonizes you.
Congratulations to Ken Squire in Victory Lane.
What a story. The third 500 for the Jarrett family. Dale, that move in turn 2.
Oh, man. Robert Yates horsepower and Doug Yates. What can I say? Man, these guys did such an incredible job on this race car. From where we were yesterday afternoon, about 4 o'clock, to get here, just unbelievable. They worked their tails off. Who knew if we were going to get it back right? But the car was just great all day long. Things went great. You know, Geoff Bodine, we're looking forward to having you back, buddy. It's just great pit crew. They got me in and out, did a good job. Johnny Benson, man, what a call. They did a great job there. You know, the one thing I hate about the whole day is I told Mark Martin I'd work with him if we tried to go high. He went high. I started with him, and I saw the 99 die below me, and I had to protect my position, and I left Mark out there, and I regret that. I don't tell somebody I'm going to do something and then turn around and do something different, and it was just a matter of trying to protect my position. So, Mark, I hate it. No, that doesn't do any good, but I thank Ford Quality Care, Ford Credit, Coca-Cola,
Dale Jarrett's one of the good guys. He's really
everybody
one of the
that
good
helps do this
guys.
power bar. Thanks to everybody. We appreciate it. Hope it was as fun to watch as it was to be out there.
Let's get the 42nd champion of the Daytona 500 out of the Robert Yates, number 88, here in Victory Lane for the 3rd time in his career. Dale Jarrett rules at Daytona.
it was a tremendous run at the end of the race there. Tell me about when they made the pass on you. Did you give them everything you had?
Well, yeah, I wasn't going to let them by. What are you talking about, man? Dale Jarrett, awesome, great job. And it was just, it was just one of those deals that we couldn't, I couldn't stay there, and I knew the Fords are going to gang up on us. The Fords have been really good all weekend, but I'm proud of these guys in this Pontiac. I mean, we got a sponsor who likes us for the year. I don't, if we'd have wrecked on that deal, I'm still way proud of these guys. So I tell you what, I wish we would have won it. I wish I hated that yellow, but that's just how it falls.
For Johnny Benson, a 12th place finish. Take care.
It's been a tough year or two for Bill Elliott. Is third a good day for you?
Third's fantastic. I think after the year we had, we come down here, we qualified third, we won our 125, and we come home third today. Especially there, the middle part of the race, we got a little bit behind. The car got tight behind other cars. We kept adjusting. Kept working on the car here and there, and finally got it really good at the end. But still, depending on who helped you, depending on if anybody was going to make a move on DJ or Dodd. I knew when we hung the 10 car out there, he was done, and they hung me out there, and I was able to get back in line just a little bit ahead of Rusty there without losing too many spots. And I finally got my car where I could run the corner wide open, because it looked like a lot of the guys got really tight and had to run up a racetrack, and that's what happened to me there middle part of the race.
Good run. To Mike Joy.
Jarrett and Elliott are the only two former winners to finish in the top 10, which included one rookie driver. We'll be back with the results and the presentation of the Harley Earl Trophy when we return to Daytona.
To have my family here and everybody involved, this is just great. Would have never dreamed coming into this sport that could win 3 of these Daytona 500s, but when you have good race cars and good people, those kind of things happen.
You neglected to mention the driver of number 88. Most of us think he did a pretty good job as well. Congratulations.
Thank you, and just want to thank the Lord for a safe race. Looked like everybody got through okay, and again, our prayers are with Jeffrey Bodine to get well soon and get back here with us.
That's the story in Victory Lane of the Harley Earl Award, and we'll be back with more from Daytona in a moment.
It's cool, it's fast, it's easy to use. It's the
and managed a finish, at least. Bobby Hamilton, the last driver.
One rookie in the top 10. There he is, Matt Kenseth. What a comer. Yesterday's winner in the 300. He finished 10th today. Outside pole sitter Rudd back in 15th. Rookie Scott Pruitt. Robbie Gordon there. Dale Earnhardt back at 21st, but on the lead lap. As we look down through the unofficial results of this 42nd 500.
Well, Jeff Gordon had problems early, but came back out and managed a finish, at least. Bobby Hamilton, the last driver.
Wow. Let's have a look at the Winston Cup points, because this is just the start of the season. They head next week for Rockingham, North Carolina, and Dale Jarrett gets 175 points plus 5 for leading a lap. He led the most laps. He gets another 5, so he'll have a 15-point margin over Jeff Burton and Bill Elliott as we go to the North Carolina Motor Speedway 1 week from today. It has been so great to see this Speed Week and just see the anticipation and the tension unfold. Could the Chevys run with the Fords? Could the Pontiacs run with the Fords? Could anybody run with DJ?
What I'm thinking about, last year, DJ turned over in turn 3 there. Had a miserable finish. Came back and won the championship. What a difference a year makes.
Well, the Fords were strong, no doubt about it. I think they had a little bit of an advantage, especially those that had Robert Yates engines in them. Although Ricky Rudd didn't perform as well as we thought he was, as we thought he would. I don't think his car handled the way that he needed for it to.
Rudd.
Little Charlotte bonus. My dad has a car in this race. He was crew chief in the number 98.
At Lowe's Motor Speedway, Charlotte, North Carolina, the NASCAR Winston Cup Warriors are at parade rest prior to the battle for the pole position in the 41st annual UAW GM Quality 500 coming up this Sunday. Marty Snyder is with the first driver to attempt qualifying.
Well, Ken, it used to be at Charlotte that going out first meant that it was a huge disadvantage because early in qualifying, the temperatures were hot, the track a little bit slicker. Later in qualifying, the track got cooler, speeds got faster. Jeremy Mayfield was second fastest in practice today. He goes out first. Is it still a disadvantage to go out early, Jeremy?
I'm not for sure. I don't think it's as bad as it was last year for sure, but, you know, we got a good car here. The Mobile One Ford's good, and we'll find out real quick if it's an advantage or disadvantage here.
And if it's any consolation to Jeremy, Mark Martin went out first for this race last year in qualifying. Wound up fourth.
And a good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Ken Squire here at Lowe's Motor Speedway. 49 drivers are at the ready for one lap and one lap only. Perfect and precise it must be if they attempt to be on the pole for the 500 coming up this Sunday live on TBS. Yes, it's going to be an exciting week here on this mile-and-a-half racing facility. Coming up on Saturday at 1:05, the Busch Grand National cars, all-pro bumper-to-bumper Auto Parts 300, and right after that we'll have the happy hour, the final practice for the Winston Cup folks. Then on Sunday, get ready for the UAW GM Quality 500. We'll have our pre-race show at 12:35. They'll drop the green at 1:05. Now take a look at some of the practice times that have been recorded in the 3 hours in which the drivers have been on the track today. Dale Jarrett the quickest. It's off the record at 184.3. Look at Mayfield, first one out. He'll come out second. And Earnhardt Jr., who was on the pole at a 185 plus up there, 186 at the 600. He'll come out in the 6th position tonight, but the ones to really look for are late in the going when Jeff Gordon comes out way toward the end of things. And here are some of the other times from principals that we'll be seeing in action tonight. Now let's go up to the booth for the folks who'll be calling the action this evening, Buddy Baker and Alan Bestwick.
Ken, thanks. Good evening to you from Charlotte. Tonight, it's one lap against the clock around this mile-and-a-half track to try and lock in one of the top 25 starting spots in Sunday's race for the drivers of the NASCAR Winston Cup Series. But second round qualifying tomorrow happens 2 hours earlier than tonight's time trial session does. Track temperatures will be warmer, track conditions slower, so realistically, this is your one lap on the clock to try and get your best starting spot for Sunday's race. Buddy Baker, what kind of pressure does that build on these drivers? One shot, one lap.
I can tell you, it used to be the most nerve-wracking thing that I do all week, getting ready to go out and get that perfect lap. You can override the corner just a little bit. Lose 2 or 3 hundredths of a second, it can move you back 8 or 9 spots. So it's very important these guys get a great lap now. You can see Jeremy Mayfield going down the back straightaway right now, building up the speed. He'll get a good feel for brand new tires. They qualify with brand new tires on the car. They seat them in this corner, and when they come down, they just almost 200 miles an hour into the front stretch.
Mayfield takes the green flag there, and we're underway with qualifying tonight here at Charlotte. Again, it is one lap on the clock. Mayfield second fastest in practice. We're going to talk in terms of lap times for you, and as far as our terminology tonight, because that's the language that the drivers use as they assess things throughout the day. Mayfield in practice earlier today ran a 29.300 second lap. We'll see how it makes out here a couple of hours later with track temperatures being somewhat cooler.
Car looks very good. He comes off turn 4. There's a double dog leg in the front straightaway here, and you try to straighten it out, but it looked like the car was up to speed very well there.
Mayfield's lap is in the books, and the results on Jeremy Mayfield. There you see 184.521 miles an hour. That's 29.265 seconds. So Mayfield slightly faster than where he practiced earlier today. So that is the standard for Rusty Wallace to shoot at. Here's Rusty now to take the second crack against the clock. He was 9th fastest in practice earlier today, and by far in this 2000 NASCAR Winston Cup season, Rusty's been the dominant driver. 8 pole positions, as you saw there a minute ago.
Alan, there's talk that particular engine that he's qualifying with gets about 820 horsepower.
Wow. That's a lot. And that would be about, most teams just cracked the 800 horsepower mark here, so to jump up to 820, that's big.
You can see the sparks flying there. The car bottomed out, getting into turn 1, also coming through there.
Now you're going to see at the end of the back straightaway a little speed trap we have set up to give us some sort of an idea as to how Rusty shapes up against the pole sitter so far. You see he's a little bit slower than Jeremy through that backstretch part of the track.
Well, I'd say bottoming out had a lot to do with his time being a little bit off.
Looks like he was chasing it up the hill a little bit in turn 3 as well, up the banking, and Rusty will be slower than Jeremy Mayfield. As 29.431 seconds for Rusty Wallace. And so he slides in second spot behind his teammate. Just underway with qualifying here at Charlotte for the NASCAR Winston Cup Series. We're coming right back.
Circuit City. Stop by a store near you today. Look around. Get inspired. Circuit City, the official electronics store of NASCAR.
Back at Lowe's Motor Speedway, Charlotte, setting the starting field, the top 25 anyway, in Winston Cup pole night for Sunday's UAW GM Quality 500. We've run 4 cars of 49 through their times. Jeremy Mayfield is still the fastest of them. Darrell Waltrip, you see there, coming out onto the speedway, starting his warm-up lap. DW making what would be his final qualifying effort here this weekend in Charlotte, looking for his 55th career start here at this mile-and-a-half track. While we were away in the break, Rick Mast ran what is now the second fastest lap at a 29.268. Pushed Rusty Wallace back to third. Andy Houston also ran. He is the slowest of the 4 cars that have run. And DW is on the clock.
Yeah, and you see the line that he's running very, very close to the white line around the bottom part of the track. The car looks good.
While we watch Darrell Waltrip's run, let's go hear from the man who's fastest so far. Marty Snyder's with him.
Well, Jeremy, we asked you before, was it a disadvantage to go early? You picked up 1/10 of a second, so perhaps not.
I don't think so. You know, that's all we can do, and I'm sure to get cooler and, you know, the guys pick up a little bit more, but I'm just proud of the Mobile One team. You know, we've done a great job, and everybody at Penske and just, man, got a great motor, and as long as we pick up from practice, that's all we can ask for. I'm pretty happy.
And that's what they did. Currently on the pole, Jeremy Mayfield.
And as you can see, Darrell Waltrip is the slowest of the 5 cars that have run. 29.687 is the elapsed time, and you see the average speed there puts him in 5th position out of the 5 that have gone so far. Sure hate to see Darrell have struggles in qualifying this weekend. I sure hope he's in the field for Sunday's race.
Oh, he's just got to be, you know, it means so much to him. He's done so much at the Speedway, and he has been on the pole. For the people who are just joining in that don't know much about Darrell Waltrip, 59 times he's sat on the pole in his career.
And here's Texas Terry, the 2-time NASCAR Winston Cup champion, Terry Labonte. Green flag for Terry as he sets off on his qualifying run. It's been a struggle. Qualifying has for Terry and this team this year. Only 2 top 10 qualifying efforts the entire season. It has been a struggle.
Yeah, and you know, he runs so very well at Texas Motor Speedway, sister track to Charlotte here. Set on the pole there, as a matter of fact, this year.
You see Terry's trap time at the end of the backstretch as compared to pole sitter Jeremy Mayfield. Here he comes down to the checkered flag now. Terry Labonte was only 44th fastest in practice earlier today, and he is going to be the slowest car of the 6 that have gone so far. 29.812 is the elapsed time, and there's the speed, 181.135 miles an hour. So not going well for Texas Terry here at Charlotte tonight. Now it is on to sophomore driver Elliott Sadler in the Wood Brothers car. Team announcing its sponsorship for the 2001 season in a press conference here earlier today. It'll be the Ford Motorcraft brand replacing
That's
Citgo,
a
which
really
is going to move
great
from this car
look,
to Jeff
but
Burton's
it wasn't
car, which
their
is
original,
replacing
of course,
Exide, which
but-
is moving out, and you know, it's been a whole.
If
been a
the
typical
yellow
Charlotte
number
week here.
was
All the press
white,
conferences and all the different
it'd be really
sponsorship
sharp.
announcements for next year, and we'll talk plenty
But
about
that was
that.
classic
in our
Wood
coverage of the
Brothers
500
there
on
on
Sunday.
one side.
Sadler on the green flag now.
Oh, it is white on the side. It was just weird. I was just looking at the roof, I guess.
Been on the pole so many times with David Pearson.
Kind of like that paint there on the Wood Brothers,
and
getting
with
a little
Elliott
risky.
Sadler right now, they're going through a training program with him. But he's
The
gonna be
throwback
a
stuff's
racer.
awesome too, though.
Qualifying effort here in Charlotte. It was a 4th place run, May of 1999. Let's see how he makes out here as he comes to the stripe. He'll be 4th fastest out of 7. 29.455 the time for Sadler. 183 is the mile-an-hour speed. 183.331. And here comes the championship leader, Bobby Labonte, coming out onto the racetrack now to take his one-lap stab at qualifying for Sunday's race. Labonte up 213 points on Dale Earnhardt with 6 races to go when he takes the green flag on Sunday afternoon. We spoke with Bobby just before he got in the car. Here's what he had to say.
Bobby, you won the pole here a year ago. Can you make it 2 in a row?
I don't know. I don't think we got our car right in practice like we should have, but maybe this cool weather the track will come to us tonight. You never know.
Mike Hogwood talking with Bobby Labonte there. Bobby was the 5th fastest driver in practice earlier today. We'll see how his trap speed comes up when he hits that spot on the back straightaway and how he compares to Jeremy Mayfield's run to that point on the racetrack.
He's giving Frankenstein a pretty good ride there. I think I know that.
Hey, he's faster. Look at that. Faster than Mayfield through the end of the backstretch. Let's see if he can make it stick off of turn 4. Here comes Bobby Labonte down to the checkered flag. Is it good enough? It is. New pole leader, Bobby Labonte. 29.108 seconds, 185.516 miles an hour. And your point leader is your pole leader. Early in the going here at Charlotte tonight. And here comes the hottest driver in NASCAR Winston Cup racing. Tony Stewart won the last 2 straight races. Mike Hogwood talked with him just a minute ago.
What about qualifying? On the pole at Martinsville, can you do it here?
Well, I'm not sure we're quick enough to get on the pole, but if we can get in the top 10 or 15, I mean, we'll really be happy with that, I think. We just need a starting spot that's pretty close to the front.
Stewart was 20th fastest in practice earlier today. Like the car kind of jiggled just a little bit up off that white line on the bottom of the apron there in 1 and 2, buddy.
Yeah, and you can see the sparks fly. A lot of times that's the exhaust system under the car rubbing on the racetrack there. Not very pleasant. It makes it kick out when it bottoms like that.
Slightly slower than his teammate Labonte through the end of the backstretch. Here he comes to the stripe now. And let's see what Tony Stewart's number looks like. Wow. See that when he dumped the clutch there? 4th fastest for Stewart, 29.385. And the mile-an-hour speed, 183.767. So Bobby Labonte, the championship leader, is atop the stack early in the going in our Winston Cup qualifying night. Labonte, Mayfield, Maston, Stewart, your first 2 rows, followed by Rusty Wallace, Elliott Sadler, Andy Houston, Darrell Waltrip, and Terry Labonte. We're coming right back with more live coverage in just a moment. Night, Lowe's Motor Speedway, Charlotte, early in the going. In our qualifying session, 11 cars of 49 have run. The 12th driver to attempt his lap on the clock is Ricky Craven, and he's just come off the pit lane on his warm-up lap. While we were away in the break, Bobby Hamilton has run the 5th fastest lap, and Kerry Earnhardt is somewhat off the pace, trying to make his 2nd Winston Cup field. He will be 11th out of 11 drivers that have gone. And very frankly, he's a good half a second off of what he'll need to be. That's not good when, as we talked earlier, 2nd round qualifying happens in warmer weather 2 hours earlier tomorrow.
Exactly, and I'm really afraid that you're going to have to run in the middle 180s or better to make the show.
Wow, big bottoming out sparks there for Ricky Craven. While we watch Ricky run, let's hear from the man who's on the pole for now, the championship leader, Bobby Labonte.
Bobby Labonte, and you said you didn't think the car was that fast or that good. Looked pretty good to me.
Yeah, you know, I think I had it screwed up a little bit early. I had it bound up pretty bad. And, finally, there at the end, we made a call to make one change, and it really brought it around. So, you know, just didn't give me laps on it like that. But, you know, daytime to nighttime, really, you just throw something at it anyway and make sure you get a good lap in. And 1 and 2 was really good, and 3 and 4 might have been just a little bit off, but still, it wasn't bad. I'll definitely have to take that one.
And he surely will take that. Currently on the pole, that's your points leader, Bobby Labonte.
And he has won the pole for 2 of the last 3 races here at Charlotte, trying to make it 3 for 4 tonight, but we are very early in the going. Talked about paint scheme shifting. There's Jeff Burton's new look, and your first look at it. Citgo colors on that machine for the rest of this season and all of 2001. And there's the cat in the hat that owns the car, Jack Roush. We spoke with Jeff Burton just before he went out for his qualifying run. Let's hear what he had to say.
Jeff, down a little on the speed chart in practice. Can you pick it up here in qualifying?
I don't know. We'll try our best. You know, try to get this thing with Citgo SuperGuard started off the best we can. But we have struggled today in qualifying. We'll see what we got. We made a lot of changes. We'll see what happens.
Jeff was 33rd on the practice sheet earlier today. You see right now, that's good for 11th out of 12 cars to that point on the racetrack. And we've seen from him before, he doesn't necessarily have to start up front to finish up front. He's pretty good at coming through the pack. And he's going to probably have to do that on Sunday if he's going to win this thing.
Yeah, that's a little bit off even for them to qualify that far down. But he's very talented at being patient and working his way up through the field.
Let's go back to Marty.
Well, with Tony Stewart, when you arrived this morning, you weren't very good, and then you said we got better and better, and you told me before qualifying I want to pick up 3/10. That's what you did, so I guess you're a happy guy.
Yeah, real happy. You know, I'd like to be where Bobby is, but Bobby always qualifies real good here. So
that blame goes to Scott Deal, one of his chief mechanics there, so with the hat.
The bad thing is the hat is like 8 times bigger than what I can actually wear, but it is my favorite Home Depot hat. But, you know, the car in the heat was really loose, and you know, Greg and the guys, they've done a great job. I mean, in the second half of this season, they've really been on fire, and they made a couple adjustments right before the end of practice there that really picked us up. And, you know, the qualifying run, I mean, the car was a lot better. I mean, I'm really excited about going into race practice tomorrow, because that's the best my car's driven in qualifying trim since they went to the new generation tire.
And they need to have a good run here. They haven't had a good run here in a while. We'll be back with more qualifying from Charlotte in a moment.
Charlotte, lower right picture on your screen. New 4th place runner in qualifying. It's Michael Waltrip. Just qualified his machine at 184 and change miles an hour. There's the checkered flag for Dave Blaney. You see he slots in 9th out of the 16 drivers that have gone to this point. There's the speed for Blaney, a shade under 182 and a half. Dale Jarrett, fastest in practice. His run when we come back to Charlotte after this on the Superstation. And in practice earlier today, Dale Jarrett next up on the Lowe's Motor Speedway Charlotte to make his qualifying run. There's the order so far. Checkered flag for Dick Trickle, driving the Joe Bessie Power Team entry this week. You see he slots in the 12th position. Also Ted Musgrave ran a minute ago, 13th fastest, and Sterling Marlin 17th fastest out of 18. And here is the man who was fastest in practice earlier today. We talked with him just seconds ago before he pulled the helmet on.
Dale, you were fastest in practice. Can you back it up here tonight?
I don't know. I knew Bobby had some in reserve. He always does. That was about as good a lap as I could turn to, just depending on how much the track is picked up. If I can hit my marks, we might get close, but that's awful fast.
Well, Jarrett has qualified 9th and 8th the last 2 times here at Charlotte. Green flag. He is underway. Bobby Labonte's lap was a 29.108. Dale Jarrett in practice ran 29.292. So that referencing the conversation earlier about could he pick it up a little more and would the track be favorable for that. Let's see how his trap time looks. Ooh, not as fast. Not as fast.
I was noticing the car bottomed out a little bit and also got a little below the white mark getting in the corner. Sometimes that hurts.
Checkered flag for DJ.
I think in the qualifying order,
just missing Bobby Labonte.
my dad's team is going out last, I think. And I think the tape might cut off some of it, but it kind of gives me an idea of who's running what car. So when I watch the race, I know who's driving what. That's why I love watching the pole qualifying tapes and the happy hours and stuff.
Ricky, you've been so strong lately. You got to feel that win is around the corner here somewhere.
Well, Mike, we just keep knocking on the door every week. I think we got about 10 top 5s. So we keep thinking it's going to be any week, but it keeps going on and on. But we're happy that we're logging these top 5s. The win will come soon enough.
Big bottom out there for Rudd. 6 front row starts. In 2000 for Rudd, he's only missed the top 25 4 times the entire season. They have been solid on pole day.
He's usually
second fastest there.
Usually a great qualifier. He never overdrives the car. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Here comes Ricky Rudd. Time to beat is a 29.108 that Bobby Labonte put up before. Not quite, but still plenty good. 29.211 for Ricky Rudd, 3rd fastest behind his teammate Dale Jarrett and the current championship leader Bobby Labonte. Still to come, plenty of heavy hitters to challenge for the pole position tonight. As we break away from Lowe's Motor Speedway Charlotte, Bill Elliott, Matt Kenseth on the way very shortly. Live on Superstation TBS, Lowe's Motor Speedway Charlotte. And Steve Park has just run the 22nd driver to go. He will be the slowest of those to run. We wait on Bill Elliott to roll onto the track next. Let's go to Marty Snyder.
And Dale Jarrett getting congratulations from his teammate Ricky Rudd, and you said it was an awesome lap except for one thing. What happened?
Just bottomed out. You know, we do everything we can to get these cars to the ground and carry a little more speed into turn 1, and car turned good, got to the bottom, but when it got there, it bottomed out a little bit and shot me up the track a little. But still a good lap. We've had a good effort here so far, and I think we've got a great car for Sunday.
29.173. That is 2nd fastest for Dale Jarrett.
And Bill Elliott is up onto the speedway now. momentarily delayed when Steve Park finished his qualifying run somewhat off the pace. The NASCAR officials held up Elliott just for a minute to take a quick look at the racetrack, and Park is just coasting back around. So something went wrong at the end of Steve Park's qualifying run, and we'll try and follow up with him in a minute and find out what that was. Meantime, here comes Elliott down to take the green flag, and Awesome Bill is off and on his qualifying lap, 7th or 17th. They check this number out for an oddity, buddy. He's qualified 7th or 17th for 6 of the last 8 races.
Wow.
How do you explain that?
I don't know, because, you know, he's really had great qualifying. Yeah, he's 7th again. Here we go.
How do you explain, you know, you sit there and you look at that on the stat sheet. How do you explain something like that? Somebody that keeps getting stuck on those 2 positions. Checkered flag for Bill. He'll be better than 7th this time. 4th fastest for Bill, 29.238. So from 7th at the trap to 4th at the finish line, he did very, very well through turns 3 and 4.
Just almost wide open all the way through there. And he's
I
a
think this
two-time winner
is
of
Bill's
this event.
best year for paint.
And here comes Matt Kenseth.
Last year, you know, like that 98, 99, 2000. That car was sweet. Still Mac the night, or Mac at night.
His first NASCAR Winston Cup win. Talked to Matt earlier today.
I think it's the best paint job I've seen in racing.
As far as speed, he was only 38
In
fastest.
person, the car just was done right. I don't know what kind of paint they used or whatever, but it was all like real paint then and decals.
Kenseth, the 24th driver to make a time lap tonight. Midway through that group, as far as our backstretch unofficial trap speed is concerned. And here he comes. Checkers up for Kenseth. Let's see where he slots in. He will be 13th out of 24. So Matt Kenseth has finished his 1 lap on the clock in tonight's Winston Cup pole night session. Bobby Labonte is the current leader. In our qualifying session, 185.516 miles an hour is the current pole speed. There are Bobby and crew chief Jimmy Bakar dissecting what happened on his time lap. In qualifying tonight, as you see, Johnny Benson has just taken the checkered flag and jumped into the top 5. Benson 5th fastest, and we have filled the 25 spots now and begun bumping. Steve Park just bumped out by Benson. And also, let's alert you that Larry Gunselman will not make a qualifying run tonight. The former Winston West champion crashing in practice, and his team has withdrawn its effort for this evening. Wally Dallenbach also running while we were away in the break, and Dallenbach with a fairly solid effort. He is 15th fastest at the moment. And here's Kurt Busch on the track now in the Roush Racing Ford.
First time ever here at Charlotte, and he's getting a good dose of qualifying jitters right now with that.
Youngster from Las Vegas, Nevada, 22 years old, sensation in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series this year with 3 wins in his rookie season there.
This
Making
race,
what would be his 3rd Winston Cup start.
or the Winston that was the May race, I believe, was where I had first heard of him. And I was really impressed at him as a young driver. I was really impressed because he came from another part of the, West
Here he
and
comes to the
stuff.
checkered flag now, and let's see where Kurt Busch makes out as far as his qualifying run is concerned. He will bump Kerry Earnhardt and put himself in 23rd position out of 28 drivers that have made their time laps to this point. Mike Bliss was scheduled to go in qualifying just before Busch. He crashed in practice earlier today. His team is preparing a backup car before they make their run. Mark Martin and Jeff Gordon coming up when we come back to Charlotte on Superstation TBS.
I always thought Kurt Busch, as a young driver, was very marketable. A lot more marketable than his other brother. Though he said his other brother drove better.
No, not
I
really.
think
The
Kurt
guy's been
was
working
more
hard on this
marketable.
Pennzoil team to really give me good race cars this year, and we had an awesome car in practice. We thought we had something to qualify in the top 5, top 10 with, and just Paul and the guys made some changes right there for qualifying and got through 1 and 2, and the car was just perfect, and took all that excitement down into turn 3. Car handled perfect, and coming off of turn 3, something broke. So just it's unfortunate, we've had good race cars, we've had opportunities to sit on a pole a few times, and then to have a mechanical failure take us out. It's a little disappointing, but tomorrow's another day. We're gonna have to go second round and kind of lick our wounds and try to get this Pennzoil car qualified, and we know we can run up front on Sunday, so we'll just have to do the best we can.
Steve Park very confident coming into qualifying tonight, but didn't end the way he expected.
Park right now 29th out of 30. Here's a good run going for Jerry Nadeau as he comes to the start-finish line. How does he make out? Second fastest for Jerry Nadeau. Slides in between Bobby Labonte and Dale Jarrett. 29.113 seconds for Nadeau, and that's a pretty
This
good
guy
pace
has
faster than he
racing
ran
in his
practice
blood no
earlier
matter
today, if I'm
what.
not mistaken.
Yeah, and I talked
I
to his
just
crew
got a
chief,
gut
Tony
feeling
Furr,
we'll
and he
see
said
him
this was
drive
actually a
again
better car
someday.
than he had in the 600.
Not
and
in
he led
maybe
quite a
anything
few laps
big,
here in
but
that race.
He started second
we
earlier.
never
He ran at
use that
29.47
want
earlier
to
today,
drive
so at
feeling.
29.11, it's pretty solid for Mr. Nadeau, and he is up in the number
I
2
saw him on
position,
an
right
interview
behind
hinted
Bobby
at
Labonte.
that.
Now Jimmy
I don't
Spencer is
know,
out on the racetrack.
something.
Let's mention that Kevin LePage has
Somewhere I
qualified
saw it.
moments ago and has had himself a solid run. And also Stacy Compton qualified. Compton is 25th right now. We'll update LePage after we check with Marty Snyder.
Well, now, the last 2 times Johnny Benson came to Charlotte, you qualified 39th and 39th, and you're currently 6th. What's up with that?
Not sure. The goal is top 15, so that's a good run for us. Aaron Spinak's running pretty good, and James Enns, Gary Putnam, all the guys just doing a fabulous job. So making my job a little bit easier. They got good race cars, and we're just hoping to have a good lap, and it ended up being a decent lap.
They've had a lot of good qualifying efforts lately. 3 top 10 qualifying efforts in the last 5 races. Johnny Benson currently 6th.
Boy, oh boy, Jimmy Spencer just had a great lap, 3rd quickest right now.
Great run for Spencer, 29.165. That's kind of one of those, where did that come from, efforts. Spencer was 14th fastest in practice. So we saw Spencer 14th fastest up there to 3rd. Nadeau 8th fastest up there to 2nd. Track conditions just getting a little bit faster all of a sudden, buddy.
Well, that's Mr. Excitement there. I'll
That
guarantee
gold
you, he
to
didn't leave
purple
anything
blend,
on the
like
table
through the
there. He
pink,
put it
you
all
see it
out
on
there.
the banner there, and
update
you
on
see it on the
Kevin LePage,
race
he is
cars.
11th
I
fastest, and a good
saw a
solid
little
run
on
there.
several different cars
On the
using
racetrack
that
now.
blend, and this
3rd
is
fastest in
2000.
practice earlier today, so if my
What blows
speculation
my
about track
mind,
conditions
I'm
getting a
gonna
little bit better
show
would hold
you
true, this could be big.
something.
Meantime, let's hear from
funny.
Marty Snyder, who's with Jerry
I don't
Nadeau.
have to
Marty?
go there.
Well, in May, Jerry Nadeau qualified 2nd. You said that lap was scary. You're currently 2nd. Was this lap as scary?
No, just I bobbled getting into 3, and the car, I didn't get it to the bottom, and we lost so much time right up there. But damn, I mean, I wanted that pole bad. I mean, I know these guys
Oops,
work
sorry.
hard. And,
Trying to
that
clear it
was
up.
my pole. I wanted that bad. I mean, last time we got snookered out by little Junior, but anyway, the guys did a good job. This is the car we finished 4th with at Indy. You know, we're looking forward to having a good race on Sunday.
And currently 2nd, Jerry Nadeau.
Oh, sorry.
Well, Ward ran faster than he did in practice
Trying
earlier
to
today.
pull
That
up
was good for
another
3rd position.
window.
He's only got 10th right now.
Alan, he bottomed out really, really hard getting into turn
grabbing the
1. I
wrong
think
one,
it
that's
took a
why.
lot of speed off that car.
Here's Mark Martin. Next up, out onto the racetrack to take a stab at Bobby Labonte. Mark was 13th fastest in practice earlier today. And Mark Martin has had himself a run of success here at this speedway over the years in qualifying. Not necessarily spectacular where poles are concerned. He's got 2 of them. He swept qualifying in the 91 season, but he's always in the top 10 somewhere. In 28 races here at Charlotte, Mark has qualified in the top 10 18 times. That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, you can see that car is handling perfectly. And if he does not set up front, don't worry about it. He'll be up there before very long. He really gets around Charlotte Motor Speedway, or Lowe's Motor Speedway. That's the 2nd time I made that mistake today.
8th fastest for Mark. Pretty good run there. Mark slots in, actually identically timed with Johnny Benson. The tiebreaker is points. And so that'll change around, and Mark will end up going up ahead of Johnny Benson in the final rundown. It bumps Terry Labonte from the field, puts Ted Musgrave on the bubble, and let's go down to Marty Snyder.
I think I have found one happy race car driver getting a congratulations from Steve Allen, his engine builder, and the rest of his team. And come over here, Spencer. Jimmy, very happy with his lap. Hey, how was that lap? don't do that on television.
You know, I mean, I really thought the pole was going to be somewhere around a high 80, low 90, and still can. We got Geoff left and Ward Bird and a bunch of good cars, but the Kmart guys have worked hard, and this is the car we had at Darlington that got taken out and has run really strong. They worked hard getting this thing done, and Robert Yates engines are strong. Hell, we beat all of Robert's engines tonight. That's pretty good. But, you know, Steve Allen and Mike Egge and all the guys there in Motorsports have done a great job for us all year long. And we have not had the year we wanted by any means. And you know, this is just a sign. I mean, you know, we've really run strong in the races, and we've qualified better. And I think that'll hold up for a top 10, and I think that's awesome, especially here at Charlotte, our home track. And Kmart's been real supportive of us, and Carl and Travis have give us everything we need, and we're finally using it. And it was a good lap, but when you're that close, California, we're outside pole. That's going to be pretty close to top 5, I think. And I lost it over here in 3 and 4, and I lost it every time I tested. You know, this afternoon, 3 times I made 3 runs, and I did not get through 3 and 4 as good as I needed to. I had the best 1 and 2, anybody, and I lost it over here. And I'm a little upset over it because when you're that close, you want the pole. But that'll be a good run, and hopefully have a good day on Sunday.
All right, take a breath now. He's a happy guy. Jimmy Spencer currently 3rd. Let's go to Mike Massaro.
And another happy guy is provisional pole sitter Bobby Labonte. A fantastic lap, and already you've dodged some pretty big bullets. You got to be pretty confident.
Yeah, we've still got a lot of guys that's running right now that could beat us, but this is a great lap for us. The Interstate Pontiac was stuck like glue. I mean, really did handle really good.
This photo, 1989, I designed this paint job with that fade. 1989, now it's 2000, and they're running this fade type thing. It was just something I thought about for a base paint, and my shop did it.
Car of Jeff Gordon, guys.
And he should be concerned. Our trap times, Gordon was faster than him down the backstretch. Gordon bumps him from the pole. How about that?
I'll replay that Gordon one because that's important for y'all. I wanted to show you all these fades.
Knocks Bobby Labonte from the top spot.
Okay, it says ads starting soon.
105.61 miles an hour.
I'm going to back up and watch that again. I like to watch.
How about that? So Jeff Gordon.
The pole.
Take a breath now. He's a happy guy. Jimmy Spencer.
This afternoon, 3 times I made 3 runs, and I did not get through 3 and 4 as good as I needed to. I had the best 1 and 2, anybody, and I lost it over here. And I'm a little upset over it because when you're that close, you want the pole. But that'll be a good run, and hopefully have a good day on Sunday.
All right, take a breath now. He's a happy guy. Jimmy Spencer currently 3rd. Let's go to Mike Massaro.
And another happy guy is provisional pole sitter Bobby Labonte. A fantastic lap, and already you've dodged some pretty big bullets. You got to be pretty confident.
Yeah, we've still got a lot of guys that's running right now that could beat us, but this is a great lap for us. The Interstate Pontiac was stuck like glue. I mean, really did handle really good, and we followed a little bit of that in practice. We couldn't ever get no speed out of it, and the car was too bound up.
I was trying to pause it, but I had no more snoozes left.
And made some decisions on the car that made the car better.
I see you're up here continuing to watch qualifying. Is there anybody you're concerned about?
This one right here.
I try to only do 30-second ones because I'm so
And he should be concerned. Our trap times, Gordon was faster than him down the backstretch.
I know they're more often.
From the pole. How about that? Jeff Gordon, the 6-time Charlotte pole winner. There's Brooke signing autographs for the fans.
I only have it at the minimum of 3 minutes an hour.
Bobby Labonte from the top spot, 185.561 miles an hour. The Gordon
I could
fans
do
are loving
2
it.
1.5.
How about that? So Jeff Gordon knocks Bobby Labonte from the pole, but still to come are Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Dale Earnhardt, along with a couple of others who could knock Jeff Gordon from the pole. There are the first 2 rows for Sunday's field. We're coming back.
So often they're so
Pole line,
mean.
Lowe's Motor Speedway, Charlotte, under the red flag. You are looking at Steve Grissom's car in slightly worse condition than it was
but I snooze him
at the
so
green
much that I
flag
don't
for his
usually
qualifying
meet my
lap.
quota
See safety
that
officials there
they
talking with
ask
Steve,
on
and he is getting. Actually, Steve's already
I
climbed
put
from the car. Here's a look at what
myself
happened.
Coming through the
I don't
corner, you
like-
see the back just stepping out. He's still in the throttle right there. He realizes
Yeah,
he's
me
lost
either.
the back hard into the outside wall and then slides back across the racetrack. They'll have to clean up a lot of things there
There's
because he hit
another
very
car
hard.
with the fade.
Ouch. Not good. Not good. Here's one more look at it.
You can see him trying to turn the car into the spin. Wheels locked there, up into the wall. Hard licks, almost straight in backwards.
He talked about he was still on the throttle because he lost the back end. He's trying to drive it out.
Yeah, he was trying to catch it back, but boy, he had to get on the brakes there at the last moment.
And so there is what is left of Steve Grissom's car hooked up to the tow truck. And Steve has climbed from the machine and climbed into the ambulance to take the trip to the infield care center. There is Steve getting the ride that no driver wants to take. Well, Jeff Gordon knocked up Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Dale Earnhardt, along with a couple of others who could knock Jeff Gordon from the pole. There are the first 2 rows for Sunday's field. We're coming back. Cup hole night, Lowe's Motor Speedway, Charlotte, under the red flag. You are looking at
I
Grisham's
want
car.
to see his
Slightly
lap and
worse
his
condition
entry
than it was
that made that
at the green
happen,
flag
but they
for his
didn't show
qualifying
it.
lap. You see the safety
That's
officials
why I
there
backed
talking
up.
with Steve, and he is actually Steve's already climbed from the car. Here's a look at what
Okay.
happened.
Oh, he's entering low.
You see the back just stepping out. He's still in the throttle right there. He realizes he's lost the back hard into the outside wall and then slides back across the racetrack. They'll have to clean up a lot of things there because he hit very hard.
Oh. Ouch. Not good. Not good. Here's one more look at it.
You can see him trying to turn the
Takes
car
that
into
radius,
the spin.
you know,
Wheels
you
locked
can either
there, up into
enter
the
high
wall,
and come
hard
out
good,
lower,
almost
or
straight
vice
in
versa. And
He talked about he
run
was
out
still
of
on the throttle because he lost
racetrack.
the back end. He's trying
Definitely
to drive
run
it
out of
Yeah, he was
racetrack.
trying to catch it back, but boy, he had to get on the brakes there at the last moment.
And so there is what is left of Steve Grisham's car hooked up to the tow truck. And Steve has climbed from the machine and climbed into the ambulance to take the trip to the infield care center. There is Steve getting the ride that no driver wants to take. Well, Jeff Gordon knocked Bobby Labonte off the pole just a couple of minutes ago. Let's hear from him. Down to Marty Snyder.
Well, 29.101, Jeff, and wow, that was a pretty impressive lap.
It certainly was from where I was sitting too. You know, all day long the cars felt good, and you know, I'm just waiting for it to get dark. We drew a great late number, and I hope it was late enough because I know we got some more guys out there to go, and we hope we can make it stick. But Bobby put up a great number, and I guess we didn't beat it by much, but the lap just felt incredible. Just the way the car rolled through the corner and the way it stuck. It was just phenomenal. It's been a while since I've had a car here to qualify like that. You know, we've had some poles here, but it's been a little while. And a lot of credit to all of Hendrick Motorsports. The guys at the 25 car have been helping us. Guys at the 5 car. Just been a total group effort, and certainly can't say enough for the guys in the engine shop. They built some big steam, as we call it, here for Charlotte, and we're glad to be able to put it to the ground tonight.
6 poles at Charlotte, but 22nd and 14th in the last 2 times. Did this one even surprise you a little bit?
Well, you know, I knew we made a lot of changes to the car since May and hoped that it would be good when we came back. I don't think I had any idea that it would be quite this good because we were pretty far off the last time we were here. But like I said, you know, Jerry has been running great at a lot of places, and he ran real good here last time. And, you know, that's what teammates are for. I try to help them out every chance I get, and they certainly have helped us out on this one also.
When he got out of the car, he said it's not how much you beat him by, just that you beat him. And Jeff Gordon has beaten him so far. He's on the pole.
Jeff Gordon beat him by all of 7 1/1000ths of a second as you look at the cleanup effort out in turn number 2 after the Steve Grisham crash just a minute ago. Coming to the Superstation on October the 15th, when politics become personal and the line between ally and enemy disappears, the fate of a nation comes down to who you trust. Daryl Hannah and Doug Savant star in the Superstation original movie First Target. October the 15th, track. Dale Earnhardt, believe it or not, has never won a pole position here at Charlotte.
No, he's a 2-time winner in this event, but he's never been on the pole. I was shocked when I read that today.
Dale, of course, right in the thick of that fight for the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship. That'll be so much in focus in Sunday's race. 213 points behind Bobby Labonte with 6 races to go. And a green flag for Earnhardt, and he's off and on his way. Dale was 45th in practice, and he's not going to be good with a big wiggle like that.
Wow, you talk about a wiggle and a wobble, too. That was not a pretty lap there going through that corner.
A wiggle and a wobble.
Yeah.
Wow. 38th fastest through the traps. Darrell Waltrip was bumped, by the way, a minute ago, and Andy Houston is on the bubble now. Doesn't look like he's in any jeopardy from Earnhardt. And let's find out for sure. Now Earnhardt's going to be 36th out of 40 drivers at this point, so things not going well for Dale in qualifying. We have seen him have to come from the back at Charlotte on a number of occasions. In fact, 2 of the last 3 races he started on provisionals. He may have to do it again here in Sunday night. That means he's got a lot of catching up to Bobby Labonte to do. Who's second fastest now? Gordon, Labonte, Nadu, Spencer, and Jarrett, your top 5. Still more to come. Setting the top 25 starters for Sunday's UAW GM Quality 500. The you'll see live on Superstation TBS. Here's the way things look right now. Jeff Gordon leads Bobby Labonte. You see Nadeau and Spencer in row number 2. Dale Jarrett, one of the championship contenders we'll talk so much about on Sunday, there with his teammate Ricky Rudd in the 3rd row. Bill Elliott and Mark Martin in row 4. Johnny Benson and Jeremy Mayfield. Rick Mast and Ward Burton back through row number 6. There's Earnhardt Jr. Michael Waltrip's solid run. Robert Presley just ran that 17th fastest lap there while we were away in the commercial break. Check that 15th fastest lap. Tony Stewart back in row 9. Ken Schrader, Joe Nemechek sharing the 10th row. Rusty Wallace going to be disappointed. 21st position for him so far. And Robbie Gordon just ran that 24th fastest time. And Matt Kenseth rounds out those who are locked in for Sunday's race right now. So what's life like on the track? Find out direct from those who do the driving. Winston Cup Diaries from Jeff Burton and Jeremy Mayfield can be found at cnnsi.com. 43 of 49 drivers have made their runs. A minute ago during the commercial break, Robbie Gordon ran 24th fastest. We showed you that a minute ago in our rundown of the top 25. And also Carl Long has finished his run. And he is 41st fastest of the 43 who have registered a qualifying time. And this would be Kenny Wallace on the Speedway now. Kenny seeking his first pole position of the 2000 NASCAR Winston Cup Series season. Kenny was 34th fastest in practice earlier today. Qualified 6th at Martinsville a week ago. His best start so far this season, a pair of 2nd place qualifying efforts. But they were both on short tracks, Martinsville and Bristol, back in the month of April.
Yeah, you can see the car bottom out a little bit. So started into turn 1. He'll be leaving this ride at the end of the year. He won't be back in the feature car next year. So he would love to have a great run and cap it off with a great finish here at Charlotte.
Matt Kenseth is on the bubble right now. Kenny Wallace is not fast enough to bump him off it. Let's see if he can pick up the pace a little bit off of turn 4 to the stripe. Now he'll just miss it. 27th fastest for Kenny Wallace, just outside the cut as far as being locked in tonight. Just a few more left to go. Trying to knock Jeff Gordon off the pole for Sunday's UAW GM Quality 500. We're back in a minute. Jeff Gordon is still the man they're all trying to beat. Let's go down to Mike Hogwood.
Dale Earnhardt talking to some of the media about his qualifying run. Let's join in. Dale, not near what you wanted. Can you get it ready to run in the race?
Well, surely hopefully we'll be racing better than what we are, but we just had a real bad day with the car and not really being under us the way we wanted. And I don't know, something with the front end or something, we just missing something, and the qualifying lap was just total, you know, it wasn't good, and it's tough to race for points starting from the rear, and that's not a good way to race for points.
Dale Earnhardt not happy today, but you can some of the media about his qualifying run. Let's join in. Dale, not near what you wanted. Can you get it ready to run in the race?
Well, surely hopefully we'll be racing better than what we are, but we just had a real bad day with the car and not really being under us the way we wanted, and I don't know, something with the front end or something, we just missing something, and the qualifying lap was just total, you know, it wasn't good, and it's tough to race for points starting from the rear, and that's not a good way to race for points.
Dale Earnhardt not happy today, but you can bet this team is going to work to get that car ready to race on Sunday.
I would be willing to guarantee just about that Earnhardt's going to take the first provisional spot for Sunday's race, and he'll start 37th. Right now, Bobby Labonte, the man he's chasing for the championship, is 2nd.
Yes, and I will guarantee you that he'd rather have the quality time working on the race car for the race itself than to go out and try a second round qualifying.
Yeah, and as we talked earlier, second round qualifying's almost a waste of time. It's 2 hours earlier. The temperature will be much warmer. You really don't stand a chance. The number you put up tonight is what you're going to have to live with. So for Earnhardt, he'll take that provisional P1, as they call it, and start 37th on Sunday. And I guarantee we'll have a camera on him because he'll be a show trying to come up through the field, that's for sure. Mike Skinner cracks the top 25, 19th fastest, bumping Matt Kenseth out of the locked-in first-day qualifiers. You see Skinner's speed there as compared to the 185.5 that Jeff Gordon ran. That is the fastest so far. Gets Skinner the inside spot in row number 10, 19th position. 2 cars left to go. Here's Brett Bodine up onto the racetrack now. Brett, a former pole winner here. Check that, 3 cars. The Mike Bliss backup machine that the crew has just finished preparing will also make a run. Wasn't sure they were going to make it in time, but they have pushed the car out onto the line. And we watch Brett Bodine come off of turn number 4 now. Earlier today in practice, Brett had some very respectable laps.
You never know about Brett Bodine. At the Brickyard this year, he had the quickest time of anyone there, the second day qualifying, but he still had the fastest lap, and he runs very well here at Charlotte, so you never know.
Things have been coming around for this team since the addition of Mike Hillman as crew chief. Their performances have been improving rather significantly. He'll need to improve significantly from turn 3 around to the start-finish line over that trap time if he's going to get into the top 25 on this qualifying lap. Let's check it out. Nope, not going to do it. 29th fastest for Brett Bodine. So he's not able to clock the time that'll get him into the locked-in starters. But again, I think, you know, if you're in the top 32, 33, you're going to feel pretty comfortable standing on your time tomorrow. So really what this comes down to for the final couple of cars to run will be, are they able to get into the top 32 or 33? 2 cars left to go. Geoff Fuller, then Mike Bliss. This is Fuller, the Massachusetts driver. Brand new racing team. This is the McPherson Motorsports team. Veteran crew chief Vic Kangas is heading up the preparation of this car.
Yeah, and if you recognize the number, that is some of Cale Yarborough's old equipment there, and they bought it and trying to make a race team and form it in a hurry here.
This is the team I was telling you about that Dad did this car.
In the Barry Dodson prepared Eel River Racing machine. Split with that team about a third of the way and quarter of the way into the season. And now has this operation put together around him, and it makes its first outing here. Yikes.
That's why you put one coat of paint on a race car.
Geoff hung it out there for a little bit, didn't he now?
Fast enough. It'll be good for 27th position for Geoff Fuller, but he certainly never lifted onto the gas coming up off the corner, that's for sure.
That kid got everything that a car had in it.
And as Fuller heads back into the garage, the final car comes up onto the racetrack, and this has got to be a little bit nerve-wracking for Mike Bliss. Earlier today, he had a crash in practice, knocked the front and back end sheet metal around on the primary car, so the backup car comes out to try and get into that top 35 or 36 with nary a lap of practice on it.
Yeah, and he does not have a lot of experience here at Charlotte anyhow, other than test programs and things like that. So I'm sure right now it's nail-biting time for Mike Bliss.
In fact, this is only his second Winston Cup attempt here at Charlotte. He took a provisional and started 43rd back in May. Now, this is one of the teams that is, if they don't make the race on time, not going to have a shot to get into the race.
That thing's got the low shocks in it. I mean, you see it drag?
Don't have any left to use. I could
drag
be wrong
that
on that.
corner really,
very bluntly. Don't have that piece of paper in front of me at the moment. One demerit for the announcer. Here comes the final car off the corner. Is Bliss able to crack the top 25 in the backup machine? Not quite, but a very respectable number. 30th fastest for Mike Bliss. They can stand on that tomorrow, and that'll get him in the show for Sunday's race. So qualifying is over, and Jeff Gordon, for the 32nd time in his NASCAR Winston Cup career, is the fast qualifier. 7th time here at Charlotte, 2nd time in the 2000 season. And there you see the championship leader, Bobby Labonte, doing his thing, what he needs to do. 2nd fastest. Here comes Jeff, coming out to have a word with our Mike Massaro. Mike, it's all yours.
And now let's take a step up inside the DuPont Hall and get a word with Jeff Gordon in a qualifying time of 185.561. Good enough for your 2nd Bud Pole of the year. Were you at all surprised with that lap?
I'm surprised that it happened here at Charlotte. You know, we haven't been really competitive for the pole here the last couple of times, but today I knew we had a shot at it. We unloaded out the truck. The car was just great, you know, handled, you know, perfect. I mean, the thing just was so comfortable, and we made a lot of changes. I'll tell you what, these guys, Robbie, Brian, all the guys on this team, they worked hard for this, and I know that they're real excited about it, and we're just proud that we hung on to it. And I tell you what, it's things like this that really are going to make this year a whole lot brighter, and hopefully the end of this season, you know, we'll carry some momentum and get us ready for the off season.
That's Jeff Gordon's 7th career pole here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway, better than anybody on the active drivers list. Guys?
Jeff Gordon, the defending winner of the UAW GM Quality 500. When we go green on Sunday, he'll lead the field down to the flag.
And so pole position qualifying has been completed, and the defending 500 champion is back on the pole at 185.561 miles per hour. Looking down through the field, you see Ricky Rudd getting ready to try to do it again, win it like he did in '95. Dale Jarrett right there on the inside of row 3. Bill Elliott with an excellent run in qualifying today. Johnny Benson and Jeremy Mayfield will be in row 5. What a good run for Rick Mast. And Robert Presley back there in row 8. Dale Earnhardt Jr. Row 7, remember he was on the pole for the 600. There you see the ones. There's some 12 rows that have qualified, plus 1. That puts Robbie Gordon into the top 25. Will not have to try again. And here are some of the speeds of the others that made an effort. 49 came out here to run that 1 lap. Most of them will stand on their time. And some of them, like Dale Earnhardt, he'll be looking for a provisional berth to start this 41st annual $2.4 million race, which you'll see live on Sunday.
Looking at the list of people they were faster than, we weren't no slouch in a way. 27th.
So there he is, Jeff Gordon, in victory lane for tonight. But that was just 1 lap. 500 miles to go on Sunday. For Alan Bestwick, Buddy Baker, Mike Hogwood, Marty Snyder, and Mike Massaro, I'm Ken Squire, saying so long from the Charlotte Speedway, North Carolina, the Lowe's Motor Speedway. Coming up Saturday at 1:05, it's the All-Pro Bumper to Bumper Auto Parts 300, followed by NASCAR Happy Hour. Then on Sunday, beginning at 12:35, it's coverage of the UAW GM Quality 500. Coming up next, it's the biggest stars in professional wrestling. It's WCW Thunder. And the pole sitter this Sunday will be Jeff Gordon.
One or two sets short, that won't be a big deal. They should normally have 10 for this race. Most teams will have 8. Some teams will have 9.
And you see the field being given the signal there by NASCAR official Bill McCarthy. Out onto the racetrack. Happy hour.
Happy hour there. So they should be out there in that white and green car.
I'll give you a more appreciative welcome now.
Just glad to be here.
Could have just went by.
Let's talk about what we're going to see over these next 60 minutes.
Well, what you've got really is a last chance to tune the cars up for tomorrow's big race here at Lowe's Motor Speedway. So the mechanics have all got a plan as to what they want to try in this final practice session. They'll go out and run some laps. Some of these guys we're going to see run lots and lots of laps. See how good the tires behave after they've got a lot of laps on them. See how the fuel mileage goes.
Buddy?
The other thing you'll see is gear changes. You'll see a guy say, well, we're turning a little too many RPMs. It's going to be cooler tomorrow. We have to anticipate what we have to do to make this car good in cooler conditions. So now they get to run with cars nose to tail like that, balance the cars as well as they can before tomorrow's event, and then have it adjustable for the 500.
And if you're not familiar with how this works, the order that the cars are allowed to go onto the racetrack initially in this happy hour practice is determined by the championship standings. And so you see in this lead group here at the head of the pack are all of the contenders for the NASCAR Winston Cup title. Dale Earnhardt, Jeff Burton, Bobby Labonte, and Dale Jarrett. You saw Labonte just waving a couple of cars by.
And what he did was lead a few laps to see what his car felt like in front of everybody. Now he's back behind them. What does it drive like in the draft? Right now he's getting the balance both ways.
Did you see the wiggle on Earnhardt's car there? Wow.
You see coming on pit road, Earnhardt was passing cars just getting ready to get down the racetrack. He's racy. He's going to start way in the back of the field tomorrow, but he had a poor qualifying run, put him there. But by the same token, this morning we had a practice session. He was very, very quick. 13 among all the drivers that took to the racetrack this morning.
Dale Earnhardt comes into the race 213 points behind Bobby Labonte in the chase for the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship with 6 races to go in the season. Riding with Earnhardt now. It's Ricky Rudd just ahead of him. Jeff Burton ahead of Rudd. If you did not catch the news earlier this week, sponsorship change on the Burton car. It will have new colors here this weekend that we'll all have to get used to together. There it is. Citgo on board that machine the rest of this season and all of next. The Citgo sponsorship to finish the season on the Wood Brothers car, then that will be replaced by Ford Motorcraft. That will back the Wood Brothers team in 2001 with driver Elliott Sadler.
Used to be you'd go to Daytona and you'd see all this stuff happening. Now it's happening before the year even ends. Lots of changes in Winston Cup competition this year between drivers and crew chiefs and crew members, team members, and now sponsors.
The stakes don't ever get any lower. They just get higher and higher.
Oh boy, we're talking millions and millions of dollars, and the amount of energy and effort that gets put into these things is just beyond all reason.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. here running with Mark Martin.
Wow, and I'm telling you, I was watching the tachometer. That's 8,000 you see it on right now, going to right at 9,000 down the straightaway. You can see it pegging right on 9,000. That's asking a lot out of a motor.
Especially if you wanted to live for 500 miles here in Charlotte.
Well, they've got a lot to accomplish.
That's 8,000 right there, and he pegged it right down there at 9,000. I'm telling you, that thing was whistling down the straightaway.
Trying to accomplish a lot in the happy hour here. I talked to Tony Uri, who takes care of this race car as its crew chief, and Tony said that they were pretty far out in left field trying to get the thing adjusted, even though this car sat on the pole and led a whole bunch of laps here in May. Same car, and they haven't raced it since, but they just didn't have the car to their liking. They made so many changes. Tony said, I don't know, we're going to kind of start all over again from scratch for happy hour and see how we do.
Well, he's going to come into the garage area here and get some adjustments and try the next wave of things they'd like to on that machine. Just underway in happy hour here from Charlotte on TBS. This is where it all happens in NASCAR happy hour in the garage, where the adjustments are made, the experiments tried. Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s team going to work there on the rear sway bar, the Panhard bar, I should say, the bar that holds the rear end in place. Moving that determines how the rear wheels track, determines how the car performs when you whip it around these corners at 100-something miles an hour.
And also roll center. It has to do with the way the car really hooks up.
Here's Jeff Gordon, our pole sitter for Sunday's race, out on the racetrack now. Gordon has run 11 laps, best of them 177 miles an hour and change. Marty Snyder can add on Jeff Gordon. All right, we'll get back to Marty in just a minute. For Jeff Gordon, so much success here at Charlotte, but it's all been in May. Finally, last October, he got off the schneid in the fall race with that beautiful move entering pit road on Mike Skinner that I'm going to be willing to bet we'll see sometime during our coverage of the race tomorrow. It was really slick.
Started way back in 22nd, equaled the record for the furthest back anyone has ever started, and won this fall race at Charlotte.
Gordon is 9th overall as far as the fastest speeds are concerned. There's our pal Frank again, and there's Bobby Labonte, the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship leader, pondering with his crew. Bobby comes into the weekend just 6 races removed from perhaps holding the ring, which is what it's all about after all, that championship ring. It's been quite an interesting year for Bobby Labonte, reflecting back to March when we got a preview of what this fight for the championship was going to be like. Bobby and Dale Earnhardt thrilling the fans down in Atlanta with this finish, Earnhardt winning by less than 2 feet. Bobby Labonte scored a victory at Indianapolis. Huge win early August at the Brickyard 400. Then the championship luck turned his way after crashing in practice on Friday in a backup car starting in the back of the field. The rain fell when he leaded after a set of pit stops. He won the Southern 500. Championship teams have to overcome adversity. Richmond, power steering goes out. They came back to finish 15th. Martinsville last week tears up the right front at a pit road skirmish, then gets hit and spun by Mike Skinner after coming from 26th to 9th. This happens to him in the final laps. Grabs a gear, only loses 1 spot, and finishes the race in 10th. Those are the things the champions are made of, is making something out of a bad day. All right, let's go to Marty Snyder now.
And that would be a look of frustration on Bobby Labonte's face. Not very good. Talking to Jimmy Makar right now, and Butch Hilton, his chief mechanic, not very good at all. They wanted to try a set of shocks. They were very good this morning, and they just wanted to be a little bit better in the middle of the corner and try and get better on the longer run. So they tried a set of shocks that he did not like at all. Also, he felt a little vibration in the drivetrain, so they're going to change the drive shaft. They're going to put the old shocks back on. They think that'll be the key. They were very good this morning. They're going to go back to that setup and also change the drive shaft. Let's go to Mike Hogwood.
We're in the Dale Earnhardt garage where he's just pulled in, and he wasn't happy at all out on the track after a great run this morning. Dale said that when he got on the gas, it felt like the car was going to spin out on him. He's going to have the Richard Childress team move the track bar back a little bit. They're going to change all 4 shocks and go out and give it another try.
That's what it's all about. Try it, change it, try it again.
And so many of these changes that we see in happy hour, not only here, but all the racetracks. There's shock absorbers. They are so key to success in Winston Cup racing. We're watching Mark Martin now.
7th fastest lap so far for Mark Martin of the group that has run so far today.
You know, one thing we're always talking about what the car's doing out here on the racetrack, Alan. As you well know, it's usually one in the garage area the day before the race. They call it happy hour. It's happy if you hit the right adjustments on your car. If not, you have to have it where you can adjust during the race.
Mark coming down into the garage area for attention to his car. Let's go to Mike Massaro.
And Alan, Jeremy Mayfield has recorded the fastest lap so far during happy hour, but he just radioed in prior to getting to the garage that there may be a developing problem. What's going on with the car, Jeremy?
We haven't found anything. There's nothing really wrong. We just wanted to make sure everything's okay. Just felt like either we had a spring rubber come out of one of the springs, something like that. No big deal. We got a fast car. That's the main thing. The Mobile 1.4 is just really good. Qualified in the top 10, and man's handling great. So we're looking forward to it tomorrow.
What's the plan for happy hour? What's the strategy here in the next 45 minutes or so?
Well, we feel real good. You know, the car's handling good, the engine's running great, and probably just make sure everything's okay and go out and try to make sort of a long run. You know, get some laps on it and see what happens.
That's Jeremy Mayfield. So far, he's got the time to beat.
Jeremy Mayfield's main goal on Sunday's got to be to finish 6 straight DNFs for Mayfield. But he's fastest so far in happy hour. You look at the 5 fastest speeds. We'll come back with more in just a minute. Wallace's car took it out, ran a few laps, cut the engine while at full speed. Now they take the spark plugs out, send him for a reading by the engine specialist. This was moments ago. We are under the red flag in our happy hour coverage. Darrell Waltrip in some trouble out on the racetrack. First thought he might have blown the engine, but then when he was coming through the garage, Dick noticed he had power and was driving it through the garage. So let's see if we can find out what's wrong. Mike Massaro.
And Alan, you just saw the big Kmart Ford move behind the wall and down through the garage, and the team now scrambling to find out exactly what's wrong. The early word now is it's an oil line, a loose oil line. They're tightening that up right now. Darrell still sits inside the car with the window net up, still waiting to go back out. To Marty Snyder.
And waiting for Geoff Burton, who just went to talk to his teammate Mark Martin. He was standing here. These guys have had a tough weekend. They qualified 38th, and they have not run well this morning. They have not run well in happy hour thus far. We're going to get a word with Geoff in just a second, who should be coming back this way. In fact, let's chase him. And I have bad news for Alan. Alan's a big golfing buddy with Frank Stoddard. He said he shot a 40 on the back 9 the other day, and that he's ready to take you on. Let's bother these people. Let's see if we can tap on Geoff. Geoff. Hey, is your weekend any better?
Yeah, I'm making it a lot better. There's light at the end of the tunnel now. We've really struggled this week, but Mark came. We sat down with Mark today and their engineering staff and came up with a setup that immediately was a lot better. Still, we need to fine tune it now, but before this practice, we were needing to rebuild everything. So we're pretty confident right now.
I think Frank said he changed everything before this happy hour practice.
We literally changed everything. We changed front steering components. We changed literally everything. That's not an exaggeration. Engine, shocks, springs, trailing arms, front steering components, everything on the bolts on the car. We sat down with, like I said, Mark and Jimmy Finnan and their engineering staff and kind of dreamed that setup up, and it's a whole lot better.
You always say you never do learn anything from the Busch race, but did you today?
I learned that, I learned some stuff. I'm not going to tell you what I learned, but I learned some stuff.
Oh, come on.
If everybody else wants to learn the same thing I learned, they can race on Saturday too. But other than that, I'm not telling them.
And I just gave Alan the bad news that Frank shot a 40 on the back 9 the other day.
Well, that's about 12 better than Alan's ever shot on the back 9.
Oh, one for the driver, ladies and gentlemen.
I got news for Burton and Stoddard. They never shoot those kind of scores when I'm golfing with them. So I think this is all just a big fish story. And Geoff Burton, of course, has got another event happening this weekend. Yeah, Jack's excited, isn't he? Jack Roush is waiting for something to happen. Geoff Burton's wife, Kim, expecting a baby at any moment. If it doesn't happen by the end of the day on Sunday, the baby will be delivered on Monday. So Jeff's got a lot on his mind here this weekend. He'd love to bring that baby a trophy from the UAW GM 500 tomorrow. Eastern time, it's the UAW GM Quality 500 here on the Superstation. Jeff Gordon leads the field down to the green flag. It's also the debut of our TBS No Brakes coverage. Thanks to many of our sponsors, you'll see live racing during most of our commercials tomorrow, 12:35 Eastern on the Superstation. I'll tell you, we are excited about the no brakes coverage. When they first called to tell me about it, I said that is just what the race fans are wanting. It's not all the commercials, but it's most of them. And we're thrilled to be able to bring it to you that way and hope that you enjoy it tomorrow. As you can see, we've just gone back under the green flag. The cleanup after the Darrell Waltrip oil leak. I'm sure all of these guys out on the racetrack now are thinking, let's be a bit careful here.
Everybody but Matt Kenseth in the 17. He just went right into turn 1 there, pretty well under full steam. And I know that he would like to back up the victory here. He won the Busch Grand National race for the people who are just joining us not long ago. And this car is sticking right on the white line. That is a great line through the corner, so the car handling well.
Let's mention the countdown clock there. That is subject to extension at NASCAR's discretion because of the downtime for the oil cleanup. We'll see if they do or don't. Kenseth out on the racetrack trying to get his Cup car sorted out after winning the Busch Series race a while ago. He's 21st fastest right now. As we look at some of the top speeds in our happy hour practice. We'll take a break. We'll come back with more here at Charlotte in just a minute on the Superstation. Happy hour from Charlotte live on TBS, getting set for tomorrow's UAW GM Quality 500. We follow Rusty Wallace off the track back into the garage. Second fastest lap so far in happy hour as he dives in and goes back to the attention of Robin Pemberton and his crew. Here's our TBS analyst for the day, Tony Stewart.
Right on the bottom of the racetrack. Every race we watch him run in the past, I guess, second half of the season, that car has been one of the better handling race cars in the race itself. Right on the bottom, as usual.
26th lap he's completed in happy hour. He just finished.
There is a bird whistling so loud outside. I thought it was my TV or wildlife channel for
Jeff Gordon did it in the summer months. We'll see if Tony's able to equal that mark here tomorrow afternoon.
It's outside my own window.
Here's a look at Jeff Gordon's three-peat back in the late July, early August part. 1998. Gordon went to victory at Pocono, live on TBS. Then a couple of weeks later in the next race, he went off to the Brickyard 400 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The race finished under the caution flag, Gordon celebrating a second straight win. Then it was on to the road course in Watkins Glen, New York. Different style racing, same result. Jeff Gordon taking the checkered flag. In the middle of a long streak of consecutive road course wins he had in Winston Cup competition. The Gordon three-peats. Last time it's been done in Winston Cup competition. And there's Jeff bailing off. 9th fastest lap so far is where Jeff sits, as he has run 24 laps in this happy hour, and he heads back into the attention of his crew. There's Tony alongside Bill Elliott, looking at some time intervals on Stewart's car. Let's go to Marty Snyder.
It has been a terrific weekend for Ricky Rudd. One of those scary kind of weekends that's going so good. Bad news for everybody else. Ricky's done with happy hour. He's already done. Car must be obviously very good, Ricky.
Well, Marty, I think we're really good. You know, we're one of the guys that runs every minute of happy hour normally, right up to the last minute, and trying everything we can. But, you know, this whole week, this Texaco Howland Taurus has been good right off the truck. We qualified 6th. It's run good in every practice session, and it's really one of them scary deals because it is driving so good and it's running good. So these guys are going to work on it and go over the checklist, get it ready to race.
It might come this weekend. Are you tired of answering the question, when's that win going to come?
No, at least we're close enough and threatening that people want to know when it's going to happen. And that's not a bad position to be in. A lot of top 5 finishes, I think 10 top 5 so far this season. So really, if you'd asked me, can you finish in the top 5 10 times and not win, I'd have probably said that's mathematically impossible. But yet we've been able to do that. But we've been knocking on the door every week. It'll happen. It's going to come. These guys are getting better and better each week.
All right, Ricky Rudd's done with happy hour. Look out for him on Sunday. Let's go to Mike Massaro.
Well, guys, you can see the look of concern on Kenny Wallace's face. That's because of an apparent engine problem. Kenny, the car's behind the wall. What's the problem?
Well, this morning we had a small miss at high speed, like down the middle of the straightaway, and they changed some things in the upper end, you know, and trying to work on it, but now it's just cut and clear off. And we feel like it's internal. You know, we don't really know what it is, but well, we ran 5 or 6 laps. The car handled pretty good this morning, handling real good right now, and feels like we got a good balance. So, you know, it's just, it won't run, so we got to take it out.
And you heard him say it, it won't run. And as a result of that, it looks like they're going to actually change the motor here in this portion of happy hour and get it ready for tomorrow. They're set to roll off 32nd.
Kenny Wallace has only run 8 laps in his practice, and if that's all he gets, that's not a lot of feedback.
And that's been a lot of the story of that team this year is engine trouble. Both he and Nemechek, their teammates, 9 engine DNFs, and a lot of motor problems for those guys.
Dale Jr. and Michael Waltrip running together. They'll be teammates next year.
Mikey's all fired up about next year. Wouldn't it be neat to see him get involved with Earnhardt and really start cranking off a whole bunch of wins, and people can stop beating him up about not having won a points race? He's one of the nicest, one of the most interesting people in the sport, and he deserves a lot better than he's gotten back out of it.
And we all know that he's a talented race car driver. He's won in Busch Grand National. He's had a championship in the Baby Grand Series. And now he has an opportunity. As they say in the racing world, it's time to cut bait or fish. He's ready.
And Michael knows that. He's going to be feeling that pressure next year. He knows this may be his best opportunity, his last opportunity in a long time to have a potential winning ride. It's been a long time for Michael Waltrip. Early 90s, he and Chuck Ryder's team really had it going on, and were in position to win a couple races. I remember a Southern 500 at Darlington where they were leading, came down pit road and had an air gun malfunction on him on a stop, wound up finishing 3rd.
At a Daytona 500, they should have won when an engine went away at the tail end. At a Pocono, they should have won and wound up 2nd instead, and on it went.
Yep. He's got the talent. See if the opportunity presents itself. Of course, he's still got 6 races to go with Jim Smith's team, looking to finish out as best they can. Here's Dale Earnhardt Jr. Of course, this Charlotte track's been a pretty good. Wow, happy hands there. Too happy. He's going to bail out and head for the garage.
So that'll always put you in the garage area, because when you start fighting it like that, you need to make a change somewhere along the way. Maybe as small as just a air pressure adjustment in the tires, or maybe just, you know, the smallest of changes will turn that car from just average to great.
Take another look at what happened to Earnhardt Jr. as he came firing up off of turn 2. Watch the hands on the wheel. Of course, this Charlotte.
Wow.
That means the back of the car is trying to pass the front.
Yeah. Yep. And generally, that's not too good. So Dale Jr. goes back to the attention of Tony Eury and his team as we are about halfway through happy hour in Charlotte. Head to the garage with the possible oil leak earlier. Got it fixed, brought it back out. He's into the wall in turn number 3. Coming to a stop down the front stretch. Red flag is out.
Huge damage to the right side there. The right front flat. I guarantee the right side of the car also very flat.
DW scheduled to start 34th in the race. That is backup car material right there. Here's another look at what happened.
Going into turn 3, everything looks pretty normal. There, he just
right
fades away like the right front went flat on the car, or either something broke. I noticed the left front tire moving around quite a bit there, like something may have broken on the steering.
Definitely a mechanical failure. Cars just don't do that for the driver error. That car failed him.
Yeah. Your first look at what happened, by the way, not another look. Here's the other look. Darrell Waltrip just get into the outside wall. All right. And taking off the helmet, sitting in the car.
Yeah,
probably fairly disgusted.
And also the screen's down to let the workers know I'm okay in here. Just a little aggravated with everything, but Darrell's okay. They'll go in, probably pull out a backup car, because it hit, when you hit that hard to the outside wall, it usually bends the rear end housing and also all the components under the front.
I would be willing to wager that down in the garage, the team's already heading to the hauler to get the backup car. Slinging springs and swapping shocks in NASCAR happy hour under the red flag for the 2nd time here at Charlotte. Jeremy Mayfield has the fastest lap so far. To us, something went down in the right front corner of the car. We'll try and get a follow-up from Darrell in a minute. Hey, this is outside turn 3 here in Charlotte.
Wicked.
You know, there are just
That buzz.
acres and
Sorry,
acres and
let me see
acres
if
of
we can get
folks and
past that.
campers around here for the weekend. The transporter lift to determine if they've got to pull the
car this week kind of too.
There we go. It's a little better.
Can't miss it out there.
No, M&M's got pretty creative with this one, and we're all purpled up when the characters got on their Halloween costumes, and they're ready for October.
It's a while since you've won. I would think it's if you can do it on Sunday, we might see this color for a while.
Well, I'll tell you what, this car's
we won here this fall race, and it's been like 10 years ago, but this car feels very good.
Ken Schrader, very happy, Alan.
Well, hopefully you'll have a good run here on Sunday.
What they're doing right now is they're adjusting the valves. The mechanic whose left hand you're watching is turning the crankshaft on the engine. That's turning the engine over. What they're trying to do is to set the amount of end play between the rocker arms and the push rods and the valves and so forth. A lot of mechanical movement there in the valve train, and the amount of play that's there is really critical, right down to the thousandths, and that's what they're working on.
Also, you notice this metal right through there, that is the water hose. They don't use a rubber hose like you use on your regular. This one going right down through here, that's the water hose. And they don't take any chances. They don't want a hose to rupture and maybe throw fluids out on the racetrack. So that's exactly what that is. It's a metal braided line, and unless it's cut in two, it's not going to leak.
Ordinarily, there's a great big air cleaner on it, but for working on the car, they put this little tiny bonnet on it, and that just keeps dirt and debris and so forth out of the carburetor.
And that's the carburetor right there. That piece under it, that's the intake right there. These are spider bars. You hear people talking about spider bars on the front end of a race car. And the alternator, of course, right here. That's the alternator. So many things on a race car we never get to show you that we have an opportunity now. Of course, you know about the belts that run the oil pumps. That's the oil pump belt right there. And so many things we can show you, and hope we're not boring you when we talk about it. But certainly a lot of people are interested in the difference in a race car and a road car.
One of the big... Don't get the chance to look up under the hood that often. We'll take a break here. There's Larry McReynolds looking on, waiting for happy hour to resume. Waiting for his driver, Mike Skinner, to go back out and see how the latest changes they've made have turned out. Beyond turn 4 of the Speedway property, that's probably real happy hour for those folks. I'm sure they're having a ball. Slight speed differential here as we are back underway after Darrell Waltrip's car was removed from the track and the cleanup effected. Let's go to Mike Massaro.
Well, Darrell, this certainly isn't the way you expected happy hour to unfold. First the oil line problem, now this. What happened?
Something cut the right front tire down. Robert, looking at it, I think we had a problem of some sort there, and something rubbed the hole. I just gone out on fresh set of tires. Something rubbed the hole on the inside of the tires. So this is not a very happy hour for us. It's been kind of disastrous. All we've been able to do is give these guys a break while we get to clean up our mess. But you know, we got a backup, so we'll drag that out and see what we can do with it.
Do you have enough time to prepare the backup car?
I don't know what kind of shape it's in. We usually don't have one ready to hit the track, so they'll take some time. We'll just get it out and work on it tonight and get it ready to go tomorrow.
Well, you can see the disgust on Darrell Waltrip's face as he gets ready for tomorrow. He was set to roll off 34th, but he'll have to go to the back of the field. To Marty Snyder.
Well, there's no disgust in Bobby Labonte's pit area. A lot of smiles. You pretty happy guy?
Yeah, not bad. We're just going to try one more thing here. Looks like that's about all the time we'll have left to do, try one more thing and see what that does. But first part of practice, we tried something that we just hadn't tried in a while, and we thought we'd do it then, and it didn't work out. So we're back to where we were earlier today, and that was better.
Vibration is gone, correct?
Yeah, oh yeah, it was just a little one. We just wanted to make sure it wouldn't be there for tomorrow.
All right, this car for Bobby Labonte, this car is his favorite car. It has raced 10 times. Its worst finish is third. It has won twice, average finish 2.0. They expect great things tomorrow.
Bobby Labonte starting second in the UAW GM Quality 500. Dale Earnhardt back out onto the racetrack. Second to Bobby in points. Jeff Burton and Dale Jarrett, the other two contenders for the championship. You see their championship standings coming in, and you see their fastest lap of the session so far. Burton with the quickest lap of our four contenders heading into tomorrow's race. There's Brett Bodine heading back into the garage, and there's Jeff Burton back out onto the racetrack in his new paint scheme. Let's talk about Dale Earnhardt more for just a minute. Dale Earnhardt hanging in there in the fight for the championship. Season started off very well for Earnhardt as he pursued his 8th NASCAR Winston Cup crown. Atlanta, March. Caught this a little earlier talking about Labonte. Earnhardt win number 1 on the season. and was off to a rocking start. After a steady and solid spring, disaster struck in August. Lap 2, Watkins Glen running second into the outside wall. Began a little bit of a slide. It also happened at Pocono in July. Flat tire late in Earnhardt's race there. Cost him a good finish. Martinsville last Sunday, Earnhardt running second to Tony Stewart in the final laps to get the championship bid back on track after a very subpar performance at Dover the week before. So Dale Earnhardt enters the race on Sunday, down 213 points to Bobby Labonte with 6 races to go.
Still doable. It's still doable. Earnhardt absolutely is a contender to win this championship. Tomorrow will be pivotal in his effort. If he has a great day, Bobby Labonte has a tough day, oh boy, this thing could really tighten up.
Can you imagine what this means to the sport, though, if he would get close to Bobby Labonte and it would go down to the last race? A guy going for 8 championships, that would be just electrifying. I just can't imagine how the race fans will feel about that, because a lot of people are pulling for this guy for a championship, as well as Bobby Labonte.
Yeah, the only thing not to be lost in talking about Earnhardt going for number 8 is taking anything away from the effort of Bobby Labonte and Joe Gibbs to get number 1. They have been fantastic all season long, and if they win it, it'll be well earned. Jerry Nadeau's been on a lot of people's tongues all weekend. There's Joe Gibbs as a very strong contender for this race. Let's hear from him.
Well, Jerry Nadeau fastest in practice this morning. He starts 3rd tomorrow. When you have a car that good, Jerry, what do you want to accomplish in happy hour?
Basically just to make sure the car's stable enough. You know, the track conditions this morning we're hoping are going to be the way it's going to be tomorrow. You know, from what we're hearing, it's going to have a cold front. And our car's pretty good. I mean, it's a little bit on the free side right now, but it's a lot hotter at this time than it was this morning. So, but other than that, I mean, the MichaelHolligan.com car Chevrolet is just running perfect. I mean, the guys are doing a great job. Motors are sounding good and running good, and just looking forward to having a good day tomorrow.
You've had your car up front for a number of races this season. How close are you?
I don't know. I hope I'm close. I mean, you know, I'm not really thinking about the win. I just, you know, this team has been is getting so consistent every week we go out. We're running up front. We're qualifying good. And once you know it, I mean, once you start running up front, running top 5s and top 10s, the win's going to get there. I don't know where it's going to be or when it's going to be, but it'd be nice to have it tomorrow.
Alan, I don't think anybody would be surprised if that win does come tomorrow.
I sure wouldn't.
I'll tell you, and it could well come tomorrow, because this racetrack is a terrific place for people to win their very first Winston Cup show. In tomorrow's race, it's happened 3 times. One of the guys who won his first ever Winston Cup race in tomorrow's event, Buddy Baker.
Fastest speeds by manufacturer from this happy hour practice. You see Ward Burton is running very solidly, 3rd overall in the top running Pontiac. There is a look at Ward.
And just behind him in the 2 car there, that's Rusty Wallace. He's 2nd fastest in practice right now.
Ward Burton's a driver who needs something good to happen tomorrow. We talked about Jeremy Mayfield and their streak of not finishing races. Ward has fallen out of the last 3 straight events. Here was a team 4th in points and running so well through mid-season, and now they've just stumbled and tripped, and now they're all the way back to 10th in points, and they've fallen out of 3 in a row. Talking about Rusty Wallace back earlier this summer on TBS. He was a highlight player and a terrific finish we had in the Pennsylvania 500. Jeremy Mayfield lost a tire just in front of Rusty going into turn number 2 on the final lap. Rusty had to hold off Geoff Burton in a final corner sprint to the finish to score the victory for Wallace. One of 4 wins he's had in this 2000 campaign. Here's another driver who was right in the thick of the championship all year long and then stumbled and has fallen back.
Well, he just has not had the consistency he needed to have in order to contend for the championship, but he has been incredibly fast all year long, and especially fast here at Lowe's Motor Speedway. He's going to start pretty deep in the field. He had a tough qualifying run. He bottomed out in his time trial, but at all the practice sessions, Rusty Wallace has been right near the top. He's been among the top 2 or 3 in every one. Very, very fast race car.
You look at Robin Pemberton there timing Rusty. Darlington and Richmond stumbles for what dropped him out of contention for the title. Rusty 2nd fastest in happy hour. We're back to Charlotte after this.
This old Budweiser commercial. I was looking at
10 minutes left in happy hour practice.
I didn't skip.
Setting the cars up for tomorrow's
Somebody else skipped it.
Quality
I was gonna
500.
skip
Here
it.
is Dale Jarrett,
I saw
the
it
other
ended.
fourth championship contender. We haven't discussed Dale much in this happy hour. We've been watching him while you're away in the commercial break, fighting the wheel on that car. Pretty good bit there, buddy.
Yeah, and you notice he sits very, very close. And in the corner there, he uses his whole arm to turn it. But that's driving style. Richard Petty had the same type of driving style, sat very close to the wheel.
DJ has run 37 laps in this practice. He is 26th fastest as far as flat-out speed. Of course, that's a little deceiving, those numbers. Dale Jarrett's season started off pretty well. The defending NASCAR Winston Cup champion opened his title renewal bid by winning the season's biggest race, the Daytona 500, back in February. But things went wrong on a couple of occasions for Dale. This was Talladega in April, out of fuel. Cost him a poor finish there. Then in September, here's the long pit stop at Talladega for Jarrett. September, got up against the wall after a tire went down. Lost 17 laps getting repairs. And that set him back. Cost him a lot of points. Then just 26 laps into the Dover race last Sunday. Tangled with Ward Burton, racing for 8th spot. Time in the garage put DJ back 32nd at the finish. It has dropped him behind Bobby Labonte, 251 points.
Okay,
I
I was pretty sure Lightning forced the cancellation of that race because it was thundering here like hell. I'm looking at
here. Going to start deep in the field
the
tomorrow,
stuff for
but he's
Daytona
running
coming up
very
tomorrow.
well right now. He's 6th in the serial order, but they are worried about the engine under the hood. In the practice sessions we've seen so far, Labonte has blown
About
up
the
2
24
engines.
having a
He's had very
race,
little practice
pre-race
time here at Lowe's Motor
inspection
Speedway, much less
failure
than the
after
people he will have to race
qualifying.
tomorrow.
I don't know. There's a whole story on
They
NASCAR.com.
certainly appear good for Terry right now,
That
considering
stuff's
where
just
he's at, to be running
dumb.
6th on the overall chart. That's not a bad thing. Robert Presley also doing fairly well in qualifying and in happy hour. On board with Robert here. Qualified 15th. Has the 18th fastest lap overall. And I started to say a minute ago, the speed chart is deceiving in happy hour because it's not so much the fastest lap you run, it's whether you're able to maintain your speed over 30, 40 laps. That's the real trick to happy hour, is finding out if you're able to, your lap times,
like it's
you're going to fall off from lap 1 on a set
game.
of tires to lap 30. The driver whose tires fall off the least
He was
is the guy that's in the
disqualified.
best shape for the race.
Alan, you're exactly right. And one thing you have to do during happy hour is take most of the fuel out of the car. Put the, you know, the tires that you have 50, 60 laps on. See what it's going to be like at the end of a run. Anybody
Team
put
will
fresh
lose
rubber
their
on a race car and go out and run a fast
pit
lap.
stall
But the car that's
selection.
consistent in race conditions after it's gone 30 laps, that's the guy that's going to be in front when it comes time.
It's been a building year for this team. They're doing much better in year 2000 than they did in 1999. The team is going to stick together for 2001. They expect more in 2001, and I bet you they're going to get it. Got some real good people on this organization, including the driver, Ryan Pemberton, the crew chief.
Yeah, and you can see that headrest just on the side of the helmet right there.
Additionally,
These drivers
William
actually
Byron
leave their head
wins
against
the
that. It takes all the
regular
pressure off their
season
neck.
championship
And
as
the
the
wire you see going there,
will
that's the
start
communication.
from
That's the
the
radio hooked up
rear.
for the helmet.
We also must serve a stop-and-go
Robert out
penalty
there
on
running.
pit
Johnny Benson
road
has just
after
come back
taking
into the
green
garage. He's
flag.
been out on the racetrack some. Benson running the 5th fastest
He
lap
was
overall.
due to start.
Here's a look at Bill Elliott, 1988 NASCAR Winston Cup champion. Elliott's had a hot and cold season.
Got a couple of third-place finishes this year as his best so far. One of these days, he's going to get it all together and have the right car, be around at the end, and he's going to grab himself a checkered flag. This car they call Heavy D, as in heavy downforce.
It's still listed as
That's a
Byron
heavy
starting
metal
8th.
band with the same name, but this is for downforce.
So everybody gets
got any of their
to
CDs?
move up.
No, you got to be kidding me.
Okay, I'm just checking.
No.
I mentioned Johnny Benson a minute ago. Marty Snyder's in his garage now. Marty?
Well, Alan, it's been about a happy 35 minutes for Johnny Benson. They were extremely good, 5th fastest on the chart, but they think they might have a tire problem. They felt like he had Johnny said he felt like he had a flat right rear tire. They came in, checked that it was fine. He went back out. He said the car was still extremely loose, and before it had been about perfect. So they don't know if it's the tires or what it was. They wanted to try some gears, but you see 2 gears sitting down here. They wanted to try both of those gears, but they are not going to be able to do that. They're trying to figure out if something is wrong with the car or if it's just something wrong with the set of tires they just had on. They think they have solved the problem. That's Crew Chief James Ince. He is solving one of the age-old crew chief problems, whether to be good on the short runs or the long runs. They are very fast, but they're not very good on the long run, so it's a debate. Do you want to be good and fast in the short run or good for the long run? And they think they're going to be fast on the shorter runs, but if they have to have a long run to finish the race tomorrow, they think they may struggle.
Looking at that countdown clock, remember we had the 2 red flags for the 2 problems for Darrell Waltrip, understanding that the practice may be extended just by a couple of minutes, though. So there may be actually 7 minutes left instead of 5. We're waiting to see. This is Dave Blaney we're on board with now. Had that great run in the Busch Series race earlier today on TBS.
One of these days he is going to click in Winston Cup, and when he does, hang on. Everybody's going to declare him another overnight sensation.
All right, understanding that our countdown clock has actually been corrected already for the 2-minute extension of happy hour.
Look at him sliding the wheel, just sort of drifting it on his right hand, not gripping it hard at all with the right hand.
Well, I imagine if you get out there in a 500-mile race and you're gripping that wheel too hard, about the 300-mile mark or so, your forearms, you're going to feel like they're ready to fall off.
You see that wire right there off the steering wheel? That's the wire that goes to his radio. He's got a little button on his steering wheel. When he pushes that button, that's when he gets to talk to his crew. You see that wire just sort of dangling off. That's what it's hooked to.
I woke up at 2 a.m. and I
it's an amazing way to hang on a steering wheel.
Well, you could see 2 wires there. One of them is a cutoff in case the throttle hangs on the left side. That one running down that way, that was if the throttle hangs, you can push the button and it shuts the ignition off. The one Dick was talking about, so the radio is on the right side. You run your thumb on it.
Let's have a look at Mike Skinner now. Out there in his machine for Richard Childress Racing. Skinner, of course, in position to win this race a year ago when we ran it on the Monday because of rain, and it didn't work out. When they came down pit road for final stops, Jeff Gordon aced him out, got position on him, and led the rest of the way.
I noticed the crew was pushing Jeff Gordon's car around not long ago. He had gone out and run a few laps, and he made it to the pit area. They pushed him over, and now they check the fuel mileage over there at the 76 pump, and they know exactly what kind of fuel mileage he'll get tomorrow.
Skinner 31st fastest. There's Larry McReynolds, the gentleman in the background, bending over.
So that
out the lap time.
I don't have to run them during
he's writing it down. Kurt Busch's team hard at work.
If it bothers you to have ads,
well, this is pressure now, making the changes, the final changes you're going to make with just a few minutes left to go on the racetrack. Got to get those changes done, because if you don't get the chance to run a couple of laps, you don't know if they're going to work. You start out the race not sure what the car is going to do.
Kurt
Busch, the rookie phenom of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series this season, named by Jack Roush to drive this car next year and getting a head start on it at the end of 2000.
And you can notice a lot of the crewmen, they're wearing radios so they can talk to the drivers. They make the changes. Tell me exactly what it's doing, and I can fix it for you.
Looks like they're moving the trailing arms on the car.
Yeah, that's Jeff Hammond, the crew chief underneath the car. Next year, he's going to be doing television instead of turning wrenches. Today, not afraid to get his hands dirty, climb right under that thing, go to work.
If he's not careful and he reaches up, those are the exhaust pipes just overhead. He's going to get a heck of a burn if he's not careful there.
Sizzle, sizzle.
Yes.
He's been doing this a long time, though. He'll be fine.
And you can see how flat they are. That's for travel on the right side of that car. If it goes down and starts to travel, that's to keep the exhaust from rubbing the racetrack.
15th fastest lap for Elliott Sadler so far as he runs the Wood Brothers car. This will be his 48th lap as he comes down to the start-finish line. Sadler to start 23rd in tomorrow's race. Best finish here at Charlotte, 17th. Back in the 600 of 1999 on Memorial Weekend. That team getting a new sponsor for next year, announced on Wednesday morning. Ford Motorcraft brand to go on that car. There's Jeremy Mayfield back out. Fastest lap so far has been set by Mayfield. There's Jeremy.
Now we don't gotta run one for 27
Saw him in the garage earlier.
minutes.
Got the report the team was checking the car over. Thought they might have had a little problem developing. Obviously, he's back on the racetrack and things are going okay. Doesn't look like he's going all that fast. Here's Andy Houston, son of the great NASCAR Busch Series driver Tommy Houston, going to make his second Winston Cup start tomorrow. Had a terrific run at Michigan back in August. Started near the back of the field in 35th, got all the way up around the top 10, and then the engine quit. And he wound up finishing right where he started in 35th. He'll run 3 more races the rest of this year, then run Winston Cup full-time in 2001.
And here's Tony Stewart going through the corner. You want to talk about looking relaxed. Look at this guy now. He's running close to 200 miles an hour is where we're making this picture. As he goes in the corner, pretty still on the steering wheel. He gets that car working. Now he's coming in. No brake lights on the race car, so he waves to the competitors. I'm going in the pits, slowing down.
Stewart doing that on the back straightaway. Steve Park.
Get the wall.
Steve Park in trouble. Right at the end of happy hour.
Oh, and he had a good race car.
Red and black flags mean that the practice is over.
That's a bummer.
Final practice is over, and Steve Park ends it with a bang into the outside wall. And that is tough. Steve was the 10th fastest car in this final practice session. Now everybody comes into the Goodyear engineers to get the tire sheets read. And Park, meantime, brings his car to the attention of Paul Andrews and the crew to see how bad the damage is and if they'll need the backup. Look at the stripping, dragging on the right side.
Yeah.
I bet you they'll bring the backup car out there for Park. Oh, what a tough break that is.
Yeah, he was 10th quick this morning as well.
Here are the fastest drivers overall in our happy hour practice. We'll take a break, come back, and start talking to some of them in just a minute. Fans filing out. Race teams just getting to work.
So
as
weird,
happy
all
hour
the young
practice
guns
is over,
of the years
and the final
previous are
preparations
all in
now
the front
underway
now, and
for the UAW GM Quality
the old
500, which you'll see
guys
tomorrow
are-
on TBS.
the old
Very
heroes
unhappy
from the
final
80s
moments of
are
happy hour for Steve
struggling.
Park, which is now sitting behind the tow truck. Let's take a look at what happened. This is turn 2.
Right in the middle here, you'll see Steve Park's car coming through the corner, and it just veers all of a sudden up into the outside wall. That's so heartbreaking. They probably cut a tire very similar to what happened to Darrell Waltrip in this same happy hour.
Yeah, it's about no other explanation for that, as cut right front. And so that's 2 we've seen at happy hour. Hope that's not a trend
Look
for
at
tomorrow.
all the
Well, we haven't really
crew
seen him in
chiefs hanging
practice
around
before
looking
this.
and
I
trying
was
to
thinking the
figure
same
it
thing,
out.
Alan, that when you see 2 tires fail in a happy hour situation, you kind of think, oh boy, have we got a real problem going here. But so far in practice, we have not seen any
Speedway
tire
scene
problems in the Winston Cup
photographers.
division.
All right, let's go down to Ken Squire. Well, there you see the team around the car still out here on pit road. And the question is, will they have to go back to that second car? They don't have to give up too much because they're in the back of the field anyway. But this car, as has been pointed out, was running so very well for the young man that won his first Winston Cup race on the road course at Watkins Glen, New York, earlier this year. You see the Andy Houston car now being pushed in. A lot of folks very excited about what's going to be going on with him tomorrow. Let's join Mike Hogwood.
Well, Matt Kenseth, who has had a wonderful day today in that Busch race, is the winner, and now happy hour concluded. Are you happy?
I'm fairly satisfied. It drove pretty much to my liking. That last run, we went and ran a real long run there. Then it's not spectacular fast to start, but it stays under me real good. So it has a feel like we had before, and I'm comfortable with it. I think there's some cars that are faster than we are, but if we can get it comfortable in the standards all day, I think we'll be competitive.
Matt Kenseth hoping to be competitive enough, maybe make it a sweep this weekend at Charlotte.
We'll be back to meet more of the principals in the UAW GM Quality 500 tomorrow after these messages. Stay with us here on TBS. To CNNSI.com now and cast your vote. Cast it for any one of 43 down here where the focus is in the garage area right now. Just about ready to tether the cars for the evening and step away from them, but there's still a little activity. We'll be meeting some of the principals, and Mike Hogwood is with one now.
That's with Steve Park, who certainly wasn't happy today. And there at the very end, what happened, Steve?
We think we cut a tire down on the Pennzoil Chevrolet. We were just making a long run, and car was handling real good, and we only had about 5 minutes left there towards the end, and we were just riding it out and going off down into turn 1. We must have either run something over or popped the tire and just shot up the racetrack and bounced off the wall. So we were looking at the car outside there on pit road, and they're toning in right now, and it doesn't look like it's hurt that bad, but I'm not the professional these guys are, so they'll get a chance to take a look at it and see if we can get it fixed up for tomorrow.
Matter of fact, I think that Haller is coming in right now to bring
I watched his father
car in
race.
now, and you'll have Paul Andrews, Steve
Bob
Meal take
Park,
a look at it and see if it
New England
does
modified
indeed need to go
driver.
to a backup, as here it comes, that #1 car. And we'll let you know, Ken, if they do plan to go to work tonight to put a backup in the rotation tomorrow.
Hard memories for Steve Park of Atlanta, 1998, turn 4. When he crashed, tire went down, broke his leg that time, put him out of action for some time. Thought that might have cracked a couple of ribs the way he bounced into that one today, but it's good to see him ambulatory and getting ready for tomorrow with a consideration as to whether he goes to a reserve car. Well, we're going to try to find Tony Stewart for you in just a moment. He did such a grand call today on our 300-mile Grand National race. If you're just joining us, Matt Kenseth won it when Joe Nemechek ran out of gas with about 2 laps to go. Kenseth, who'd been on the pole, and Stewart was up in the booth with Alan Bestwick and company. Now he's out here on the track getting ready for tomorrow's start. Stewart, who's won 2 straight. And let's see what we have here for a car. There's Bill Elliott. Now, this is one that I'm really interested in for tomorrow. Tomorrow marks his 45th birthday, and it's been a while since he's won, what, 1994 at Darlington? And he's twice a winner on this track in this 500-mile race. Wouldn't it be something to see Bill Elliott turn it around tomorrow? Mike Massaro is standing by with the legend.
Well, the 7-time champ had a tough time during qualifying. Now he's playing with the reporter, yanking out my shirt. How much playing did you do with the car today?
We went from one setup to the other. We were a little tight in the morning session, so we worked on some things to maybe hit on it in the afternoon, but we went back to the morning setup and where we raced here last spring, and pretty good setup. Just needed to be a little faster, and maybe with a few adjustments, we've already tried another set of shocks, so we're going to be on a different set of shocks than what I raced on, so we should be in good shape.
Well, just to add to that, Dale Earnhardt radioed in right at the end of happy hour, and he said the car's 100% better, Kevin.
We'll be back with more from Lowe's Motor Speedway as we prepare for the 500 tomorrow on this track. Briefing, and we will not get an opportunity to be back with Tony Stewart today, but we sure will tomorrow when they cinch up, strap in, and get ready to get down to business in the 41st annual UAW GM Quality 500 tomorrow, live on TBS. We sure hope you'll be along to enjoy every exciting moment of this great fall classic. So for the entire TBS announce crew,
there's a
Ken
squirrel
Squire
running
saying
across
so
the
long
road.
from Charlotte, North Carolina. Coming up
freaked
tomorrow,
me out for a
starting
second.
12:35, it's the UAW GM Quality 500 featuring TBS no brakes coverage. And coming up next, Robert Downey Jr. and Mel
Trying
Gibson
to do the
star
no breaks.
in
I'm going to
Air
run
America.
one more ad break, and that'll give me at least another half hour. 45 minutes even.
Tomorrow, a step toward the championship for Dale Earnhardt, for Dale Jarrett, for Jeff Burton from Virginia, and the man who stands on top at the present time, Bobby Labonte. See you tomorrow, 12:35 Eastern on TBS.
The race should automatically play next. With it. I was just going to say, I think if it's NASCAR, though, it'll have ads. It's Dave W. He has ads, too. But let's play that from the beginning.
Has evolved from stock car racing's wild frontier into the sport's innovative leader. The first super speedway race under the lights was here. 4 months ago under those lights, Wisconsin's young Matt Kenseth won his first major race in the Coca-Cola 600. Today, it will help define the Winston Cup Championship. Jarrett, Earnhardt, and Burton will chase Bobby Labonte into the high bank turns at over 190 miles per hour. And the spirit of those wild frontier days will be alive and well on every lap. 334 laps, 501 miles for $2.5 million. That's the setting for the UAW GM Quality 500 41st running here at Lowe's Motor Speedway, Charlotte, North Carolina. It's a brisk day, temperature in the mid-50s, a frisky little breeze of 15 to 20 miles per hour will push them down that main straightaway into turn 1.
My lease is up October 1st, and my son and I are moving this RV to a camp lot I used to stay at in North Carolina. It's in the North Carolina mountains. It's a place I know very well. I lived there for many years.
13-point advantage and maybe just 6 races away from his first Winston Cup title. And Bobby, considering what's at stake, how do you keep this team focused?
And it will free up
you know, we just try to go out there and do the best we can. Winston Cup title is there at the end of the year, but we got to do everything we can do, just like we have been
like
all
10
along.
races in
Run real
person.
fast and as hard as we can and being as consistent as possible. So do the stuff like you've
And
been
travel
doing to get
down
here
and
and just see what that
Mom and
does for us.
Dad.
Consistency is key.
Yeah,
Bobby
after
Labonte
running
needs
that
just
ad,
an
now I
average
won't have
6th place
to
finish in the
run
next
the ad
6
for
events
36
to clinch his
minutes.
first Winston Cup title. Thank you, Bobby.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Or when
43
there's
drivers
like
being
a
introduced to the
caution
crowd
or
right now, and we'll introduce them to you as well. From the rear of the field, provisional starter back in that shotgun
My dad's
position, Ted
last
Musgrave.
race
Other provisional
officially as
starters
crew
today
chief,
include
but
Sterling
he's
Marlin and Las Vegas Kurt
worked
Busch.
as a
But take a look
consultant
at row 20, Steve Park. He crashed yesterday, tore up his car. They've got it back
Many
together and
times
ready to run.
since
Terry
in
Labonte,
many
a former winner here
series.
beside him. How about row 19? These are provisional starters, and they are Dale
Or built
Earnhardt,
shocks
number 2
or
in points. Jeff Burton, number
other
3 in
things.
points. Look at row number 18. There you've got the ageless
went
Dick
to
Trickle
races
and Hutch Strickland. In
quite
row 17
often.
today, there's the story. His 25th and final performance in this race. 3-time Winston Cup winner Darrell Waltrip in his final show at Charlotte. Brett Bodine and Kenny Wallace are in the next row back, followed by Dave Blaney and Mike Bliss. Then coming up to row 14, brand new team, Jeff Fuller there. Go to row 13, Robbie Gordon, Matt Kenseth. He won
Jeff Fuller
yesterday.
team
He
is
won the
who he's
600
crew chief
back in
in.
the spring. Can he keep
They
that
only
streak
ran
going?
one race
We'll
together.
know shortly.
They had just put
Up to
the
row
team
12,
together
Elliott Sadler and Wally Dallenbach.
from the Cale Yarborough team,
You've
number
got Joe
98,
Nemechek, who won, but for a pint of gasoline
and
yesterday.
ran one race.
Rusty Wallace beside him.
I'm trying
In
to
row
remember
10,
the
Bobby
details.
Hamilton
Something
and Ken
about a
Schrader, and
motor,
Schrader is
maybe,
really
or
running well in happy hour yesterday. Tony
disagreement
Stewart,
between
he's
what
going
motor
for
to
3
put
in a
in
row
and
today.
what
Let's
they
see if he can do
wanted.
it. In row 8, Robert Presley and Kevin LePage. For
Something
row
went
7,
wrong
Dale
where
Earnhardt Jr. won the Winston on this track. Michael Waltrip
the
alongside. In row 6, Rick
didn't run again until February. So something between
row
October
5,
and
Johnny
February.
Benson. Many say this is the dark
I don't
horse
know.
that can do it all today.
I
and
swear
Jerry
I heard
Mayfield.
someone who was a
In
financier
row 4,
of the
this is his
team
45th birthday.
was in
And
a
for
plane
present,
crash.
He would
but
like to win
I,
his third 500
my father
here.
said he never
Row
heard.
3, the
So
man who's 4th in points.
I need to do
Dale
some
Jarrett
research
and Ricky Rudd, a
because
former
I'm
winner
just
of the
going
event.
off of like
Jerry
what I
Nadeau
remember.
started 2nd in the 600,
Or
3rd
thought I
today,
remembered.
and Mr. Excitement, Jimmy Spencer's alongside. In the front row, the defending champion in this 500-miler, Jeff Gordon, and the man who's number 1 in Winston Cup points, Bobby Labonte. Well, that's how they'll line up for today's race. There you
I
see
know
some of the
after
field. An interesting
left
story
this
about
team,
one of the great
he
racing families.
packed
When
up,
we
sold the
return,
house,
the
and moved
Petty
to
family.
Florida. So he got out of full-time NASCAR and works actually still as an engineer for an amusement park chain company that invented whack-a-mole. He works with the pneumatics and the hydraulics and designs things you see at a Midway, like at Daytona.
Michael. From racetrack to road, Mobil 1 Motor Oils make whatever you drive more beautifully.
These are unskippable ads, but they're cool if they're NASCAR ads.
He has experienced it, but he has yet to claim it for himself. The Winston Cup trophy is in the family bloodline for Bobby Labonte. Twice older brother Terry has been king of the sport. The first time Bobby was helping out in the shop. The second time he was
Helps
winning
me brush
races.
up on my
Now is his
statistics
time.
too.
In this script, Labonte plays the good guy in the leading role.
native.
Through the school of hard work, hard knocks, and hard lessons, the younger Labonte has paid his dues. The Winston Cup is there for the taking. It is now his to lose.
To win the Winston Cup Championship, you have to have some growing pains probably to go through it, and people around you that have done it and, experienced it. So I don't think it's just going to happen by sheer luck.
In this Hollywood feature, Dale Earnhardt is the sage veteran seeking one more shot at greatness. 7 times he has hugged the trophy. Shrewd and wise in his moves, he has driven a masterful season. But it has taken Earnhardt 6 years to get back to the top.
I was looking at the sky
This is his best shot at the record 8th
because it was
title,
brighter
and
earlier.
maybe his
It's
last.
almost 8 o'clock in the morning.
We've had a great career
And
in Winston
it's
Cup
looking
racing, but,
dark
today's
again. I
championship
hope the
was
weather
at
holds
hand.
out.
It's the next,
Holy
it's the next goal.
smokes.
It's the next tier on the ladder.
For Dale Jarrett, title number 2 would secure his status as one of the all-time greats in stock car racing history. While 2000 came in like a lion with an impressive win in the Daytona 500, the rest has been much more like a lamb. Consistent, yes. Dominant, no.
Even though we put ourselves in position a few
I'm
times
gonna
to
be in
run
the
up front
chat.
and
I'm
win,
gonna just
it
shut
hasn't
off
been that
my
consistently
camera
up front
for
in
a
the 1, 2, and
minute.
3 positions.
In this screenplay, Geoff Burton is
And
the youngster
stretch.
ready to answer the bell next year. His season, very
you
reminiscent
so
of
much
Bobby
for
Labonte's
hanging
campaign
out.
in 1999. The old cliche, lose one before you win one, that could be Geoff Burton. But with slim title hopes still alive,
Thank you for watching
Burton
on
is a
VOD
realist.
too, because I have some friends
as
over
good as
there.
they are, as good as that whole team is, if they don't have trouble, we will not win the
See
Winston
you
Cup
in a
Championship.
minute.
It's in their
I'm in the
court.
chat though.
They can lose the championship at this point, but if they do, it's because they lost it. It won't be because we went and took it.
There it is, the elusive prize. Who will win it? Who knows? But the climax in the script might come today. Charlotte in October has either been the demise or the catapult to many a Winston Cup champion. Ken?
The only monster that Bobby Labonte has to seem to worry about is the one he's riding with in the pre-race parade around the 1.5-mile track as the drivers continue to be introduced. Mike Massaro is down there on pit road, and he might just be able to give you a ride in this parade with the leading guy in the whole event, the pole sitter himself. Mike?
And Ken, a very interesting perspective circling the Lowe's Motor Speedway with your pole sitter, Jeff Gordon. And Jeff, you start up front this afternoon, but what's the key to keeping it up there all afternoon long?
Well, we've got a great race car, but it's going to change throughout the run. On new tires, what it does on low pressures versus what it's going to do once the pressure build up and the tire wear starts to go away. But it's so cool, I think the tires are going to stand there pretty good for most of the day. But, none of us practiced in this cold of weather, so it's going to be interesting. But DuPont Chevrolet is running great. We got a good car, and we just got to be there at the end.
It's Jeff Gordon's 7th career pole right here at Charlotte, more than any other driver on the active list.
Mixed reviews for Jeff Gordon as we get down toward pole time here.
From the shadows comes a hero, resurrected from darkness, found by his ultimate destiny. The world broadcast premiere, Spawn. Sunday, October 29th, 8 Eastern, 7 Pacific, only on the Superstation.
Since the day Bob.
Claire.
Bob.
Claire.
Michael.
Michael. Bob? Claire?
In action, Darrell. About that, but he is thinking about winning this race today.
We'll be back to take a look at the starting field once again in this 500-miler. Stay with us here on TBS for live flag-to-flag coverage.
Well, folks, everything will be decided today.
If you want to win in today's world, you can't afford to go it alone.
It looks like the red team is a
It takes teamwork and training to win. Just like the winning team that builds quality cars and trucks on the assembly line. UAWGM. Assembly line to finish line. Teamwork wins.
Let's go. We know when and we know how. The real question is why. Watch this. Wow. It's just so much.
Dad lost his hair early. When I started losing mine, I checked it out with a dermatologist, and he said Rogaine.
It's 2 years later now, and I don't see any difference. Doc was right. You can keep the hair you have with Rogaine.
Right. Nope. Well, good luck finding it.
3 straight Winston Cup races, and Mike Skinner, who's came
Quality 500 for the 43 best stock car drivers in America. Let's go trackside for the call.
Gentlemen, start your engine.
Folks from UAW and GM making the call to get this one underway. And once it's underway, to give you all the play-by-play of today's action, let's go to Alan Bestwick.
Ken, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone from Charlotte. Looking forward to bringing you an exciting race today, and looking forward to bringing you more of it than we've ever been able to before. Something new you may have read about earlier in the week, featured in our TBS coverage today. We're calling it No Brakes Racing. Through the cooperation of many of our sponsors, we're going to be able to show you continuous racing action during most of the commercial breaks in today's race. Now, about 20% of the breaks will still be shown to you in the traditional manner, but during 80% of the commercials today, you'll see the commercial in the upper 2/3 of the screen along with the soundtrack for the commercial, but in the lower part of the screen, continuous live action from the racetrack along with our scoring and data box on the left side of the lower part of the screen. Hope you enjoy it. It's TBS No Brakes Racing, and we're looking forward to bringing it to you this afternoon. Now let's dive into a couple of final stories before the start of today's race. Buddy Baker works with me on the call today, a 4-time Winston Cup winner here at Charlotte. We've talked about the championship contenders. Their final thoughts now before they roll off in this race.
It's kind of a shaky thing. They know they have to go 500 miles flawlessly to catch it, Bobby Labonte, and it's going to be tough because Bobby Labonte's had nothing but great luck. Luck is kind of like love. You can't see it, but you know it's there. When you have great luck like Bobby Labonte's had, he wrecked in Martinsville last week, recovered and had a great finish. When you have that kind of luck, it's going to be tough to get him, but, you know, they're hoping he'll stumble somewhere along the way.
Yeah, Earnhardt and Burton and Jarrett need a Labonte stumble. Labonte wants his good luck to continue. Weather will be a story today. Look at the temperature. It is cool. It is cloudy. This Charlotte racetrack known as being exceptionally moody as far as the weather conditions compared to the handling of the cars. The executive editor of Speedway Illustrated magazine, Dick Berggren, works with me on the call of today's race as well. Dick, weather and its effect on the cars in the race.
Well, the weather here at Charlotte certainly affects the race cars more than any other speedway where they compete. When the sun goes in and out from behind the clouds, the cars tighten up, they loosen up. But today, the story is the cold. Engine builders told me this morning they expect that they're going to see 35 more horsepower out of the engines as a result of the 30-degree differential in temperature from what we have today compared to what we ordinarily would have. Chassis builders say that the tires are going to grip the racetrack better today by far than they ordinarily would. Weather, you bet, it's going to be a factor.
So we'll see how it plays out here over the course of the next few hours. The car's getting ready to roll off. Back with the start of the race.
That all kind of backs up my original thought that I had heard a story about an engine change or something, disagreement with that 98 team, and like I said, they didn't come back. Oopsie.
So excited. Ready in the Petty Enterprises machine alongside.
Let me,
oil changes, computerized alignments,
sorry.
brakes, shocks, and struts. Go get
Look at
friendly
these old
service
cars.
and quality work.
Don't. Waltrip, his teammate next
Oh,
year,
shit.
some of America's finest.
There we
United
go.
States Air Force, believe that's an F-15. Now the cars on the racetrack, as you can see, getting gathered up behind the pace car to set their 55-mile-an-hour pit road speed limit. 3 parade and pace laps before the green
I
flag
wanted
in
to
this
see the
afternoon's event.
starting lineup.
Here's a starting lineup review in case you missed it earlier in our pre-race show. Jeff Gordon is on the pole, his 7th Charlotte pole in 16 tries. He's the defending winner of this race. Bobby Labonte, the championship leader, coming into the race, starts on the front row alongside Jerry Nadeau. Many folks think could be a threat to get his first Winston Cup win. Starts in row 2. Jimmy Spencer, terrific qualifying
At
run.
Charlotte.
Back to victory lane for the first time since '94.
I want to say 02 or 03,
He's back at row number 3
and it rained out.
With an excellent
Charlotte car
and I had to work
final
the
practice.
day they were having it on Monday. I remember it was raining cats and dogs sitting in the parking lot. My
His team
goodness.
very confident this morning that they
I
can
have
have
to
a
look
good
up
run
the
today. Perhaps
stats,
another
find out
potential
which race
first-time
that
winner.
was
Jeremy
that I
Mayfield with him in row
didn't
5.
go
The
to.
6th row, Rick Mast out of Virginia, and South Boston, Virginia's Ward Burton in the Bill Davis Racing Pontiac. Dale Earnhardt Jr. back in row 7, led so much of the 600 here back in May. Michael Waltrip, his teammate next year, is alongside there. The 8th row, Robert Presley and Kevin LePage. Row number 9, it's Tony Stewart trying for the three-peat, trying to win 3 straight Winston Cup races. And Mike Skinner, who came so close here in this race 1 year ago to get aced out by Jeff Gordon at the end. Bobby Hamilton and Ken Schrader both needing a good run to kind of turn around what have been difficult summers. They're in row 10. Joe Nemechek came within a gallon of gas of winning the Busch Series race here yesterday. Came up short with 2 to go. And Rusty Wallace, he will come to the front fast from row number 11. Elliott Sadler in the Wood Brothers car starts in row number 12 along with Wally Dallenbach in the TBS machine. It's Robbie Gordon and Matt Kenseth in row 13. Kenseth, winner of the Coca-Cola 600 here at Charlotte in May on TBS. Jeff Fuller returns to Winston Cup Racing with a brand new team. He's in row 14. John Andretti in the Petty Enterprises machine alongside. The 15th row is Dave Blaney, one of the rookie drivers this season. Actually an all-rookie 15th row. Mike Bliss is there alongside. Brett Bodine and Kenny Wallace back in the 16th row. Kenny's team changing an engine this morning, hoping the one they put in is up to snuff when they drop the green flag. Here's a contrast for you in row 17. Andy Houston makes his second Winston Cup start in this race. Darrell Waltrip, his final start here at Charlotte today. It is race number 55 at this racetrack for DW.
That colder air intake theory is one that Smokey Unick developed. If you remember seeing the tall intake stacks on top of the hoods instead of the air cleaners and stuff on the modifieds or different cars or drag cars, you still see it today for horsepower. But yeah, that's why the cooler weather is going to produce more horsepower. So now then they want to gear down the car or change motors.
New crew members and a new teammate. When Gordon felt he was losing the handle on Charlotte, his favorite and most successful racetrack, he turned to what many think was an unexpected source. Teammate Jerry Nadeau. The qualifying setup that put Gordon on the pole came from Nadeau. The base for Gordon's race setup today, Nadeau as well. And thanks to Nadeau, Gordon said this is the best car he's had at Charlotte in years. Can Jeff Gordon win today? Absolutely. And if he does, I bet he thanks Jerry Nadeau in victory lane. After all, as Gordon said, what are teammates for? To Mike Hogwood.
Well, Jimmy Spencer starts 4th today. He's had only 4 top 10s all year, and after qualifying on Wednesday, Jimmy was absolutely giddy about his run. They call Jimmy Mr. Excitement because of his hard driving, aggressive style. He hopes he earns that title today by having some excitement in victory lane. To Mike Massaro.
In May, Jerry Nadeau came painfully close to claiming his first Winston Cup victory right here in Charlotte. He qualified on the outside pole, led 115 laps before being sidelined with terminal engine problems. This weekend, however, he returned with a vengeance, qualified 3rd, and has been at the top of the speed charts all weekend long. He's looking for vindication, and perhaps even with a little bit of luck, maybe even his first Winston Cup victory.
Field going to get the signal with 1 more lap. We will go racing as they come to the start-finish line. Let's take a look back at Steve Park, who had some problems here on one of the pace laps a minute ago.
Well, what he was doing there, he was going back and forth to put a little heat in the tires and to clean the racing surface, and the tires are cold. He almost spun the car around.
Knowing that, it ought to make the first couple of laps kind of interesting in this event. Here's the race analysis and the facts and figures on the day.
Another one used to slinging those mods.
There we go.
With those big ass
key
tires.
line right there is going to be the pit window, the bottom line, 67 to 70 laps with the cold weather. Engines are producing more horsepower. That will eat more fuel. This race has a history of few caution flags. Fuel could be a factor today.
Got some great onboard looks for you today during our coverage of the race. We start with the Intimidator. Dale Earnhardt going to come from 37th to get up toward the front. Tony Stewart goes for the three-peat from 17th starting spot. We'll ride with him today. Dale Earnhardt Jr. will go to the grid in 13th position. There is Junior strapped into the office. It'll be the the 8th starting spot for Mark Martin today, a 3-time winner in this race here at Charlotte. Not been on fire during the week's practice, but I wouldn't count on him not being a factor. There's Dale Jarrett, starting 5th today, needs a good run to stay in the hunt for the championship. And Bobby Labonte starts on the outside of the front row, 213 points up on Dale Earnhardt in the fight for the championship. Labonte has finished 2nd here at Charlotte. What, the last 2 straight races, last 3 straight races. So he'd be very happy, I think, with that 2nd place finish today.
Look for Bobby Labonte to try to get a great restart here when they drop the green flag. He needs those 5 bonus points for leading a lap. He would love to beat Geoff Gordon as they take off.
The prelims have been going on since Wednesday. They're over now. The seatbelts are tight. The helmets
Here
are
we
on. The
go.
fans are on their feet. It's time to start the UAW GM Quality 500 at Charlotte.
The big mistake people make with banana. Bananas are one of the most popular fruits in the world, with over 1.
Gordon gets the jump on Labonte into turn 1.
You know what's crazy
Here comes
is
the outside.
I have
go for those 5 bonus championship points in a hurry.
And he's going to get it. He got a great
Oh,
run
wow.
off turn 4 there. 5 points for Bobby Labonte.
And that's the 12th race in a row he has led here at Lowe's Motor Speedway. No other driver has led that many consecutive Winston Cup
I ran
races.
all the Twitch ads to get them out of the way for at least 35 minutes, and then YouTube runs their ads, and I'm not even monetized on YouTube when I upload this later to YouTube. I just do it so I can look back and research. This is all my research. And people watch them, which is great. I mean, I guess it counts toward viewing hours, maybe, but I don't have anywhere near the monetization levels that would count, but I sure as heck get lots of ads, and I know when I watch my own videos I get ads too. So, but yeah, I'm not monetized there. The only place that makes me run ads is Twitch. Now, if I was monetized on YouTube, I would have to go in and edit my stuff and all that and make them worth it, but it's my database, and I got tons of playlists on my YouTube of things I research.
We're over the cold tires thing now, right? 4 laps in.
Yeah, and you can tell they're racing very hard side by side. And Bobby Labonte right now seems to have a car up for the challenge today, not losing any ground to our leader, Jerry Nadeau.
We peeked in on Dale Earnhardt. Let's peek in on Geoff Burton and check his progress. Burton's only moved up 1 spot so far. Started 38th, he's up to 37th, but it's early. Talked to his crew chief Frank Stoddard this morning. He feels they've got a horse they can ride all the way to the front into the top 5.
And that car you saw way back there with Gerald Walker, he's got to feel this car out. He crashed just today in practice right at the end of happy hour. The new car does not know how it's going to drive, so he has to feel it out. He's dropped behind the face of the rest of the car.
Fuller is in P27. It's where he started, I believe.
And how close they come to the wall coming off the corners. And those
It's a green and white car.
It's not that they're steering that close to the wall.
Uh-oh.
Somebody in the wall. Mike Bliss, I believe it is. It is Bliss off turn 4. Caution is out.
That's a pretty
car. That's the second time this week that he's crashed nearly in the same spot through turns 3 and 4.
Looks like Hunt Strickland got a piece of it as well as he comes down the pit lane with the left front torn up on his car. He's on the gas, just going to go straight through and try and stay on the lead lap, let the pace car pick up the field.
Terry Labonte was involved as well.
So caution is out, 5 laps in. It'll be 6 laps. Actually, it is 6 laps now as Nadeau comes to the stripe. There's the Labonte machine. Wonder if Labonte and Strickland got together in the aftermath.
Well, they got together while it was going on, coming off the 4th turn. That was just part of it.
Bliss started in 30th position. Strickland started in 36th. And Terry Labonte Labonte started in 40th. And a little piece of left rear fender damage on Steve Park's car also. So 4 cars involved in the accident that puts us under caution for the first time. Well, we told you about TBS No Brakes Racing. We'll do it right now. It's TBS No Brakes Racing.
That 27 car was the one that Fuller started out in, I believe, in the beginning of the season, the Viagra car. I think he only ran a couple of races. I think it's called EO Racing or something.
Log on during the race and choose from 6 exclusive in-car race feeds. Check out the high-speed racing games and go behind the scenes of Team TBS.
You know, one thing we didn't talk about in that wreck is that was right in the vicinity of where Dale Earnhardt was running. Didn't see him have to thrash particularly hard to get through it, but, you know, it happened. We looked at the replay from his in-car. So, championship luck, buddy, you talked about at the top of the show. He was lucky there.
Yes, you have to have it, and he went low. I watched him come through there. He went to the low side, bliss went up, and by the time he got by, everything was clear where he was at.
Earnhardt can smell that kind of stuff, though. He is incredibly good at staying out of trouble. That's one way a fella can become a 7-time Winston Cup champion. Don't wreck your car.
Trying to put a little space on 4th place Ricky Rudd.
Don't go there.
Tell you what, Nadu really had turn 4 figured out. That's usually everybody's thorn is turn 4 at Charlotte.
Watching Jerry Nadeau on the lead here. Nadeau in the spring race.
It's all in his entry. I'm trying to see how he enters.
That's more than half the laps. Look at this.
Oh, I took the camera off him.
What that was bump drafting there. Rusty Wallace got behind the 20 car there of Tony Stewart and actually pushed him by.
Well, Rusty's got a much faster car than would be indicated by his starting position. He bottomed out in his time trial.
The car has such a good angle
spot, but he
coming off the turn that he never is aiming at the wall.
In that number 2 car.
Just Stewart running in 16th position.
Got to do with his entry, I'm sure.
And Rusty Wallace right behind him in 17th, drop kicking Mark Martin back to the 18th spot.
I was telling you about Jerry Nadeau and the laps he led back here in May. That's more than half the laps the guy has led in his entire career. This morning, Tony Furr's crew chief said this car is even better than the one he had in May.
He appears to take turn 1 higher than most.
He crashed that car in practice here the other day. They had to work their day off, which was Saturday. Half a day.
And then enters higher. He's about a foot higher than Bobby.
Everything going. They changed several running parts of the car, and he's out here leading the race. That just tells
pushed
you
a little
they
that
can repair
time,
these cars
but
and put them back out there because the right side was completely flat on that car.
He enters turn 1 low and then enters turn
these days. They must have done a terrific job to get it back in line.
3
Here's Jimmy
a
Spencer
little bit
running
higher.
in 5th position now. Spencer, here's another driver that really needs something good to happen for him. Dale Jarrett, Jeremy Mayfield closing in. Here's the ride with Jarrett.
Good shot to let you know how close you get to the turn wall as you come off. You see him getting passed by Jerry Mayfield as they head down into turn 1.
Mayfield's moving up quick.
Jeremy's car was completely apart in the garage this morning. They had the upper A-frame, lower A-frame, all the steering arms were off that thing. Said in the very last practice session yesterday, he felt that something in the front end wasn't quite right, maybe something loose, so they took everything off this morning, replaced it just to be sure that he'd have no reliability problems.
Here comes Johnny Benson. And there is Kenny Wallace back on the speedway. He is 1 lap down. The race leader in 41st position. Mike Massaro can add for us.
Well, Alan, Dick Berggren just talked about reliability problems. One team that has had a problem there has been the 55 car of Kenny Wallace. Yesterday during happy hour, they replaced an engine after only 6 laps of practice. More engine problems already this afternoon. They reported that the engine was missing. They pitted twice under that last caution. Apparent ignition problems. A loose wire there. They seem to have fixed it under caution. We'll have to pay attention to that as this race wears on.
Well, they got another problem, too, and that is debris on the grill of that race car.
Yeah, see it? Hot dog paper there across the front of it.
Big hot dog, and so.
The grill openings are not big on these cars. That could lead to overheating very quickly. You're watching No Brakes Racing on TBS from Charlotte.
Jimmy Maycar sitting up in the chair.
There's something special about the folks who work at AutoZone. The fact that they know more than a thing or two about looking up parts and solving.
Half-mile track, winning the Bud Pole Award an amazing 6.
Mark Martin after
that first run, they lost about 5 miles an hour. So we'll see if it works for Park.
Mark crashed in the final moments of happy hour yesterday when he ran over something on the track, hit the outside wall with the right side of his car. The crew repaired the machine rather than
That run down there just showed.
He's up to 6 now. Here comes Mayfield for the lead.
Showed them having dropped from 27th to somewhere in the 30s, like 10 spots. So that makes very little sense.
Once he got back in the throttle there, holding right on to the back of the car, down the back straightaway. Rusty Wallace moving in now. These guys are really flying around this racetrack.
Here's Wallace for second. Bobby running that high line to let him go.
He doesn't need to mess with those guys. Neither Mayfield nor Wallace have got any shot at all of the championship. Just let him go. Let him go.
And lest anybody accuse Bobby Labonte with his point lead of the old racing term of stroking, there's a difference between stroking and racing smart.
Yeah, and this is racing smart.
Yeah.
Labonte has been on the gas all year long, and he has also raced smart all year long. That's why he's where he is right now.
I can add to that. Running third place in a 500-mile race like Winston Cup with the people out there, there's no such thing as taking it easy.
Yeah, he's
Very
36.
hard, but he's being careful with the
So from 27th to 36, he's either saving tire.
No sense pressing hard. Lead change. Rusty Wallace around Mayfield in turn 1.
Told you he was going to be fast today. I promised it.
Something. Let's look at the lap
Let's see what you have. Jeremy Mayfield right there. They know Jerry Nadeau, one of the fastest cars in the field today, is sitting there in 4th place right now, trying to make a move on Bobby Labonte.
Oh, baby. Look out. That's a case where Labonte's spotter's got to be on his toes, talking about racing smart, making sure he knows what's going on in those blind spots around the car. You just cannot see. You see the rearview mirror up there, kind of partially hidden by the graphic, but you just cannot see very well out of one of these race cars.
The 27th is 175 miles an hour.
Blind spot there. Frankenstein said, I'm going to turn my head too. I don't like what's going on. I'm going to look inside the car. It's a little rough outside.
175 miles an hour. Okay, so he dropped back. He's just running the same speed. Probably saw something going on that he didn't want to have no warning about, battle or whatever.
Jeremy Mayfield was doing a teammate a favor with some
pretty good at
5 points
saving
for the
a
leading
car
a
most
lap
of the
there.
time.
Jeremy says the car is
This is probably
absolutely
one
great.
of
His
his
biggest
worst
fear
years
today,
for luck, even that
sunshine.
one
He
race
wants to
in
see none
Daytona.
of it.
Here comes
was
Nadeau on the
wicked.
charge, back toward the front.
Well, I know one thing he's going to see. If he wants sunshine, he's going to see it pretty quick here. That 25 car is shining right now as far as the way he gets around the racetrack and able to make a move on the outside. I can't tell you how difficult that is here at Charlotte. You can see, though, that he hadn't made the pass yet because Rusty is in the fastest line, the bottom part of the racetrack, and they do just power by there on the outside.
What's he doing moving over like that? Is he just trying to pinch Rusty's line off going into 3? See when they came down the back
Either that or
straightaway,
he's just playing running
Back
that
in with
hard.
the header
I
spot.
mean, Nadeau is hard on the gas
Lap
right now.
49, would they have pit already?
And he probably knows if he waits around too long, that 12 car Jeremy
Lose
Mayfield
2
was
laps
quick as
here.
yesterday in happy hour. He needs to put some heat on it.
Here comes Gordon and Earnhardt. Earnhardt up to 8th spot now. Charging from the back.
There for a corner there on Steve Park's car was hurt a little earlier. He got loose there.
3 wide.
That is big loose.
Yeah.
Run by. And Earnhardt now up to 6th
Looks like
position.
all of them
From 37th starting spot.
are starting
By the way,
to
Jeff
have
Burton,
some
the other
tire
title
wear.
contender that was starting in the back is up to
We'll see
12th
next
spot
time
now,
they
so he's
show
having a
their
good one.
lap times.
And here goes Nadeau still fighting with Wallace for the runner-up spot.
Or a mile per
He's
hour.
running very high on the racetrack. Had that car dialed in low a while ago. And they do now fighting that car a little bit and moving up the racetrack, and that usually indicates that the handling's going away just a little bit.
Jeremy Mayfield leads, 51 laps complete, 283 to go. No Brakes Racing from Charlotte continues on TBS.
Since the day.
And that's from a guy in second place in the national point standings, but just in front of this group, Bobby Labonte.
I think he can go 100 laps here almost.
I don't ever want to hear anyone suggest after watching that at 49 years old, Dale Earnhardt has lost his nerve.
I'm guessing.
He's just as good and just as brave as when he was 25.
Let's go to Mike Massaro, who has more on Dale Earnhardt.
Well, Alan, it's truly a team effort over there with the 3 car. It's been a work in progress all weekend. The car had to take a provisional. They started 37th. They came out and practiced yesterday morning, determined to make that car better. It was a little bit loose. In afternoon practice, it was a little bit tight. They tightened it up and made it too loose, but they kept working on it. 4 new shocks, 4 new springs, played with the camber and the track bar, and when they walked away after happy hour yesterday, they were very happy. To quote Dale Earnhardt, he told Kevin Hamlin, his crew chief, the car is 100% better than it was during qualifying, and the proof is on the racetrack right now.
Bobby Labonte, Dale Earnhardt, Jeff Burton, and Dale Jarrett all in the top 10 for contenders for the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship. We saw Brett Bodine being overtaken by Labonte there. Bodine in 37th spot, now a lap down. Ted Musgrave's a lap down. Kenny Wallace is a lap down. Dave Blaney made an unscheduled pit stop.
Holy smokes, that's a 5-hour stream.
Strickland is
Holy
14 laps down after repairs.
I'm 1.5 hours
into out after completing just 5 laps.
That's 3.5 hours
Rusty Wallace
left.
leads.
And I've already streamed.
We'll come back to Charlotte with more in just a moment here on TBS.
Almost 5 hours. Oh my goodness. I don't think I want to do that much longer on my
Local
back.
breweries.
I'd rather like come back and do a night stream or something
Beer
tonight.
shipped the same day it was born.
And split the race in half or
Refrigerated
so.
distribution center.
Yeah, you see that car right on that white line, and he does that.
Whoops.
He never worries.
We gotta see this.
And they think it is a right front tire.
Oh, tire flat. So it's not planned pits yet.
And they came in very quickly. So this was totally unscheduled for Rusty Wallace, who was in the lead. They're going to go to the right side. And they're going to change the left side tire.
So I'll do part 2 of Charlotte, like either this evening or tomorrow, depending on, well, not this evening. Because there's too much racing going on, but like I'm talking like if I wake up at 2 a.m. again, I will do it. Or otherwise it would be just first thing in the morning at 6 a.m.
And he better go like crazy because
I don't sleep with an alarm, but I wake up almost between 2 and 6 a.m. I don't sleep much later.
So the 2 title contenders that were way in the back are going to take the top 2 spots.
It's usually
lap number 80.
a cat sitting on my head that
This is
wakes me
amazing.
up
It
at
really
4
is.
a.m.
You wonder why Winston Cup racing is a popular sport. You're watching it today. This is
But
fun.
she
See a couple
actually-
of guys come out of the back like that, get
came
themselves
in at
all the
2
way
a.m.,
up to the
so she
front.
really
Earnhardt charging all afternoon here at Lowe's Motor Speedway.
he did not have the car to hold off Burton, though.
May not have the lead for
Boy.
long. Here is Burton down low. Starts
Sunrise.
Look at Earnhardt's hand out the
Sunrise.
window. Tell him, go ahead, take the bottom if you want.
Yeah, right.
He was waving him on by.
He could see him coming. They had nothing to do with the bonnet. He would look back, watch him close. Jeremy Mayfield on pit road now.
Mayfield was the leader a minute ago when Rusty Wallace gave up the top spot for a pit stop. Now Mayfield is in. This would be early.
Okay, so
for Mayfield.
81
Something not
laps.
right on the 2 team cars there as they both come in early.
Oh, I'm thinking
Mayfield's
Bush,
team
and they
saw
ran a
something on
6-cylinder
Rusty
as where I'm
Wallace's
getting my
tires that they
thinking one
Long
over.
stop too. Tire problem there. He was there forever.
I noticed
Let's mention that Rusty Wallace has come out in 35th
that people did not
position,
seem to have,
and he is a lap down to the race leader.
they looked like they were following the leader, and that's usually a sign that they're hanging on.
That's tough. There's Rusty.
So I wanted to see if they had some lap
Burton has come
times,
to the point from 38th starting spot, 3 of the top
or
4
you know,
contenders for the
speeds,
championship
to see if
in
they
the top
dropped
4
off from the
spots.
175
Dale
in
Jarrett's running in
general.
6th position.
I would love to know how many races Geoff Burton has won
But
from
for
37,
all y'all in
38,
Daytona,
35th back.
the
It just
sun
seems
is
like he has them where he wants them when he qualifies that far back.
so far so
keeping
good.
that black number 3 car on the bottom of the racetrack.
Hutch Strickland has just taken his car to the garage.
Everything
Called
looks
it a day.
really
Vibration
wet outside, like
was
the
involved in
grass is
accident back
really
at lap
green
7.
and the plants
Mike
are all
Lewis, Terry
happy.
Labonte, and Steve Mark off turn 4.
A week ago, they were all, I had to water my plants, they were
From the
falling.
Rusty Wallace pit here in a minute about why they came in early and what they found on that car. Same thing from the Jeremy Mayfield pit. Let's mention that Sterling Marlin is on pit road with the hood up on his car now. And Ted Musgrave
But when I
made a
do
green flag pit stop
take
a little
a
while
halfway
ago. Brett
break
Bodine has just gone to the
in
garage.
about
Some cars
5
encountering
minutes,
problems here early. There's Brett turning his machine in behind the wall. Really after there. Big lead for Geoff Burton.
Yeah, you see that car right on that white line, and he does that. He never worries about qualifying. He sets his car up all week long for the big event. And if
No
he has
joke,
to
I
start
think
a
I just
provisional,
heard
he never
thunder.
worries about it.
holy crap. Let me check the radar.
Rusty Wallace after the unscheduled pit stop a minute ago, 34th position, 1 lap down. Let's get that follow-up report from Marty.
The problem was the left rear tire. The reason Rusty thought it was the right front, the left rear and right front show the same characteristics. There is the little hole. It was a cut in
You know
Rusty
what?
Wallace's left front.
It
that
just
caused
might
him to
be a
lose the lead.
motorcycle.
When they came in and checked
It's
the
really
pressure,
hard to
it was
tell
down
when I
to
got my
12
earphones
pounds.
on.
Normally at this point in the run,
Thought it was
would be up
thunder.
to 35 pounds. And we have
Let me
caution on
check
the
the radar
racetrack.
anyway,
Kenny
or at
Wallace in
least the
trouble in
beach.
turn 3. He has just popped the outside wall. He will come up on his car with Tony Stewart here. Look for Wallace's slow machine up on the high side. Right, coming around there. There he is. Been a bad weekend for Herman. Third caution of the race.
Oh,
Lap number
Kenny Wallace.
87. It waves.
And half the people
And that is
already
a very
pitted.
terrible break for Rusty Wallace and Jeremy Mayfield because it will pin them.
Oh,
one lap
only
down.
2 of
But a good
them.
one for Dale Earnhardt, who is having a problem with his right front. They're not sure what's wrong with the car, but he has just reported he is having a vibration in the right front of that car.
Looking at that on Kenny Wallace's car, he is hit hard with the right front. I wonder if he had something go down. Now let's flash back here. A couple of races ago to Dover, Delaware, we had a situation where cars started losing right front tires.
That's definitely
We
a
just saw
motorcycle.
Rusty Wallace, although that was a left
There
rear.
may be people that
right,
came
on
in
Rusty's
and
car.
stuff
Yeah, they
in
was
the car.
definitely cut too, though.
Yeah, hadn't got the follow up on the Jeremy Mayfield problem yet, but he
Yeah, it's
came down pit
definitely
road
a
shortly
motorcycle.
thereafter. And now Dale Earnhardt reporting a problem. So I wonder if somebody was out there just dropping stuff.
Yeah, that's that or
It
Dale
just wouldn't
Earnhardt
stay
did lean on
running.
that car pretty
Every time
hard
he
trying to
started
get those
it,
5 bonus points, and
it
once he
died.
got
So
him, he
I'm
kinda
like,
eased
is that
off the throttle a
thunder?
little
Then he
bit.
did it like
The
4 more
characteristics of the car
times,
will
and then it
change
stayed
really
running.
drastic
I was
when
like,
you get off the throttle a
okay.
little bit.
Don't know. Hard to
You
say
want
if
to
they're all
see
connected
something
in any way or
cool?
not. Might just be
After
some random
pit
things happening all
stops,
at the
I
same
will
time.
close out with the
Stops.
Ponce
Lap 88.
Inlet Beach
Mike Massaro.
Camp.
Well, Dick Berggren hit it right on the head. Dale Earnhardt had radioed in just a lap before the caution came out that there's a vibration in the car. A right front tire perhaps going down. The team already over the wall, making a 4-tire change, putting in 2 cans of 76 racing fuel, no adjustments. Earnhardt now down and away after they changed the tire, but a huge break is what this caution was for the 3 car to Marty Snyder.
Bobby Labonte is in. He was running second when he came down pit road. He said, I don't know what to do to the car. It's good, but I'm losing time. I just don't know where I'm losing time. He will lose the race off pit road after 4 tires and no adjustments.
Earnhardt gets out first. Listen to the crowd. If you've never been to a race here at Charlotte before, this is Dale Earnhardt country. He is a local hero. He grew up in Kannapolis, which is the next town north. This is his country. These are his people. This is a Dale Earnhardt home crowd. Look at it going nuts.
Look at that.
I lived
tell you what,
really
everybody in this
in the same
grandstand,
county
one way or
too
another,
as
is an
Dale
Earnhardt
and
fan.
Bill Jr. and all
Won
of
this race
them
14 years
that I'm
ago,
moving
won
back
it
to.
20 years ago in 1980.
And I can't wait to see that right front later
I
on.
lived there for 28
Off
years.
pit road.
Came down
Have the restart for you when we come back to Charlotte.
to Florida in
On TBS.
2000, been here 5 years. So I want to do both, but I can't do both living here because the cost of living here is too much.
15 days of 007 on the
Got to
Superstation
go
tonight
back
at 8.
to where I can afford to do stuff.
Is there something I can do for you?
All right, let's get down to business. Diamonds are forever. And at 10:35, A View to a Kill.
Two great movies.
15 days of 007 begins tonight at 8, only on the Superstation.
Series championship for the year. It has been an up and down season for Dale Earnhardt. The year started off pretty darn good with one of the more exciting finishes of 2000 so far. It was Atlanta in March. Final corner, Earnhardt holding off Bobby Labonte by that much to score the victory. But his season turned kind of sour in late summer. This is Watkins Glen, early August. Lap 2. Earnhardt into the outside wall. A bad finish cost him points. Just a couple of weeks earlier, Pocono, Pennsylvania, live on TBS. Running well, late going. A flat right front tire damaged his car. Another bad finish. Earnhardt has tried to rebound after another poor run at Dover a couple of weeks ago, where he just fell off the map in the final 50 laps of the race by running second at Martinsville to Tony Stewart last Sunday. And Dale Earnhardt comes into this race 213 points behind Bobby Labonte, trying to claim a record 8th NASCAR Winston Cup Series championship. Now, a moment ago on pit road, I mentioned before we went to the break that there was a story developing on Darrell Waltrip. This was seconds ago. Darrell Waltrip has climbed out of the car. That is Todd Bodine, next year's driver for this machine, although I don't think they've actually officially announced that yet. Getting into the machine. Mike Massaro is with Darrell Waltrip to find out what's going on.
And Alan, you're exactly right. Todd Bodine has taken over the big Kmart ride. And Darrell Waltrip, why'd you get out?
Well, when I crashed yesterday, I hurt my shoulder, and I thought I was all right. I took a couple of goodies this morning, and I felt pretty good, but my hand keeps going to sleep, and I wasn't comfortable in the car, and this was a good opportunity to get out and let Todd get in, so I felt like I better take advantage of that now, not maybe do it under green or something. The way it turned out, he didn't fit in there very well. So that hour yesterday just turned my whole weekend upside down. Nothing's been right since, and it's unfortunate, but it's the way it is.
And certainly not the way DW would like to end his career here in Charlotte. To Mike Hogwood.
And we're with Kenny Wallace back in the garage. Kenny, what put you back here?
Well, you know, just simply put, we've got a problem with our tires here. Obviously, you can see, you know, everybody's pitting. I didn't get lucky. I blew mine going into the corner and, you know, put the car in the wall.
Can you tell us what was said in the drivers' meeting by Goodyear?
Well, Goodyear's been great through all this. You know, they know they've got a problem, and we got the president of Goodyear here. And NASCAR and them had a great meeting this morning. Just told us we were going to work through this problem. And, hey, you know, I'm right behind them. Goodyear's an awesome tire company. We're having some problems. I'm real happy I didn't get hurt. I went into it head on.
It's Kenny Wallace, Alan.
Getting ready for the restart. The two cars in front of Dale Earnhardt are on the tail end of the lead lap. Jeremy Mayfield running back in 34th position. Rusty Wallace in 35th. They were both running in the top two spots earlier when they pitted under the green with tires going down. Green flag. What these two guys need is to stay in front of Earnhardt and catch a caution here quickly somewhere to get back on the lead lap and back in the hunt.
What everybody needs to do is take care of their tires until they build up some pressure. Earnhardt charging on the bottom by Mayfield.
Yeah, he's real worried about the right front. As he goes by Mayfield right on the bottom of the racetrack there. And I would say right now they probably went up on the air pressure a little bit there, trying to avoid maybe the tire being a little deflated there and getting too much grip right at the first.
On from Bill Elliott's car.
He's leading at lap 96 of 3:34. You know what? This is where I'm going to pause this. And I'm going to do part 2 on my next stream. So until then, I will, I put a little thing for outro together for you so you can see live. Daytona. Let's see, we're gonna do this. Gonna grab this. Gonna click this. It's not the Speedway, but this is live sunrise here in Daytona Beach. Volusia Beach is whatever on YouTube. 76 degrees Fahrenheit. It's almost high tide. This is where they used to race, guys. See, it can still be scanned. Especially after we had those hurricanes for 3 years in a row. It dug down. We were finding like coins from the 1960s. So it's like so epic that it could be scanned. There's no condos down here at Ponce Inlet. So totally, like I said, the North Turn restaurants up the road there. It could totally be scanned because the highway is, the road, A1A right behind it or whatever the beach road is that they raced on is still there as well. So I think that'd be a cool iRacing project. That's just my little public service request, suggestion or whatever. Look at the people walking. That's live. Isn't it beautiful? Look at our beautiful sunrise. It looks kind of stormy though, guys. Red sky in the morning, sailor take warning. It's what we always learned in New England. New England had wicked weather sometimes.